Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hayes and you're watching W News broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. The World Health Organization condemns Israeli attacks on its Gaza staff amid escalating violence as the UK warns of tougher sanctions if the war continues. Plus, Air India says fuel switch inspections on its Boeing fleet found no faults following a crash that killed 260 people. So what went wrong? And Iran, Russia and China meet in Tehran as pressures mount over nuclear talks and looming UN snapback sanctions. The World Health Organization is condemning a series of attacks on its staff in facilities in Gaza, calling the situation appalling and demanding protection for humanitarian workers. This comes as the UK warns of further sanctions on Israel after airstrikes in Deir al-Balah killed dozens of Palestinians seeking food. 28 countries have now jointly urged Israel to lift the aid restrictions, but Israel's foreign ministry dismissed the joint statement as disconnected from reality. US Ambassador Mike Huckabee called it disgusting. To chat about this, we're joined from Amman by NRC Middle East correspondent Ahmed Byum. Ahmed, thank you for joining us. The WHO staff residence has been attacked. Its main warehouse has been destroyed. Personnel have been detained, we're hearing today as well. Are we witnessing a very dangerous new phase where even humanitarian neutrality seems to no longer offer protection anymore?
Absolutely, and this has been the case for months now. We have seen different faces of these kind of attacks against aid workers and aid organizations. Don't forget, Israel has killed the largest number of aid workers anywhere, any conflict in the world, and it continues to systematically dismantle the aid system. The attack on WHO, before that the attack on WFP convoys, and before that the many incidents, including attacks on food convoys. They all speak to the same problem here, is that Israel's free reign over Gaza has, I would say, has blurred any lines that exist in conflict, have basically thrown against the wall the values of humanitarian work, the values of humanity. And this is what we see every single day, the systematic dismantling of this structure, of this aid system by Israel.
From your teams on the ground that are there, what are you hearing about the mental and also the physical toll that this escalation is really taking on humanitarian workers? We're seeing evacuations, as I mentioned, detentions, active conflict, very close in and around to where they're currently working.
John, a lot of what you guys report on as to what's happening to Palestinians in Gaza also applies for what aid workers are going through. The starvation, they are starving. The displacement, they are being displaced. These people, don't forget, they have suffered from long, protracted crisis with the rest of the population. They are sleeping in tents. Some of them have families with them, or many of them try to keep their families with them. At the same time, Israel just yesterday, for example, told aid workers, including NRC's, Norwegian Refugee Council's workers, to relocate for yet another round of relocation. Now they have to displace again. They are being displaced. At the same time, I was speaking to my colleague actually, who was telling me that now they have resorted to eating one meal, and that meal is usually before bed, so that the children don't go to bed with empty stomachs, and they know that the next meal is not going to come before the next 24 hours. Aid workers are going through the same suffering, the famine-like conditions, the displacement, and all of this, of course, amidst the most suffocating aid blockade imposed by the Israeli authorities.
Ahmed, you mentioned there displacement followed by displacement. 88% of Gaza is now under an evacuation order, or it's within a militarized zone as well. Is there any way left for aid to be delivered, or is the entire humanitarian system basically breaking down to nothing?
It's heartbreaking. I mean, you think about the tons of aid that is languishing across the border probably a shorter commute than any one of us makes to the office. Aid is down the road from these people. The blockade has meant that they're not able to reach that, and that aid is not able to reach them for 4 months now. We see the results. You are reporting on on what that means for people. The Norwegian Refugee Council and many others, of course, but we have thousands of tents waiting, laying there in the heat, laying there in the sun, instead of being handed out to people. We have enough aid to load hundreds of trucks and send them in the next hour if Israel allowed us to do that. And with us, the entire community. Others saying that they have enough food to sustain these starving kids, reduced to bones and skin for 3 months. So there is so much, yet we are so helplessly asking for that to come in. We are making do with the very little that we have. We are running down our last stockpile of all of these items. And again, we need the international community to move and make a concrete step towards opening these gates and flooding Gaza with aid.
Ahmed, as you mentioned there, in the last 24 hours, this time yesterday, I covered that 19 children had passed away in the previous 24 hours from malnutrition. Today, that figure is up at 34. The WHO has said we need unimpeded access. We need to get through with the aid, but the destruction of the warehouse, the looting of supplies that we've seen, the situation really is dire. From your opinion, what's needed right now to prevent what is going to be and is on the brink of a total health catastrophe in Gaza?
Two simple things, really, for Israel to open the borders and for America to pressure Israel to do that, and for Israel to keep the borders open and to keep the gates open so that aid comes in. You know, hospitals are running down their medical supplies. They're saying that they only have some solutions left to treat any kind of injury or disease. I hear a lot about the infestation of pests around Gaza, of wastewater flooding the streets where people are actually sleeping, by the way, where displaced people are sleeping. They have no tents, of solid waste not being managed or collected. All of this is creating a disease that is not or probably visible, but most of the times goes untreated and of course undiagnosed, particularly amongst children. So it's simple. I mean, it's probably the most simple yet the most difficult decision now for these trucks to arrive into Gaza and support and provide relief for people on the verge of death.
And of course, we know that Darabala, one of the last strongholds for medical care, and now that has also seen a fresh wave of attacks, a real concern for residents on the ground. Now, we've seen renewed calls for ceasefire from the WHO, from France, the UK Foreign Secretary, who's described the latest scenes as grotesque. These are all calling for sanctions to be put in place or for somebody to pay attention. Is there any traction, or do you think humanitarians are just being basically left to work in the ruins of failed diplomacy right now?
No, exactly like you put it. And you see it. I mean, beyond the superlatives and beyond the angry statements, frustration, all of that, compassion, whatever you have from these big states, why don't they just, pick up the phone and call up the Israeli Prime Minister and tell him to open the border? I mean, these countries surely have some leverage over Israel diplomatically. And, the evidence is there because we have seen it work before, right? We have seen it work with the conflicts, different conflicts. We have seen it work actually in Gaza, where we had a ceasefire, and actually it worked for a few weeks with aid supplies moving in, relieving the entire population, pulling people back from the brink. So these states, instead of tweeting about it, they should pick up the phone and make that call and make it clear that Israel is actually violating international law day and night in Gaza by targeting displaced people, by starving them to death. You look at the numbers now. 100 people apparently or reportedly killed by hunger, by starvation, 1,000 people killed around food distribution sites. These are not just numbers. These are lives that used to be. These are people that tried to make ends meet for their children and try to, get hold of that bag of flour. So decision, we know where that is. And we know that the capitals that influence these decisions have not done enough.
Ahmed Byum joining us from Amman, thank you so much for talking to us. We're going to continue this conversation. We're joined from Brussels by our correspondent, William Denslow. William, first of all, EU institutions and officials are now responding to the WHO's condemnation of Israel's actions in Gaza. Is there any indication that that statement and those statements could translate into a real policy shift?
Well, first of all, what we've heard from the European Union, we've heard from its Foreign Affairs Chief, Kaja Kallas. In a social media post, she said that the killing of civilians seeking aid was indefensible. She also said that she's spoken to her Israeli counterpart, Gideon Saar, and said that they recalled what was discussed as part of an agreement to try and get more aid into Gaza. She said that the IDF, quite simply, must stop killing civilians at these distribution centres. She added that all options remain on the table. That was a point that was reiterated by Commission spokesperson here in Brussels a little earlier today. What those options are, well, that can range from a number of things. This all is likely to revolve around the EU-Israel association agreement and whether the EU's 27 member states can find consensus to move forward to potentially punish Israel for its actions in Gaza. So far, that consensus has very much remained elusive, and the EU has punted that decision somewhat into the long grass until foreign ministers meet in a few weeks' time.
William, David Lammy's strong remarks on Israel that we've heard today, calling the actions by Israel grotesque. How has that been received in Brussels, given the criticism from rights groups that say the UK stance has been rather hypocritical and that it hasn't gone far enough to distance itself from the war or to take any actual real action?
And that was a real theme that we heard from reporters speaking to Commission officials today, why the EU wasn't taking action and what they could do going forward, considering the fact that, as you rightly mentioned, the EU and its member states have been incredibly divided on this issue of how to treat Israel. And there are a confluence of opinions across the bloc, which makes any kind of united, concerted effort from Brussels very difficult indeed. The Commission said that open dialogue and all channels remain open with Israeli counterparts. They say that the pressure is on and that time is of the essence. When it comes to potential action that the EU could take, if it chose to pursue the route with the association agreement, that could mean a range of things. The most stringent, perhaps, cutting off trade with Israel going forward, of course, incredibly significant considering the economic might that the EU has as a collective. Other steps, such as limiting student access to the bloc going forward. So there are tools at its disposal, but the big issue is that EU member states are divided. You have some nations like Ireland that are very keen to see more punitive action taken. The likes of Germany on the other side, somewhat more reserved, somewhat more reluctant to take that kind of concerted action, which is why so far we've seen the EU being unable to take any kind of meaningful steps. But the Commission says that it is working to keep dialing the pressure up. They say they're not happy with Israel's actions. They say that they are not adhering to what was agreed earlier this month when it comes to the EU's efforts to get more aid into Gaza. So they say that they are working behind closed doors through back channels with Israel to keep the pressure on to see a change in behaviour.
William, on the latest developments that we're seeing today and the harrowing images we're seeing on screen, the WHO warehouse destruction, staff detentions, are there any serious discussions underway in Brussels about measures like arms suspensions or more sanctions? Or is that still potentially considered politically off limits?
All options remain on the table is the line we've heard time and time again for Commission officials. As you rightly say, we continue to see these dramatic images, these harrowing statistics unveiled by the likes of the United Nations and aid agencies working in Gaza. There is huge concern from many member states that the EU's inaction will be incredibly evident and will be very much a dark stain on the EU going forward. So there is certainly plenty of political will to take action. Kaja Kallas's statements further evidence that they are seeking to respond and are seeking to see changes made on the ground. That is why they've been working actively with Israeli officials to try and use the leverage that Europe has to get more aid flowing into the Gaza Strip. But with the fact that the EU is 27 member states trying to act as one, differences in opinion among members over what that action means is often resulting in the fact that that can result in a degree of stalemate. So far on the issue of Gaza, that has certainly been a charge levelled at Brussels and something that member states will continue have to address from the press and from members of the member states that are seeking greater action. So this is certainly an issue that the EU has been grappling with and will continue to grapple with.
William Denslow in Brussels, thank you so much for joining us. Air India says its precautionary inspections on the locking mechanism of fuel control switches on all of its Boeing 787 and Boeing 737 aircraft in the fleet have found no issue. It comes days after a preliminary investigation into last month's Air India plane crash stated that the switches shifted and flipped within seconds, starving both engines of fuel. The London-bound plane subsequently crashed, killing 260 people. To talk about this more, we're joined by aviation analyst, airline pilot and founder of BizJet, Fabrizio Poli. Fabrizio, thank you for talking to us about this. What is the most likely explanation? Both fuel switches were cut off. We know that Boeing has conducted those extensive tests. There is no error, at least it would appear, on the part of the aircraft. So what are we looking at here? Human error, pilot intervention, or something else entirely, do you think?
Well, at this point, I would say there's three options. The first one would be pilot suicide. Now, bearing in mind that, technically speaking, when they were going down the runway, the first officer was flying, okay? So when they got to the decision speed, the first officer's hands would have both been on the yoke. And then as they rotate the airplane, he'll be pulling back on the yoke. And as they get a positive rate of climb, he will call gear up. And then the captain would have put his hand over to bring the landing gear up. Now, we know the landing gear from this footage. You can see the landing gear was down all the time. So the gear wasn't actually brought up. So could the captain have gone over and cut off the two fuel levers to cut off? That's a possibility. And that's why what you hear one pilot say, why did you cut off the fuel? And the other one say, no, I didn't. So did the one that said, no, I didn't, was he saying a lie or was he saying the truth? So we don't know. I mean, I would say it's probably 70% that it was pilot suicide, but then you need to ask yourself the question, well, why would he commit suicide? Apparently the captain, his mother had just passed away and he wanted to retire early and look after his father. So I'm not quite sure there if he was motivated to kill himself and 200 other people with him. So that's one option. The other option would be a malfunction of some sort on the aircraft that made both engines cut off. And the other one would be sabotage or a hack. Now, can this airplane be hacked? It can be hacked. It means that someone that's going to hack it has to be highly skilled. They have to have access to the aircraft on the ground, do what they need to do on the ground, and then be able to action that remotely once the aircraft takes off, or set it up so that it would kick into gear a few seconds once the airplane was in the air. So that's certainly something that the accident investigators should be looking into. I'm quite surprised no one's been talking about sabotage or hack. But if it's a hack or sabotage, the question needs to be, well, why would someone hack or sabotage this aircraft? What's their motive? And the investigators need to do their research.
Fabrizio, the cockpit recordings seem to have raised really more questions than answers in this case. Simply down, I think, to the quality, which we'll talk about more in a second as well. But should we really be relying on that as the answer for what has happened here?
Well, you see, the other thing is that the pilots had enough time to make a mayday call, okay? Now, they'd only been in the air like 30, 40 seconds. And, you know, us pilots, we're always told, aviate, navigate, communicate. So communicate is the last thing. So they're dealing with this sudden double engine failure. They're 600 feet from the ground, and they had time to make a mayday call. So that's interesting, that's thrown into the mix there, which to me means that they were probably both confused as why these engines are suddenly cut off. They put their engines back on again. One engine started to spool up, and the other one was just about to. But, you know, with 600 feet above the runway and the airplane was sinking down, there wasn't enough power to stop the rate of descent and get the aircraft back into the air, and that's why it crashed and everybody died, apart from one person, of course.
As an aviation expert, identifying what the pilots were saying on this black box recording is really incredibly difficult. And modern parameters on these black box recordings, 3,500 parameters have been recorded at any given time. It's evolved quite a lot from what the black box would have been. But the audio is still very much rudimentary in what we're hearing. Surely that should have moved forward somewhat at this stage.
Well, no, let's put it this way. They know who said what. So when they heard one pilot say, why did you cut the engines off? And they know who actually said that. And I think it was the first officer, because his both hands would have been on the flight control, on the yoke. So that's where he would have been. So he wouldn't have moved his hand over, because that's what you do. Unless he did, and then the other pilot said, well, what you do that for? But then they would have probably used a different language. It's almost like, oh, he sees there's been an engine failure, or he saw the hand, instead of going for the landing gear, went to cut the fuel off. And so he would then say, well, why did you do that? He said, no, I didn't. Okay. And then they crashed.
The transparency that we're getting from investigators during an active probe like this, I'm guessing, is very important, because it does raise a bigger question about the aircraft itself. Could this problem happen to other Dreamliners, for instance?
Well, I mean, if this aircraft has been hacked, any modern aircraft potentially could be hacked, which is why cybersecurity is something that already companies are looking into big time. It's becoming a big thing, but also in these flying machines. You know, we need to make sure that these aircraft cannot be hacked. There has to be good cybersecurity systems in place to stop this from happening. And I'm not saying that this was hacked. It's a possibility, but, you know, the fact that somebody could hack an airplane, that is something that, you know, could happen down the road, especially with these modern aircraft like this 787 or the latest Airbuses and that. Both Boeing and Airbus could be hacked, and even all the private jets, the modern ones.
I mean, no, negative publicity is the last thing that Boeing or Airbus at this stage need to tarnish their reputation. And something like this kind of puts concern among your everyday consumers who are jumping on to commercial flights. Would there be a need for a concern with something like this and a reoccurrence of a situation like this now that Boeing have said there is no issue with the Dreamliner fleet?
Well, I mean, Boeing's the one that's lost out the most. I mean, with the incident, well, the two accidents, the 737 MAX, that whole scandal. I mean, we just saw at the Paris Air Show the other week where Airbus had loads, like 10 times more orders than Boeing. So it seems like the airlines are trusting Airbus more than Boeing. But even here in Europe now, I mean, Ryanair is looking to do a deal with a Chinese company for the C919 aircraft to substitute their 737s. Now, this is going to be a big blow to Boeing, because, you know, Ryanair operate over 400 737s. So they're a big Boeing customer. If Boeing lose Ryanair as a customer and this Chinese airliner starts to gain traction on the market, we've got a third player now that compete with Airbus and Boeing. So that's going to be interesting.
Before I move on to another question, I just want to read the latest statement from Air India on AI 171 and the accident. Air India says it stands in solidarity with the families and those affected and continues to fully cooperate with the AAIB and other authorities as their investigation progresses. Given the active nature of the investigation, they are unable to comment on specific details and refer all such inquiries to AAIB. I want to ask you, though, Fabrizio, in the future, AI has been used in pretty much every industry. Could the cockpit in some way use AI versions of the transcript and real-time diagnostics being used by AI as well to prevent not just a mystery like this, but also an incident like this from occurring again?
Well, I would say I think the future of aviation is having one pilot on board and the AI being the co-pilot. I mean, I see how AI can help. It helps me in my business. You know, and it would be great to have an AI cockpit co-pilot in the cockpit. So I think AI can help with investigations. You can put all the data in and it can look at all the different possibilities, including the hack. I mean, can you hack a 787? If so, how? And then go through that procedure and see how they would have done it. And then if it does require that you have access to the aircraft, let's go back and see who had access to the aircraft a few hours before when it was on the ground, and see who these people are and what they do, and could any of them maybe be motivated to hack the airplane. So, AI can help with all these things as well. So, I mean, certainly the AIB is certainly, I hope they're working with AI. It will just make things a lot easier and a lot quicker.
Fabrizio Pulli, I want to thank you for both your input and your insight into that today. Thank you. Now let's take a look at some of the other stories making headlines today. Russian forces have struck 3 Ukrainian cities in overnight attacks, killing a child and wounding at least 24 people. Meanwhile, Russia's defense ministry said air defenses have downed 35 Ukrainian long-range drones over several regions overnight. The strikes occur just 24 hours before a third round of direct peace talks between delegations from Moscow and Kiev. Iran says 27 inmates are still at large after an Israeli airstrike last month targeted Evin prison. A spokesperson for the country's judiciary reported that 75 prisoners had escaped, while 48 returned voluntarily. The escapees were prisoners doing time for minor offences. The driver of a double-decker bus that crashed into a bridge, injuring 20 people in Manchester, has been arrested. The 50-year-old man was detained on suspicion of causing serious injury by careless driving. Police said there are height restriction warnings in place by the bridge, including hanging chains and signs. Now, in April 2023, a bus had its roof ripped off after striking the exact same bridge. The US has withdrawn from UNESCO. UNESCO is known for designating World Heritage Sites, such as the Grand Canyon. US President Donald Trump took similar steps during his first term in office, pulling out of the WHO and the UN Human Rights Council. A 90-day pause had been ordered on all US foreign assistance to assess alignment with Trump's foreign policy priorities. The US and China could soon be back at the negotiating table, and this time Washington wants to stop China from skirting US sanctions. That's according to the US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. In recent months, Washington has increasingly targeted Chinese and Hong Kong-based firms, hitting at all areas of the illicit oil value chain, from the tankers transporting the oil right through to the refineries who are buying it, and the companies that it says are laundering the funds to disguise where the money came from. But the mood from the White House can be contradictory. US President Donald Trump has said that in recent weeks that Beijing can buy oil if it wants, but only if the US comes out with further sanctions against Hong Kong-based companies shortly after. Camille Nedelik is in Hong Kong with more on how China has been skirting Washington's curbs.
Since coming to the White House for a second time, the Trump administration has wanted to exert a maximum pressure campaign on Iran, and that includes cutting off its sources of funding, namely its oil. That oil is sanctioned, and the White House has now also started sanctioning companies that are involved in trading that oil and managing those payments. There have been dozens of Hong Kong companies in recent months that have been sanctioned by the US. Washington says that these companies are shell companies and are issuing fictitious invoices in order to cover up for the tens of millions of dollars that are passing through in illicit transactions. There have also been oil refineries and oil terminals sanctioned in mainland China. These independent oil refineries are known as teapot refineries, and they operate on incredibly thin margins. And when they buy this sanctioned oil, they're buying it at a massive market discount, something like 40 or 50%. And analysts are telling us that they just can't afford to survive if they had to pay market price. And they are responsible for thousands of jobs in the province. Meanwhile, China has been very open about the fact that it doesn't respect international sanctions. It doesn't believe in the unilateral imposition of sanctions from one country to another. It respects sanctions that are taken in agreement with the international community, so UN decisions.
Iran, Russia and China are meeting in Tehran to discuss growing threats of UN sanctions over Iran's nuclear program. The talks come amid warnings from Britain, France and Germany that they may trigger the snapback mechanism if there's no progress by the end of August. Iran says it won't resume talks with the US and it blames European nations for failing to uphold the 2015 deal. Now, for more on this, we're joined from Hamburg by Mark Fitzpatrick, the former director at IISS America and head of non-prolific and nuclear policy. Thanks for joining us first and foremost on this. How much weight do you think the E3's threat to actually trigger these snapback mechanisms that we're hearing so much about, how much do they really carry at this stage? Is it still a credible tool or has the impact kind of eroded with time?
Well, I think it's still a very credible tool, and the evidence of that is the great deal of attention that Iran directs toward it. Iran has been very worried for months that the E3 might trigger these snapback sanctions. Why Iran is so concerned about it is another question, because it wouldn't have much of an economic impact. Russia and China won't implement the sanctions, and I guess several other countries won't as well. So it's more of a psychological, more of a political punishment that Iran is worried about receiving.
Mark, Iran says its nuclear program is strictly peaceful, given the current enrichment levels as well, the restrictions on the inspections that we've heard about, and the expansion of the missile program that is going on in Iran. Does that claim really hold any credibility, do you think?
No, nobody believes that claim. But here's the thing. Iran's nuclear program is a nuclear hedging strategy to be able to produce nuclear weapons as soon as possible when they and if they make a decision to do so. But the program as it was up until June 13th, when Israel bombed it, producing 400 kilograms of 60% highly enriched uranium, there's absolutely no civilian use for that material. It was only for bomb making.
Mark, this week Tehran are meeting. We know that that's happening. Iran, Russia and China will all be there. It's famed as a coordination against sanctions. Is this diplomatic, or do you think we might see a bit of a deeper shift here in the balance of global nuclear diplomacy?
Well, I think it is very interesting that Russia and China and Iran are meeting together. There's been some concern about a realignment of global forces, and these three states that are antagonistic to the United States and to the West in general are trying to coordinate their actions. They won't be able to stop snapback of UN sanctions if Germany, France, and the UK decide to go ahead and do that, because the snapback sanctions mechanism that was adopted in 2015 doesn't allow any other country to block it. But what they can do is agree that Russia and China won't implement those sanctions, and maybe they'll try to agree to persuade other states also not to implement them.
The 2015 deal that's been passed back and forth, who broke it, who didn't. Israel's direct strike on Iran's nuclear facility and the military infrastructure that's there. Tehran's refusal to engage in Washington. Is that 2015 nuclear deal pretty much beyond revival now, or do you still see that there may be a path forward for it?
Oh, that particular deal is beyond revival. I think it's been beyond revival for some time because of the great advancements Iran made in its nuclear program, acquiring knowledge that could not be walked back. The terms of that deal to prevent Iran from being able to produce a bomb's worth of uranium, highly enriched uranium, in 1 year, that equation doesn't work anymore. But is diplomacy dead? No. There certainly are other deals that could be made, a variation of the 2015 deal or some other way of ensuring that Iran cannot produce nuclear weapons. I think there's still hope for diplomacy here.
Mark, and as we're talking about this blame game, the E3 saying Iran violated the deal, Tehran is saying that Europe actually never really fulfilled it from its end. From your vantage point, who do you think undermined it first? And does it really matter? Does the history of that still matter right now in the current climate that we're in?
Oh, I think it matters a great deal, and the answer is very, very clear. The United States violated it first when Donald Trump, in his first term of office in May 2018, pulled out of a deal that Iran was fully honoring. There was no reason for Trump to pull out of the deal. I guess he pulled out because it was Obama's deal. And then Iran waited a year before it began to not honor all the commitments under the deal, and then more and more Iran didn't honor them, and clearly Iran has been in violation of the deal for some years now. Is Iran correct that the Europeans were in violation? That's a very lawyerly question. There's some reading of the deal that maybe you could say, okay, they should have done something. But look, it was the United States that broke it, that bears the guilt, first of all, and secondly, Iran.
Mark, Iran claiming the E3 lack any actual legal grounds to invoke this snapback mechanism that we're hearing so much about. Is there any truth to that, under international law at least, or do you think it's just a political defence that they're using?
Oh, I think the case is pretty cut and dried. I mean, Iran has not been honoring its obligations under the deal. They don't do so because the United States broke its commitment. But so you can make a political argument that Iran shouldn't be held to account for that. But as a legal case, international law, Iran's not complying with the deal. The E3 can invoke snapback sanctions. It's all very clear. I don't really understand the legal basis for Iran's claims. It's really just a political argument they're making.
We know that Russia is going to take over the UN Security Council presidency in October. Mark, is it urgent that the West act on a timeline and on these snapback decisions? Because Moscow's role could maybe complicate the enforcement going forward.
Yeah, actually, that's a very important timeline that Russia will be taking it over. That could complicate the E3's ability to invoke the sanctions. That's why they feel they have to do it probably by August, because there's some things that have to happen after invoking. There's a timeline. So I think we're going to see these sanctions invoked within the next month.
Mark Fitzpatrick in Hamburg, thank you for joining us. Now let's take a look at the top business news for today. Microsoft says it's working on fixing loopholes that have led to active attacks on server software that are used by government agencies and businesses globally. The company discovered at least dozens of systems have been compromised around the world. Cyber criminals often use zero-day exploits to steal sensitive data and passwords. The FBI says it is aware of the attacks and it's still investigating. Subway has hired former Burger King executive Jonathan Fitzpatrick as its new CEO. Fitzpatrick is Subway's first CEO appointment since it was bought by private equity firm Roark Capital last year. The acquisition deal valued Subway at over $9 billion. Fitzpatrick replaces John Chidsey, who stepped down at the end of last year. And a final reminder of our top stories. WHO condemns attacks on its Gaza staff amid escalating violence, and the UK warns of tougher sanctions if the war continues. Air India completes fuel switch checks after deadly crash, and we find out exactly what the airline found. And Iran, Russia and China meet in Tehran as pressure mounts over nuclear talks and looming UN snapback sanctions. That's all from us on W News. Don't forget you can subscribe to our YouTube channel and, as always, follow us on X. The Real Deal is coming up next, and we'll be back in just a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye.
It feels feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Is President Trump's patience with Putin running out? The US president has upped his support for Ukraine, announcing a weapons package for Kyiv and threatening sanctions on Moscow. But is it enough to force Russia to make a deal? Stay with us. That debate is coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Well, Mohammed Al-Bouti is the CEO of the National Housing Company and joins us now. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Can I just start by asking you, what is the role of the NHC and how does your strategy match up with Vision 2030?
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to join you today on Realities. NHC, or National Housing Company, we see ourselves more than just a real estate developer. We work as a master developer, where we build and design modern, livable communities that improve the quality of life of our residents and drive economic growth on a long-term vision. NHC has a direct contribution to one of the major achievements of Saudi Vision 2030, which is the home ownership percentage. The home ownership target for the Saudi Vision or housing program is to reach 70% by 2030, 65% by 25. Actually, we, as a housing program, we achieved that a year ahead. In 24, we achieved 65% as a home ownership. NHC played a major role, has a direct contribution to that achievement, and we are continuing as a company for delivering and targeting the 70% by 2030. We are actively working 17 cities across the kingdom, 39 mega projects across the kingdom. We are managing 284 million square meter of lands. We have a pipeline to supply 600,000 units, valued as a value of just the residential part around $500 billion Saudi riyals. We have sold till today around more than 100,000 homes across the kingdom. We expect our communities to host more than 2 million residents across the communities that we are developing. We led just in 24 alone, we led almost 62% of all off-plan sales across the kingdom. We facilitated almost 30% of all subsidized home finance. We are actively supporting the Saudi Vision 2030, and it's one of the major players supporting the Saudi Vision, even through housing program or quality of life programs or even other programs.
Okay, so clearly lots of new homes are being built across the kingdom, and as you say, this is all very much a part of Vision 2030. Just tell us, how would you assess the economic impact of the NHC?
Yes, you know, if you just look to the number that we just mentioned, you see the how is the impact through our activities. I'll take just a glance of 25. We expect NHC that will add close to 30 billion contribution to the GDP, which is equivalent to 1.1% of the non-oil GDP in 25. We will support more than 180,000 jobs in just the year of 25. This is equivalent to almost one job for every 84 jobs supported during the 25. This is just a clear sign of the impact of NHC and its operation to the economy and to different industries, constructions and other real estate related industries.
Okay, so I mean, these are big numbers, aren't they? 1.1% of non-oil GDP, 180,000 jobs supported. Just tell us a bit about the sorts of partnerships, in particular international partnerships, that the NHC has right now.
Yes. As a strategy of NHC, we believe in partnership. We believe in collaboration with local and international developers. We believe in the partnership with international developer for building better communities that is globally inspired but locally rooted. We have a partnership and collaboration from Far East to the Far West, including Middle East, GCC, and Europe. Example, we have from Far East, we have a partner. We signed a partnership with the City Group, one of the leading groups in China. Very soon, we will announce a partnership with one of the leading Korean companies. From GCC, we have a partnership with Al-Khohaji from Bahrain. From Egypt, from the Middle East, we have signed a two partnership with Talat Mustafa Group and Mountain View. From Turkey, we had signed agreement with Amlak Konut. We signed a partnership with a company from Spain called Orbis. And from the Far West, we signed or we started our partnership 4 years ago with the Hovnanian, which is one of the listed companies in the US that started with us 4 years ago. Those agreements with international developers worth about 40 billion of investments in our projects, which is a clear sign and of the potential trust of the Saudi market in general, the real estate development industry in Saudi, and the trust of the national real estate developer in the kingdom, which is National Housing Company. Let's see.
Okay, now we've already talked about Vision 2030, and I'm sure you're aware that the clock is ticking. We're just 4 years, 5 months, and a couple of weeks away from Vision 2030, and before that year becomes a reality. What are your priorities at the NHC in the meantime?
We have, several priorities. Our main and the most important priority is to supply 600,000 homes by 2030. This is a major mandate, supplying to the market, contribution to home ownership, supplying even for beneficiaries, balancing the prices, meeting the demand of the housing in general in the next 5 to 6 years. Such a huge mandate and priority give us second priority, which is securing the supply chain for building those communities. So one major priority for us, how to secure the supply chain. This is now a priority for us, big initiative to secure the materials on time and on budget. And to secure the supply chain, we started to localize those materials to ensure availability of the materials and construction materials and even contractors to deliver such a big mandate of supplying those homes. In addition, we have one of our priorities, how to have our relation with our customer with a very user-friendly journey with our customers. Where we have a digital arm for digital arm, we spin that digital arm for a separate company. We called it NHC Innovation to work in the services, real estate services, and city operation services for our communities and even for the whole kingdom.
Okay, so lots happening on the supply side, 600,000 new houses by the year 2030. Presumably, lots happening as well on the demand side of things as well. Just talk us through the sort of main trends, if you will.
You know, we work and had planned based on the demand and with the central government as well, how to get the land bank that can support us to meet that demand. In our ecosystem and model, we sell units for beneficiaries and non-beneficiaries. So based on our studies, we know there is a huge demand from locals, even from now non-Saudis. There is some circumstances around that, let's say, industry, which is including how to get the right finance for those homes to be sold. So we study that, we study the trends, we study any circumstances, especially for construction cost, financing or interest rate, and we deal with it month by month. How to have different options of home financing, different cash customer through banks, changing the design of the unit to track the ticket price of the units based on any changes in the market dynamics and the trend of the markets to make us able to sell those units, get sales proceed, and then deliver the communities within the time.
Okay, now you touched on this at the beginning of the interview, sir, but we've been talking a lot about Vision 2030 on this programme and how quality of life is really central to that vision. What's the exact role you see housing playing in that vision?
For NHC, always we speak that we are not home builder. Our mandate is not to build homes or boxes. It's more beyond that. It's how to improve quality of life, how people can live their best life within those communities. So, yes, it is right, one major mandate for us to supply the 600,000 units, but within a quality of life communities. So from master planning, we are thinking of how people will live in those communities. We consider all criteria, the street, how we ensure that the street you drive on is accessible, sidewalk that you walk in, how it is peaceful and safe, the landscape, how it is green and peaceful. The community center, how it is within reach in less than 5 minutes. The schools that the kids will attend, how it's close to their homes in a safe environment, and all other aspects that post-handover, how the resident will best or live in those communities of their best life. They can enjoy, can play, can work within those communities. So all these, we consider it in early planning, in our master planning, and how we will have those. This concept is active. People live it post-handover of those communities.
Okay, and just before we wrap up, I mean, I'm sure there are quite a lot of challenges as well that face the housing sector and face, many aspects of such an enormous transformation. Just tell us a bit more about how you're addressing those challenges.
If you mean the challenges, in construction, real estate development, there is usually there's two kind of challenges. One related to supply, one related to demand or the finance. So usually one of the major challenges is the ensuring the supply chain and the materials within the target prices that we planned for. Our model is off-plan sales, so we sell, then we build. So one of the challenges, how to ensure that we get the prices that once we set the sales price, we get the prices that ensure that we can deliver within budget. To overcome such a challenge, we started one, as I just mentioned, one major initiative, how to secure the supply chain locally and how to localize it, and how to sign a frame agreement to hedge the prices for materials during the construction time to ensure that we can overcome such a challenge of let's say, construction spikes, so we can overcome it. On the other hand, usually with changing in the interest rate, this is affect immediately the affordability and the product. So sometimes we have to deal always with the interest rate. When it comes high, we have to deal with it. When the interest rate decreased, then we deal with it with different products. So it is a challenge, but it is always a challenge, and we have to deal with it. Example now, once the interest rate become higher than 24 and 22 or 23, we change our product. We had even introduced a different financing option, different payment method. We increased the cash customers, and just to let you know, in 24 was the interest rate was the highest. At that year, 24, it was the highest for us as a sales. We sold in 24 more than 23 and 22 together. Even as the interest rate was higher because we introduced different products, different payment method, different financing option for our customer. Demand always there, but we have to make our product accessible, sellable to our clients.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. A real pleasure speaking to you. Mohammed Al-Bouti, the CEO of the National Housing Company. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. It's my pleasure.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Well, for more on this, we can cross now to Rosalia Bollen, who is a spokesperson for UNICEF. Rosalia, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. The death toll in Gaza, we're told, has now passed the 58,000 mark. Just tell us what the latest is that you're hearing about the situation on the ground and where the worst of the violence is concentrated.
I mean, to start off, I think it's important to remember that this number is very, very overwhelming. It's a very large number, but we're talking about real people here. There's at least 17,000 children reported killed within that death toll. Those aren't numbers. Those are boys and girls. They're toddlers and babies. That's what we're talking about. In reality, what we've seen over the past couple of weeks is mass casualty events, really on a daily basis. On Thursday, there were 9 children killed. With 4 women. They were queuing with their mothers, waiting to get nutrition support, UNICEF nutrition support in Deir al-Balah. Yesterday morning, 7 children were killed, waiting for water in Al-Nusayrat. And I just saw another report, a breaking news report of several people killed, including possibly children, in a strike on tents in the Al-Mawasi area in southern Gaza, where families have been told to go to. So 21 months into this war, there is no safe place in Gaza. At times, violence has been concentrated in specific areas, especially the eastern side of the Gaza Strip, the northern part of Gaza, Rafah, East and Khan Yunis. But the reality is that people aren't safe anywhere.
Yeah, and you're right to point out that we're not talking about numbers, we're talking about human beings. And it even helps sometimes to give them an identity. I was reading about a 17-year-old boy, his name is Taisir Mansour, living in constant pain. He's been in pain for a year. He suffered severe burns when an Israeli missile struck his home, that destroyed his home, killed his mother, injured his siblings. His situation is now getting worse every day, we're told, because he hasn't got adequate access to medical care. Both his hands might now need to be amputated, and at the same time, he's got limited access to food and medicine. I mean, it's a horrific series of events. How common is that kind of a story, do you think?
You know, sadly, this story isn't just heart-wrenching by itself. The sad reality is that this is not a unique case. It is not an exception. I have interviewed dozens of children myself inside Gaza, children who are severely ill, children who've been severely injured in bombardments, who have been lucky enough to survive the airstrike, but then are unable to access the medical care that they need because of the stress that the health system is under. Hospitals themselves have been turned into battle zones. They face very severe shortages of medicines, and there's just this constant flow of severely injured people day in, day out. I also want to point out that we're talking about injured children, injured civilians, but the reality is that injured doesn't really cover the extent of the injuries that people have very often. I've seen children who've had their limbs amputated. I've seen children who've been burned on very large parts of their bodies. We're not just talking about a couple of scratches. We're talking about children who will likely have to cope for the rest of their lives with their injuries. So sadly, this is a common reality for children and their parents in Gaza. It's the daily struggle of the doctors and the nurses who try to save people's lives without having the means to do so, really. This is also why it's important that more countries in the world take in severely injured patients from Gaza and severely ill patients with pre-existing medical conditions. The hospital system needs to be rehabilitated, but until that's the case, people risk dying right now. They're dying in waiting. They can't afford to wait. So it's important that more people from the Gaza Strip, especially child patients, can get medically evacuated.
Sure, and I just wanted to ask you, I mean, obviously UNICEF is focused on children, and there was one story of a little boy who didn't die, although his parents and 3 brothers all did. He only survived because he was outside getting water. I mean, this is a heartbreaking story, and as we've been saying, these sorts of stories are not isolated. But what's going to happen to that little boy and little boys like that and little girls like that who are now orphans? What's in place to protect them? Because they're extremely vulnerable, aren't they?
Well, what we do see in Gaza is really fantastic solidarity of the community. So for children who've become separated from their parents because the parents have been detained, the parents have been injured, parents have been killed, or simply they're in another part of Gaza and unable to get back to their children, we do see that within the community, within the extended family in the first place, but also in the larger community, people care for these type of children. That doesn't mean that their situation is easy, because there isn't enough food to eat in Gaza. Families really struggle to feed their children, to have enough to eat themselves, and it means that they have an extra mouth to feed. So that is a very important challenge. But these children are certainly exposed to even more risks, protection risks, than other children. When they are on their own, they're at heightened risk of exploitation, of abuse. So their situation is extremely difficult.
I just want to pick up on one thing you were saying at the beginning. We were talking about how, according to UNICEF, 50,000 Palestinian children have been killed or injured in Gaza since October 2023. And yet Israel says these are merely Hamas numbers. They dispute them and say that people that use these numbers are constructing some kind of an anti-Israel narrative. I mean, how do you respond to that?
Well, my colleagues and I have been present on the ground inside Gaza. I happen to be outside of Gaza at the moment, but I've been there for the past 6 months. And UNICEF has had a continuous operational presence inside the Gaza Strip throughout this war. We visit children, we visit families, we interview caregivers, we interview health staff, teachers, and we see the harm that is being done to children and to their families. We see the child injuries. We come across children who have been separated from their parents, or even worse, whose parents have been killed. So this is a daily occurrence that we simply come across and that we document.
Okay, and just one, I just wanted to talk to you about a couple of the other points that have been raised by UNICEF in the last few days. UNICEF says that more than 1 million children are in need of mental health and psychosocial support. I mean, they're perhaps the ones we don't see on our television screens because, of course, there's very limited access to medical care as it is, but when it comes to mental health issues, I can imagine there's even less support. But when we think about those 1 million children, we're talking about an issue that's going to have consequences, aren't we, for many decades to come?
Just to clarify for the viewers, so there's over 2 million people inside the Gaza Strip, and around half of the population is below 18. So there's around 1 million children inside Gaza, and we indeed believe that all of them, the entire child population, and frankly, the rest of the population too, is in very urgent need of mental health and psychosocial support. And that is because of these relentless bombardments. When you are in Gaza, you constantly hear the buzzing and the rumbling of drones and planes. You hear explosions. You hear planes approaching. You know a bomb is going to drop somewhere. You just don't know where. You wonder if it'll drop close to you. You're just constantly on edge. And so children are trapped in a very dangerous and toxic state of permanent stress. With the exception of the ceasefire earlier this year, there hasn't been any respite for children. Children whom I've interviewed talk about death. They're afraid, they're terrified of dying, but something they're even more afraid of is that their parents will die and that they will be left on their own. It's very widespread among the child population inside Gaza. So I'm very glad that you raised this, because the suffering isn't just physical, but it's also mental.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. We're going to have to leave it there. Rosalie Boland, spokesperson for UNICEF, thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Paul, what do you see as the positives out of Donald Trump's second term in presidency so far?
Boy, it is really hard, honestly. I think the positives will be in the reaction to the things that he's done. My hope is that the public has been given the government they chose. Nothing that Trump is doing was outside of what he was signaling and overtly saying he was going to do. The majority of the country, or at least the plurality of the country, voted for this. They're getting it good and hard. I do, in the end, believe in the wisdom of the voters, but they have to feel the effects. And if the effects are what I think they're going to be, and they're not going to be good, you could have a resurgence in this country of a belief that a well-funded, well-managed government is important, that a well-managed set of alliances is important, and we could find ourselves in a better new era, one that we've not felt, certainly in my professional lifetime, when, you know, the two parties were at such loggerheads.
The thing is that even if it was a close election, people still voted Donald Trump in.
Yes.
And those who support him often say, well, what makes him different from a regular politician, some don't see him as a politician, is that he at least does what, as you just indicated, he does what he said he would.
Well, honestly, all presidents do. If you look at the literature on presidential promise keeping, presidents work very hard to pass the legislation and do the executive orders that they said they were going to do on the campaign trail. I think what makes Donald Trump different, I mean, a lot makes Donald Trump different, is I think people really do think he speaks his mind. And he honestly says things that you're not supposed to say, and people love that.
Now, you knew a very different Democratic Party, especially your time working during, with the White House and President Clinton. But of course, there was a lot before that too, in terms of the way the Democratic Party was different. Many commentators wonder if there are any viable figures left in the Democratic Party now to stir up the voters. It seems that it's really missing the kind of charisma it needs to present a real challenge to the Republicans. How do you see that?
Well, you know, there's some very good talent out there in the Democratic Party. I worked for one of the great talents of all time, Bill Clinton. And he was followed by another once-in-a-lifetime talent, Barack Obama. The question is, and it required talent of that level for the Democrats to win. It did not require talent at that level for the Republicans to win. They made it with George W. Bush, who had neither the verbal skills nor the policy understanding of Obama and Clinton or Donald Trump. So the question is there once in a lifetime levels of talent out there? I don't see it, but there's some good people.
Just give me, so I have a perspective on why you feel Bill Clinton and perhaps Barack Obama were talented.
First of all, they had a feel for average Americans because they were. They had come from humble backgrounds. Two, they managed to present themselves as presidents for the whole country, even if half of the country didn't see it that way. But they certainly tried. Three, especially Bill Clinton, was a policy genius and entrepreneur. And a political genius who could move the puzzle pieces of policy ideas around in his mind, tweak them, put them together in a governing vision. And even people who didn't necessarily understand all the policies could feel the power and integrity of what it was, that it was something new, something different, something better. And I think Obama had a little bit of that too. I don't see that. I haven't seen that for a while. And that's what Democrats need to figure out.
One more thought on the Democrats. There was all kinds of reasons why, given by people, analysts, on why Kamala Harris didn't really make it as that people predicted she might. What did you think was wrong? Was it that America was not ready for a woman, perhaps not a woman of color? What was the reason that she didn't really click with you?
Yes and yes. I think that was an uphill battle. I think she ran a great campaign. I can barely fault her. She had a bad hand coming in. It was very last minute. I think she did remarkably well. She is not a policy person. Big ideas, vision, that's not her thing. Not that she's not fluent in it. It's just not her first instinct or first love. And I think she struggled a little bit to present. There is no vision without the right policy background, building blocks. And she had pieces of them, but it didn't develop into. And again, she was hampered by the fact that she was so closely tied to an administration whose leader was so old and was coming off such a tough period.
When do you think America would be ready for a woman president? Hollywood has them all the time now.
Yeah. Yeah. I think we're on the verge. It could happen at any time. I don't think it's unreasonable to, but we might not be there yet.
Especially, a lot of people would say, because of Trump having so many supporters visible now, and they wouldn't be the kind that would want a woman president.
Well, those supporters are not going to vote for a Democrat, so that's not.
It could be either side. I mean, Republican.
Yeah, correct. Boy, it's a lot harder to see the Republicans supporting for a woman getting through the Republican primaries than a woman getting through the Democratic primaries. That's for sure.
It's interesting. Comedian Zach Galifianakis did a satirical interview with Barack Obama, in which he started by asking, "What's it like to be the last black president?" When do you think America would be ready for another president of ethnic minority, color, whatever it would be?
Oh, I think they're ready now. I don't read race into the choices that Americans make to the extent that some others read that. I think it's there, even for voters who have racial animus and who are voting based on race. They hate to be called out on it. And they don't want to think of themselves that way. And, it's fighting words in this point in our country to call somebody racist. That wasn't the case when I was growing up. People were open racists. So, it's a big deal. I think Barack Obama shows it's a deal that can be overcome. And I think we're going to see that with a woman, and I think we're going to see that maybe with a Pakistani American.
Okay, let's see. Yes, you're talking now about New York.
Yes, and I'm also talking about Leigh Khan,
okay.
Another very impressive young Pakistani intellectual who ran the Federal Trade Commission and was there when Mamdani won the race.
Let me get you to put on your journalistic hat now, Paul, and ask how you regard the way the current administration treats the media. What's your perspective on that?
Again, never seen anything like it. Openly giving preferences to openly right-wing outlets and openly transactionally trying to limit what mainstream journalists can say and do by, challenging the regulations and other activities that affect their corporations. It's really the kinds of things you see in autocracies like Russia, Turkey, et cetera. We've never seen anything like it in the United States.
Yet now we have social media, which is a little more independent and outside the control of big institutions, the government included to some degree. What impact could that have going down the road?
Well, it may be in some ways outside the direct control of the federal government, but it's also under the thumb of oligarchs, right? And those oligarchs need the federal government. So really, in Trump's view, nothing should be outside his power. And he has been remarkable in utilizing powers that no other president would have used because it's evil, right, and anti-democratic. He's using them. And so, Katie barred the door. We don't know where this ends.
There are regular stories of journalists being targeted for saying something negative about the administration or the president directly himself. What does that say about the state of freedom of speech in the USA now?
Again, other presidents, look, I was in the Clinton administration during the Monica Lewinsky period. Believe me, the colleagues that I worked with and the president himself did not hold the media in high regard, did not think they were being truthful, did not think they were being fair, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Sorry, an aside, were you asked to advise on that, what Bill Clinton should
Fortunately not. Fortunately not. That was all siloed in the legal department, and the rest of us were free to do the business of the people. But never in a million years would the Clinton administration, or really any administration, countenance the vindictiveness, the retribution, the targeting of individual journalists, the targeting of individual news outlets that we're seeing today.
Have you, as a Washington journalist, someone who's been an insider for a long time, have you had any sense of being able to speak freely now, or do you feel you are at risk?
Fortunately, I don't. I have a very small magazine. We don't have any direct funding from either government, or corporations that are being affected by government. We speak our minds, and we are a magazine that is an opinion-driven, investigative magazine. So we can be open with what we think, as I have been with you in this interview.
Sure.
The demands on other mainstream organizations of presenting the facts and not presenting their own opinions and their own analysis. For those folks who do a remarkable job, my greatest admiration. I don't know how they managed to do it.
I should, by the way, just point out, it's interesting for me to learn that you were an unpaid intern at the Washington Monthly many, many years ago, and then finally end up as editor-in-chief there.
Yeah.
For over 2 decades.
And for that reason, I resisted ever paying our interns until I had a rebellion on my hands from my colleagues, and now we pay them reasonably well.
But when you became editor, I think 2001, editor-in-chief.
Correct.
Yeah? It was a very different time, wasn't it?
Yes. It seemed difficult and dark at the time. We had an administration, George W. Bush, that was breaking new ground in dissembling and policy amateurishness, and yet we look back on it now and it's kind of golden age of Republican, administrations compared to where we're at today. But all of the underlying forces that we're seeing in full bloom today were moving in this direction back then. And what we didn't know is the degree to which they would become in full bloom.
About the speed.
And the speed. It hasn't taken very long. I've been doing this for 24 years, and I thought there would be at some point a reverse reaction among the Republican base and Republican lawmakers. And you saw that almost happen in the Bush years, but it was overwhelmed. And the sort of isolationism that Pat Buchanan tapped early, the anti-immigrant passions that Donald Trump tapped, the shift among Republicans toward the non-college educated voter, and the movement of college-educated voters to the Democratic Party that was already beginning to happen in the 90s. Now it's in full fruition. It's almost as if you have two different parties representing two different Americas.
So, Paul, overall, if you were to assess the state of the U.S. media now, what condition is it in?
Well, economically, it is in terrible shape. The capacities of journalistic outlets to raise the money, the profits, the revenues that they need to do their jobs has just been declining, especially at the local level, but even at the national level, for many years, largely as a result of a combination of technology and monopoly, right? You have Google and other, but primarily Google, Facebook somewhat, Amazon somewhat, taking the advertising revenues that used to support journalism and hoarding them through, their monopoly power. And you just, you've seen now Google, the federal courts have determined Google broke the law in monopolizing the ad technology, and we'll see where that leads. But it leaves most journalistic outlets scrambling to raise money, scrambling to find audiences. And it's remarkable to me that we're seeing journalism of the quality we're seeing in such an impoverished environment.
So now, Paul, I'm going to turn to a time when you had a lot of responsibility, a very interesting and important time in your life, of course, when you were a speechwriter for Bill Clinton. And I want to touch on this because it's nice to get the insider perspective. And I wonder, here you are, you're responsible for the words that come out of the president's mouth. What sort of burden, what sort of stress does that put on you as a speechwriter for the president? And, how stressful is that position when you know what they're going to say is what you wrote?
It is a stressful position. It is requires an immense amount of hours, an immense focus. I've never felt that stress that I did in those 2.5 years. Fortunately, you're not doing it alone. You're part of a team. I was one of 6 to 8 speechwriters who divided up the work. We were working with the senior advisors to the president. We were circulating the speeches with those folks, getting input from those folks. So you had a net under you. And of course, President Clinton famously was his own author and would not be afraid to chop your text into pieces and write his own words on the margins. And
but collaboratively, I presume.
Sometimes. Sometimes, he was giving, when I was there, 2 or 3 addresses, speeches, press hits a day. So often he would have the text in front of him a few hours before he had to go in front of the cameras. But it was enough time for him to sit there and fiddle with it. And, he, like many good politicians, can extemporize. There's a famous story about Bill Clinton in his first State of the Union address being fed the wrong version of the speech, recognizing that, and while the correct version was being fed into the teleprompter, not missing a beat because he was able to remember what it was he was supposed to say.
Presumably, as a speechwriter for president, you have to, and it will take time, learn what the strengths and weaknesses are when it comes to the way you phrase things. I mean, I know this. If ever I have to take as a news reader, for example, when I was doing that rather than a show host, I would have to see words often quite last minute. But also the style of writing would be important. So I guess you have to kind of get in the flow with the person you're writing for.
You do. And, with Bill Clinton, he was famously a vernacular speaker. He didn't want to sound like John Kennedy. He didn't want to sound like Abraham Lincoln. He wanted to sound like the Arkansan, speaking to the folks that he grew up with. So our job was to lean a little bit in the other direction, to make him sound a little bit more presidential. And that was the kind of the tension that made his speeches good, because he would add, we never wrote in that vernacular. We wrote presidential addresses, and he would folksy them up to the extent that he thought that was necessary.
Interesting. So you got the folksy perspective in as well.
Yes.
Which probably made him more charming to a lot of people as well.
Absolutely. And he is has one of the finest political ears in the country.
What was the hardest thing about the job, Paul?
Keeping up with the pace. You were writing 2 or 3 of these a week, and sometimes they were large and required multiple revisions. But honestly, I can't complain. It was one of the greatest experiences anyone who makes his or her living with a pen can possibly have. And I felt privileged every day to go into that building and do that work.
And it's a 24/7 job, really, because the president's all over the world.
That's right. And, we all had, pagers on our belts that we kept by our beds at night. And it didn't happen too often to me that the pager would go off in the middle of the night, but you knew you were on the hook for that. And it was just a remarkable group of people.
In your opinion, who was the best speech giver, if you like, of the presidents, if you ever look back and looked at them?
Obviously Kennedy, obviously Reagan.
What was it about Reagan? Because, again, people often refer back to him.
Reagan was a remarkably good writer. And liberals at the time couldn't imagine it because they thought he was dumb.
Right.
But he understood his own philosophy, and he understood rhetoric. He had very good people working for him. And when we would write speeches for Bill Clinton, one of the things we would do was go back and look at previous presidents' speeches on that subject, be it the economy or education or whatever. And more often than not, we would steal from Ronald Reagan.
And Ronald Reagan was a big joke teller, too.
Fantastic joke teller. And Bill Clinton, I think, has to be in the pantheon of great speech givers. But because of that vernacular tendency of his, when you read the speeches that were given, they don't quite have the same lift. But at the time, they were extremely powerful.
So what you're saying is that if you read them on paper, they don't have the same impact because he delivered the words in such a way that when you actually saw them live, they were different.
He was almost allergic to highfalutin sounding phraseology. Ask not what your country can do for you. That just was not his style. He wanted to talk the way folks talked. And so the ideas were important, the rhetoric was brilliant, the examples were great, but you're not going to chisel them in marble the way you did Abraham Lincoln.
What were the best moments for you during that time?
My favorite moments were being there, seeing him give the State of the Union and waiting for my little couple of paragraphs to show up. I wrote a speech for him that he delivered on the state of democracy in Athens in 1999 that I'm still very proud of. And, my heritage is Greek and I have family there. So I got to write the speech and then watch it right there in Greece with my family. That was pretty special.
Can you recall a favorite phrase that you put in one of your speeches that made it to the international airwaves?
I did have a phrase in that speech and it was written for the Greek audience. And it was something like, none of us can escape the weight of history, but neither should we feel imprisoned by it. And you know, my colleagues wanted the speech to be how we shouldn't worry about history. And I said, you're speaking to Greeks. Every time they turn the corner in Athens, there's the Parthenon. They cannot escape history, their history. So but they need not be imprisoned by it.
You didn't sneak in the beware of Trojans bearing gifts.
I did get one quote from Demosthenes. I was pleased with that, and Pericles.
You know, it's interesting because the way a president comes across, the words you write included, set the sort of the image of America for people. You know, people watch this and it's the charisma or it's the way the words come across. It is quite a big responsibility that way because you affect how the country, the USA, is seen.
Absolutely. In that speech that I was telling you about that President Clinton gave in Athens in 1999, the key point in the speech was him offering a non-apology apology from U.S. support for the Greek junta that took over Greece from 1967 to 1974, I believe. At that time, the Greeks were very angry at Bill Clinton and very angry at the United States because of our support for the fighting of the Serbs in Bosnia. When he offered those few sentences where he said America failed in its obligation to support democracy in Greece, you could see the polling in Greece shift dramatically in a matter of hours. And ever since that speech, you've seen a decrease in Greek anti-Americanism and greater support for the United States. That's the power of good rhetoric.
That's quite remarkable. And presumably also, when you do have to deal with subtle stuff like this, the difficult stuff, you have to be able to phrase it in such a way that a president can say it without perhaps giving an outright apology, for example.
Right.
Without having to commit themselves to a particular agenda or policy.
Correct. And that, you know, those lines in the speech had nothing to do with me. That was future Secretary of State Tony Blinken and several others in the administration carefully crafted that language so that it could not be said to have been an outright apology, but no Greek could miss the implication. And that is the art of diplomacy.
You know, Paul, it's funny, when I moved to the USA, when I left the BBC and joined CNN in 1993, one of the biggest shocks for me was moving from Britain, which, you know, had an empire, you know, the sun never set on, and coming to America and suddenly seeing the UK through the eyes of the outside world, in particular Americans. And it sounds terrible, but it sort of felt diminished. Britain, I was not living there anymore, no longer felt as important in the world. Now, I know you spent time as bureau chief in Berlin. You were covering the former Yugoslav war and so on. How did that change your perspective on how America was seen?
Well, it was almost the opposite. When I was reporting from Berlin, it was hard to sell stories about Europe to a U.S. audience because, again, this was the 90s. America was at maybe its peak of influence, and it felt, why should we listen at all to the outside world? And there was a certain sense, in Europe of a malaise. They had been unable to handle the war in Bosnia. The U.S. had to come in and more or less orchestrate the NATO involvement, which did in the end bring peace to the region. One, as a foreign correspondent at that point, got an almost, sense of the vast superiority in power and prestige of the United States.
How have things changed in the 30 years since?
Well, you being, much more the globetrotter than I, you are in a better position to tell. I would be curious what you think, but, my sense is that the world still pays minute attention to what happens in the United States. And that there is still tremendous yearning in many parts of the world for a for the benign leadership that from time to time, at its best, the United States has provided.
You think that'll come around again?
Yes.
Let me ask you as a final thought, Paul, how do you think history will regard this time? You know, especially now since the second Trump presidency and how the world has kind of shifted under it.
Boy, it's such a hard question. None of us know the answer. That's for sure. I know what I want the answer to be, and I think I can make a plausible case that it will be. And that is, it was a time, you know, Winston Churchill famously said, America will do the right thing after exhausting all other possibilities.
Yeah.
We're in the exhausting all other possibilities phase.
Right.
We're saying to ourselves, we can live without investing in our alliances. We can degrade our friendships. We can exploit the world and pay no price. We can gut the government, gut it of expertise, gut our universities, and pay no price. I think we're going to pay a price. And I think that might just change opinion for the better.
Well, Paul, let's make sure we come back and talk again about
I'd love
this.
to. Let's see if I'm right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Paul Glastris, the editor-in-chief of the Washington Monthly and very much a DC insider, giving us a view through his lens on the US and its current policies. That's it for now. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and leave a comment, and I'll see you next time.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Is Trump's patience with Putin running out? The US president has upped his support for Ukraine. He's announced a weapons package for Kyiv and, for the first time, threatened sanctions on Moscow. But perhaps the most significant shift is less strategic and more semantic. Is it enough, though, to force Russia to make a deal? Stay with us for the debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Another President Trump bromance bites the dust. In the space of 5 months, his opinion of the Russian leader Vladimir Putin has gone from this...
I believe he wants peace. I believe that President Putin, when I spoke to him yesterday, I mean, I know him very well. Yeah, I think he wants peace. I think he would tell me if he didn't. I'd like to see peace.
Do you trust President Putin?
I believe that, I believe that he would like to see something happen. I trust him on this subject.
To this assessment on BBC Radio.
But I'm disappointed in him. Bill, we had a deal done 4 times, and then you go home and you see he just attacked a nursing home or something in Kiev. I said, what the hell was that all about?
And if there's one thing the world has learnt about President Trump's leadership style, it's that he acts on his gut feeling more than calculated strategy. So this seemingly simple change of tone says a lot. It will certainly give Ukraine a morale boost, but will his threats make any difference to the war's outcome? Russia doesn't seem to think so. Officials and pro-war commentators say the US weapons deal for Ukraine is less significant than anticipated and have shrugged off the threat of tariffs and sanctions as hot air. Coming up on Counterpoints, we'll debate, has President Trump changed his mind on Ukraine and Russia's President Putin? Will the threat of tariffs and sanctions against Russia achieve anything? And can Ukraine really win this war, or are there going to be some bitter pills to swallow? And joining us to discuss the latest developments regarding the conflict in Ukraine is Dmitry Polyansky, the current Russian Deputy United Nations Ambassador. Brendan Weikert, a geopolitical consultant who has advised the Department of Defence and is also the author of How the West Lost Ukraine. And rounding out our panel, Sir Michael Fallon, a former British Defence Secretary from 2014 to 2017. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us here on Counterpoints. The US president has made no secret of his desire to extricate the US from overseas conflicts, including the war in Ukraine. He had said he'd end the war on day one of his second term. But since 6 months on, and the US is still embroiled in seemingly endless and uneventful rounds of negotiations. The latest round will be in Istanbul on Wednesday. This will be the first time the sides have met since President Trump started talking tough against Russia, threatening tariffs and sanctions if a deal isn't struck. So, Ambassador Polyansky, let's start with you. Has President Trump changed his position and his opinion on Russia and President Putin with regards to the conflict in Ukraine?
Well, I think this question would be logically better directed to President Trump himself, because I can't bet on what in President Trump's mind. We know that U.S. foreign policy has been mercurious, to put it mildly, for quite a long time, and it's sometimes very difficult to guess what is the next step. In any case, I know that our two presidents have certain chemistry among them. They have regular contacts almost every 1 month. They have a telephone conversation. And I think that the person who would be best placed to comment what has changed or hasn't changed would be my president, President Putin. So I would leave it to him.
What do you make of that, Brandon?
Well, I think that the president of Trump is very mercurial, and I think that he, as somebody who has dealt with the Mar-a-Lago crew for the last 8 years, he is very unpredictable. That is both a benefit and a negative. I believe here, though, the president has made a strategic calculation that in order for negotiations to be had, he needs to gain leverage. And I think he thinks, and I think this is a mistake with all due respect to President Trump, I think he thinks that by flooding in what little weapons we have remaining in our arsenals here to the Ukrainians, that will somehow allow him to gain leverage. But I'm looking at 160,000 Russian troops being readied for an offensive this summer. They're massing along Donetsk, Kharkov, and Zaporizhia. To me, this is not boding well for the Ukrainians. My hope had been that we would already be well into negotiated settlement by now, but the President Trump has decided to, not make good on his campaign promise. This could very well come back to bite him and NATO, because Russia is poised to win this thing, in my opinion.
Okay, talking NATO then, Michael, what do you make of both of those comments?
Well, clearly Ukraine is in a very difficult position at the moment. Civilians are being shelled nightly. What the Russians are doing there is outrageous. It's contrary to all international law. It's contrary to the laws of war itself. And what we ought to be thinking about as friends and allies of Ukraine is how we can help. Now, clearly President Trump is running out of patience. He wanted this war to end. We all want it to end. He wanted to end relatively quickly. We would all like that. We've all been encouraging the negotiations, but so far, of course, Russia has not been seriously negotiating. It's been repeating demands it's been making since the beginning of the invasion over 3 years ago. So unless we get some serious response from Russia, it's very hard to see what else we can do other than simply help Ukraine restock its military, defend its civilians as best it can, and repeat its claim to the territory that it owns and the territory that it was guaranteed by the United States, by the United Kingdom, and indeed by Russia under the Budapest treaties.
Deputy Ambassador Polyansky, what do you make of that? Is Russia not seriously negotiating here? Is that perhaps why we're seeing the US president changing his tone towards the Russian president?
On the contrary, Russia has been seriously negotiating from day one. By the way, the last comment, I think it's quite a common one for a person who starts history from February 2022, as if nothing previously has happened in Ukraine and elsewhere. So this is a very shallow view, and there are less and less such views in the United Nations, thankfully. But nevertheless, we still face some of these commentaries. And from day one, I think even long before the beginning of our special military operation, Russia was ready to solve Ukrainian issue, Ukrainian crisis through negotiations. We proposed very serious security arrangements to the West at the end of 2021, which were rejected. From day one, we said that we would prefer a diplomatic solution to this, and diplomatic solution would entail addressing the root causes of this conflict, and that is the thing that we, from day one, again, told President Trump, that in order to solve this issue, in order to have sustainable, long-lasting peace, we need to address root causes of this conflict. And we are still on this position. Nothing has changed there. So Russia has been very consistent, whereas the others, those who were creating Ukrainian crisis, those who were responsible for the project anti-Russia, which was implemented in Ukraine, has been implemented since at least 2014. Of course, these people are not interested in any kind of settlement. You know that Ukraine was very close to have a peaceful deal and settlement in Russia in 2022, in April, when Russian troops were not far from Kiev, and as a gesture of goodwill, we withdrew our troops then from Kiev. But then certain Mr. Johnson came there and kind of undermined all the efforts that were leading to peace. I think that's very consistent for British diplomacy to undermine every peace efforts, and that's what they are doing right now in connection to the talks that are continuing in Istanbul.
Deputy Ambassador,
some rewriting of history going on here. It was Russia, of course, that invaded Crimea back in 2014 when I was Defense Secretary. It was Russia who began the incursions into the Donbass. These things happened.
If you call a referendum of people when more than 90% wished to join Russia, if you call it invasion, then of course, and who was there who implemented this coup in Kiev in February 2014? Do you absolutely deny it? Do you think that it never happened? And do you think that there was no involvement from the West? Maybe you are at this position. It's not clear from what you're saying.
I think you're rewriting history again and again and again. Look, the position is if we want to end this war, then two sides have to be serious about negotiating an end to its war. And that means Russia, too, has to come to the table with some more positive proposals and not simply say that its troops must stay illegally in a country that they've invaded.
Brandon, I know you were about to jump in there. What's your take? Bring us in. And also I want to ask you to comment as well. We heard the Deputy Ambassador there saying that Russia is consistent with its negotiating policy. Whether you think President Trump has been consistent with regards to this progress as well.
Well, I'll just start out at the back end there. The one thing I do know from talking to my contacts in Russia over many years, they've said the same thing to me during the Biden administration that they say during the Trump administration, which is, you know, the prerequisite is NATO's got to at least temporarily stop flowing weapons into Ukraine. Every time the Trump administration has gotten near to this decision to temporarily halt weapons, not stop them entirely, but temporarily halt them as a prerequisite for getting a negotiation going, something happens where the Ukrainians try to take out Putin's helicopter like they did in May, or they launch a surprise attack on Russian long-range nuclear bombers deep inside Russia. So, of course, you know, peace at that point is no longer on the table. We're back to square one, where Trump is being forced to basically flood weapons into Ukraine's coffers. we don't have the weapons that we used to have. A week and a half ago, the Pentagon reported that we had gone below war reserves with our arsenals between dealing with the Ukraine war plus the Israel-Iran conflict. I'm not going to get into the emotional side. I'm an American. I don't have a dog in this race in reality. My position is a purely logistical one. It doesn't make sense for us to be pressing this war when our stockpiles on critical weapons are so low. And let's face it, without the United States, NATO is nothing. They can't do this on their own. They shouldn't be trying to do this on their own. And I'll just put a final point here on this and say, not only should we be getting a negotiated settlement on Ukraine with Russia, but Putin should sit down with the Russians. Trump should sit down with the Russians and the Chinese and work out an entirely new deal, a tripolar deal that recognizes that the old world is gone and we are now in a tripolar system of the U.S., Russia, and China, and that should be the starting point for whatever new system is being birthed here.
I find that extraordinary. I mean, you want a new world in which countries are allowed to invade their neighbors and to use. It's just history.
I don't get emotional about these things. This is what it is. This is how it is. Unfortunately,
look, I understand. I quite understand why the Americans are fed up with this fight. I quite understand that. I've heard that from Biden. I've heard that from many Americans for some time now. I quite understand that argument that America has to look after itself and can't keep reducing its stockpile. Let's agree on that. But it is not the case that Ukraine should not be allowed to defend itself. Any country under international law is allowed to defend itself and to ask its friends for material help. That is perfectly legal and acceptable.
Let me just clarify one thing.
And it is on that basis.
Themselves, that's fine. But they have to have the capacity, and they don't have the capacity. And what happens is they keep looking to Big Brother in Washington to protect them, and then they make really bad maneuvers that forces us to double down, and then we find ourselves locked into a borderline direct conflict with Russia, which is not in America's interest.
I can accept
or Britain's interest, to be honest with you.
I can accept quite a bit of that. But, you're characterizing it as NATO. Individual countries now in Europe, Britain, been taking the lead, have got to step up now and give Ukraine the weapons it needs to defend itself. Kyiv and other cities are being shelled.
But the Europeans
Civilian
don't have
areas
that
are being
capacity.
bombarded, are being hit by missiles. And, it is our obligation on our continent to do far more to help protect Ukraine from this kind of shelling and missile attacks.
But as long as Article 5 exists,
Okay, I want to bring the Deputy Ambassador in to get his take on what both of you gentlemen are saying. Deputy Ambassador Polyansky, what's your take?
What's my take on what? On this very interesting discussion?
Well, I mean,
whether they should help Ukraine or not, I think that's absolutely outdated discussion because, it's absolutely clear for everybody that Ukraine will lose. It's a matter of time whether you provide weapons or whether you do not provide weapons. I think this is settled. What is more tragic, I think, is the position of Europe, including Britain. I mean, not only the EU, but Europe. When Europe has made a clear choice of preparing for a war with Russia, which Russia never proclaimed, and it's not Russian aim. We're very, very worried by the statements that we hear right now. I think that we have made enough of gestures of goodwill during the recent years, which were not appreciated. And now the choice is absolutely towards militarization of Europe, towards kind of presenting Russia as an enemy, which Russia isn't. We have been very consistent in explaining why this whole thing started, what is the origin of Ukrainian crisis, why we should tackle the origins of Ukrainian crisis to solve it and to prevent Europe from another war. But if Europe doesn't want it, if Europe prefers warmongering and disregarding obvious things, when it's Europeans' choice, they can shoot themselves in both feet. This is absolutely their choice. But for us, this is very consistent what we are doing. We're defending our country. We're defending our compatriots. You said that there was an opinion said that Ukraine has the right to defend itself, but Ukraine doesn't have the right to oppress its own citizens. Ukraine didn't have the right to wage a war against Russian-speaking population in the East, which was happening since 2014. and the West tried to turn a blind eye to this situation. Now they pretend, like one of our guests, that nothing has happened before February 2022, and that Russia allegedly launched an aggression against Ukraine. People were saying unprovoked. Now they kind of missing the word unprovoked, because this is ridiculous, of course, to see like this.
So very much
you are in
provoked.
this kind of illusions. If you are trying to twist history and to present it in a very simplified way, go ahead. We are doing what we can do on the battlefield, and that's what we will be doing, unless there is a sustainable diplomatic solution, unless people would listen to us and would be ready to come to a negotiating table in good faith.
It'll be interesting because we are going to see on Wednesday, there will be a lot of assessment, I suppose, on whether Russia is there in good faith. And, you know, perhaps we'll pick up this conversation next week as well and see where we're at. But let's move on to our second segment because I know, Deputy Ambassador, we're going to lose you shortly. I want to make sure we're covering all of our bases. President Trump has given Russia 50 days to reach a ceasefire deal, or else he's threatening to impose tough sanctions on the country and secondary sanctions on its energy customers. That would include China and India. But it certainly hasn't scared Moscow back to the negotiating table just yet. In the weeks since he made the announcement, Moscow has continued its nightly bombing campaign and is refusing to back down from its hardline ceasefire demands. So, Brandon, let me go to you first. Will the threat of tariffs and sanctions from the US against Russia force them to make a deal? We're going back to the table on Wednesday. Are we going to get a different outcome?
My colleagues at the Pentagon are quite convinced that this is the way forward. I am, again, on the outlier. I think this is a waste of time. We're going to sanction India, a country we're trying to play nice with to help us contain China. This, to me, just this is not good grand strategy. We should be dropping this canard of tariffs all the time and going after these countries like Russia. We need to get a deal. Part of getting a deal is recognizing the Russians have made real gains on the ground in Ukraine. They will not be rolled back no matter how much weapons we give them. We need a deal. No more extending this thing. Trump's trying to get leverage. I get it, but this is not how he's going to get leverage. It's just going to ensure that Russia is hardened and they go in harder.
What do you think about it, Michael? I mean, we've had multiple rounds of negotiations. We haven't gotten anywhere. The EU has done sanctions. We haven't gotten anywhere. The UK is talking about, you know, revoking trade talks. We haven't gotten anywhere. Now, the US is talking sanctions and tariffs. Is it going to get us anywhere?
Well, I hope it will eventually. The problem with the Europeans, and Britain included, is we've never been tough enough on the sanctions. We should have imposed tough sanctions when Russia invaded Crimea, right at the start. Back in 2014. We didn't. We even excluded oil and gas entirely. We've got the Europeans, I think, working on an 18th package. You know, that tells you something about the previous 17 packages of sanctions. They weren't adequate enough. If we're serious about forcing Russia to the table, then we should be serious about sanctions. We should stop purchasing oil and gas in Western Europe. We should be using frozen Russian assets in turn to help Ukraine recover, and we should be encouraging the United States to use the Graham legislation, the sanctions bill that is there and waiting, to make sure that no more money flows into Russia to finance this evil military operation that is still every night killing more and more people in Ukraine.
Okay, Dmitry, now you've heard both of those sides. What's Russia looking? Is Russia worried about these proposed threats from the US?
Do I look worried about these threats? I don't think we should be, because we have got used to sanctions. There were indeed harsh sanctions, harshest sanctions, whatever. I don't know what do you call them. We have accustomed to live under sanctions. Moreover, we have benefited a lot from the situation when there is no European companies in the market and American companies in the market. Now we have launched domestic productions of a lot of issues. We are self-sustainable. The percentage of oil and gas in our revenues has diminished very significantly. I think these are obvious facts. So if you want to go ahead with the sanctions, do it, no problem. We've got used to it. But this is not a serious conversation. We thought that there was, from the start, there was a conversation of adults in the room. Of course, Europeans and British are no longer adults in the room. They have proven their childish behavior and their complexes, but we thought that Americans at least were adults in the room. So we'll see how it is going right now. And I can reiterate again one thing, that in order to solve this issue, and we want very much to have sustainable, long-lasting, peaceful settlement for the Ukrainian crisis, you need to address the root causes of this crisis. Otherwise, this can spill over. Otherwise, this can really poison situation in the world, because we need to get rid of these circumstances of the moves that preceded our special military operation, that created Ukrainian crisis, that created this kind of hornet's nest on our borders, which is called Ukraine, but in de facto it's anti-Russia. De facto it's a Western military, private military company which is being armed by Western arms and aimed at Russia. By the way, one little comment before I leave. Someone here mentioned about Russia's nightly deadly attacks against population. I think this is the biggest lie that is being promoted elsewhere. And you know that we're attacking only military infrastructure, on the infrastructure linked to the military potential of the Kiev regime. And that's what we're doing right now. Even if you look at the last wave
take a look at the photos
of the attack. Oh, yes, the photos would be proving you absolutely wrong, with all due respect. So if it were
apartment blocks, children's nurseries.
Look at Gaza, then you will see what will mean deliberate targeted attacks against children's nurseries and whatever. And look at Kiev, look at other Ukrainian cities, you will understand that we're not targeting civilians. And saying the contrary would be lying deliberately about this. So this is very important about this. We're not fighting Ukrainians, we're fighting Kiev regimes, and we are fighting its sponsors. This is very important, and we will continue.
Okay, before you leave us, let's give Sir Fallon the right of reply there.
Well, this is nonsense. You're killing Ukrainians every night. You've been doing that more intensively this year than in previous years. And it's clear now from the way you've set out your position that Russia actually isn't serious about negotiating. You're simply repeating the same demands that you've been making since 2014 or 2022. So you don't want this to end. You want people to go on being killed in Ukraine, and you hope, of course, that the West will weaken. Well, I have to tell you, in London, in Paris, in Berlin, the Europeans are not prepared to let this go. They have no hostility towards Russia. NATO is a defensive alliance, but Russia has already invaded Georgia, has now invaded Ukraine twice. And we have to be very clear that if our friends in Europe call on us for help, then yes, we will continue to supply them with the weapons they need to defend themselves and to stop this appalling loss of life.
Now, unfortunately, we are going to lose the Deputy Ambassador in a couple of minutes. But before we let you go, I just want to ask you one quick final question. The US says that some of Russia's demands are unreasonable. They want Russia to come back to the table with a more flexible attitude. We're talking about threats of sanctions. We're talking about tariffs. Do you think that these threats from the US could potentially prolong this war rather than cutting it short?
Well, I think that there is a lot of pressure on President Trump. President Trump was very sincere from the beginning to put an end to this conflict. And I think that he has all the chances to do it. But of course, if he listens to the globalists, if he listens to people who don't want this war to stop, but on the contrary want them to continue, there will be these ups and downs in his rhetoric. So we'll see how serious U.S. administration is at this point. In any case, we count on ourselves. We are peaceful people. We want peace, and we reiterate this once again. But when we have Russophobia in European capitals, specifically in the ones that were enumerated right now, we don't have other choice but to defend ourselves, and we will do it, no matter what measures are being taken or...
Brandon, a quick reaction from you before we say goodbye to the ambassador.
Those who take these measures. This is absolutely clear.
Brandon, do you want to weigh in on any of that before we lose the ambassador's time here?
I would just say that the United States is needlessly, in my opinion, prolonging this thing. You know, I'm not going to get into the emotional side of this war. It's very emotional. But ultimately, the United States is running low on critical arms, and we are going to need to back away from one of these conflicts. And I'm very concerned that Europe is trying to ensnare the United States with an Article 5 declaration, which would be very devastating for our country as well as the president's domestic agenda.
Okay. Brendan Weichert and Sir Michael Fallon, stay with us. We will say goodbye to Russia's Deputy Ambassador to the United Nations, Dmitry Polyansky. We know we have to leave it there with you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us here on Counterpoints. Okay, thank you very much to the Russian Deputy Ambassador to the United Nations, Dmitry Polyansky. We appreciate your time here on Counterpoints. Staying with us, we have our two remaining panellists. We are joined by Brandon Weichert, a geopolitical consultant who has advised the Department of Defence and is also the author of the book How the West Lost Ukraine, and Sir Michael Fallon, the former British Defence Secretary from 2014 to 2017. Gentlemen, thanks for staying with us on our panel. Let's round out our conversation by looking at where this could go in the very near future. President Trump began his term with an America First isolationist agenda that deprioritized Ukraine and put into question NATO's commitments. Yet mounting pressure from European countries, from the UK to rearm Kyiv, led by Germany and the United Kingdom, has triggered somewhat of a U-turn from the US president and renewed his focus on military backing for Ukraine, albeit via NATO. So, first of all, Sir Michael, let me start with you. Are the Europeans attempting to keep the US on board to continue the fight because they know they can't do it without the US?
I don't think it's quite as straightforward as that. I think the Europeans are quite rightly listening to Trump. I was Defence Secretary during Trump's first year of his first term. And, you know, I can imagine when he came back into office, he saw that the Europeans had still not raised the spending to the right levels, and they hadn't. And he's, you know, already now you see a fresh commitment in Europe to increase their defence spending, to look after their own continent, and to reduce some of their dependencies on some of the American enablers that we don't do very well in Europe. Heavy lift, air-to-air refueling, missile defence, and so on. So you're seeing Europe now responding to President Trump and saying, yes, it's our responsibility here on our continent. We quite accept that America has to look to Indo-Pacific, has to look to restore its own military. We quite understand that. But we want America and Trump to understand that these conflicts actually are interconnected, that Russia and China and North Korea and Iran, these are all now engaged against our Western values. And you see North Korean troops now involved in Ukraine. You've seen Chinese weaponry being used in Ukraine. You see Hamas leaders being received in Moscow. All these conflicts now, Indo-Pacific and European theatre, they're all now interconnected. And therefore, what we can do by holding the line in Europe, continuing to help Ukraine resist Russian aggression, in the end, that is helping America concentrate its efforts in turn over in the Indo-Pacific.
Brandon, do you agree with that?
Not really. The problem right now, with all due respect, is Europe's capacity and capabilities is going to take more than a decade to really be able to do anything. Everything they're talking about doing, from heavy lift capacity down the line, we're talking the 2030s, the earliest, is when these things are going to be indigenously really able to be used. This whole thing is just sort of, again, respectfully, it's sort of a fantastical argument. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it's all going to fall back on the American shoulders. The idea that somehow Europe, which again is tethered to the United States via Article 5 of NATO, somehow they're going to be able to potentially escalate in Ukraine without somehow ensnaring the Americans. I think even if that's the intention, it's going to be impossible to avoid that outcome. I also want to just kind of quibble one thing. In your initial question, you said that the United States, Trump had run as an isolationist candidate. To be clear, Trump is not an isolationist candidate, and I would argue the United States has actually never been isolationist, not truly, which is fine by me, but we're not isolationist. What Trump has talked about is prioritizing. What his America First people have talked about is prioritizing. We cannot prioritize either the Indo-Pacific, which is a far greater concern for us than Europe will ever be, again, respectfully, and we have to prioritize also our own Western hemispheric defense. We have allowed the Western hemisphere to be penetrated by every single rival that this country, the United States, has, and we've done almost nothing to stop that from happening. And so, in my opinion, what we should be doing is completely ending the Ukraine war and removing ourselves entirely from the European equation. I recognize that there is connectivity between Iran and Russia and China and North Korea. But I would argue that our continued insistence on doubling down and expanding the war in places like Ukraine is actually forcing these countries closer together. And I would remind everybody who keeps saying that, well, China and Russia, you have to fight China in Ukraine through Russia. Well, the problem is, we saw in Iran, neither the Russians nor the Chinese ultimately did much of anything to stop the Trump administration from bombing the Iranian regime. So at some level, these countries are not as closely knit together naturally as is being presented here. In fact, our constant dinging them with military and other forms of aggression is actually forcing them to come together. I want to divorce those powers together, and the one way you can do that is by stepping back a bit and letting diplomacy take shape.
Well, that's giving Ukraine away, essentially.
It's giving Eastern Ukraine away. It's giving the side that the Russians have always basically held, which is the Russian-speaking portion, which is where I think the Russians were willing to go. But now, of course, sir, we've continued to fight, and now the Russians are looking at annexing now Odessa. Whereas I know for a fact in January, when they were talking about negotiated settlements, they were willing to negotiate on Odessa as well, which is a key linchpin for the West. But now that opportunity is probably gone, and I do not believe the Ukrainians will be able to stop the Russians from taking Odessa at this point. Sorry.
So, Michael, go ahead.
Well, no, I don't think that's right. The position at the moment is that if you allow Russia to win this war in Ukraine, then none of the former territories of the Soviet Union are safe. They've already invaded Georgia. They're perfectly capable of invading more of Georgia, protecting the Russian-speaking population there. They're perfectly capable of invading one of the Baltic states. There are plenty of Russian speakers there who they will claim are being abused by the government of Estonia or Latvia or Lithuania. They're perfectly capable, if they're allowed to win in Ukraine, of going again. And that is why, in the end, we have to halt this kind of aggression. Appeasing dictators like Putin
it very difficult to believe
we've learned that twice in Europe.
I find it very difficult to believe that the Russians would even try to take Poland, for instance. I find that very
maybe not Poland, but the point is, twice we've had to call on American help to stop a dictator in Europe, and we've learnt, and so have the Americans, a very grim lesson. The later you leave it, the more difficult and costly and expensive in lives it turns out to be. And we've got to make it clear to Russia, you either live by international law or we will sanction you and we will keep resisting what you're doing.
So, Michael, let me ask you this. I'm curious. Do you think Ukraine really can win this war?
It can win it with help, with sustained help from the international community. Now, I totally understand that, we were late in providing that help. I wish we'd provided the weapons they wanted back in 2014. I fought for that. I lost the argument. Nobody else wanted to do it. Obama didn't want to do it. Merkel didn't want to do it. And we, in the end, didn't want to do it. So we set up training programs instead of giving them the very weapons they needed, the anti-tank weapons, to stop what was happening down in the Donbass. We should have helped them earlier with weapons, and we can still help them with weapons. We can still help them shoot down some of these incoming missiles, and we can still help them recharge their military and give them the equipment they need. Now, that's going to need a lot more effort from the Germans, from the French, from the Brits, from other countries in Europe, but it's our responsibility, and I'm perfectly content with America to tell us, that we've been slow on it. We need to get going on it. But if we just let this run, and Russia takes what? Half of Ukraine, 2/3 of Ukraine, Georgia will be next. And slowly but surely there'll be pressure on the 3 Baltic states after that. NATO is a defensive alliance and has a responsibility to defend its own borders.
But neither Ukraine nor Georgia are NATO members, nor should they be.
Exactly.
So this, so this whole conversation is sort of moot. We should not be pouring all these resources into Ukraine. And with all due respect to the Georgians, we shouldn't be worrying about what happens to Georgia. It's not our problem. What we should be doing, both the United States as well as the Europeans, is focusing like a laser on reconstituting our defense industrial bases. We have not done that. Mark Rutte said 2 months ago in a panel discussion, he said that the Russians are producing every 3 months that which it takes an entire year for the whole NATO defense industrial base to produce. That has not changed. And if anything, and the ambassador was correct before he left, he mentioned the fact that, look, we've sanctioned Russia. We've gone after their defense industrial capacity, and they're getting stronger and they're getting better. So why do we want to keep pressing this particular fight when the Russians are?
I don't want to interrupt you, but I've already conceded that argument. I fully understand that argument. I've heard it from Bridge Colby when he's been through London. I had lunch with him. I understand that you want to reinforce the American military, rebuild the American defense industrial establishment, and better protect yourselves, particularly in the Indo-Pacific. I accept all of that. But if you're therefore saying that any other democracy can be invaded and America will not respond in the way that it has responded down the years to that call for freedom, if you're saying America's not going to respond ever again to a democracy that's invaded, then we really are looking at a new type of world order where might is right. And I couldn't accept that.
That's an interesting point, Brandon.
That's the reality. I think that is the reality, though, of where we are. And I would just say, in my belief, and I include my own country in this, no country has an inherent right to exist. It's only the ability to defend that right to exist that matters. And right now, the Ukrainians are nearing depletion, and as are we. And like I said at the beginning of the conversation, it is a known fact that we have depleted our war reserves. We are below war reserve status.
So, Brandon, let me ask you this then.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a valid point, what Michael is saying. What kind of message do you think it sends to US allies that after all the long history they've had, when the US decides it's no longer in their interest, they're out and they're going to abandon you? What message does that send about the United States leading from the front?
To Taiwan.
It doesn't really matter, because we've done this many times before. Ask the Kurds. We abandon allies all the time. That's just the way it goes. And unfortunately, right now, the United States is not in a position to make good on all of these commitments, these legacy commitments that we were handed, from previous generations. What we need to be doing is telling our partners, guys, you're going to have to stand up on your own, because Uncle Sam has bigger problems closer to home and elsewhere. And so far, the Trump administration came in like they were going to say that, but for whatever reason, they've changed their mind. But the fundamentals haven't changed here. And this is why I said, not only do we need to be negotiating a new grand bargain with Ukraine and Russia, we need to be negotiating a new grand bargain on the world order itself. It is a tripolar system, and it's going to take a miracle to prevent it from breaking down into World War III. But we've got to turn into this thing and stop trying to cling on to yesterday's world. It's a new world now.
Is it?
What do you mean by a tripolar system? Is any of the big countries, Russia and China particularly, can invade any of their neighbors they like? That's what you mean by a tripolar system.
I'm not saying morally I'm okay with this. What I'm saying is this is the reality we're presented with. And I believe we can create a new understanding that might curb some of those aggressive appetites. The ambassador was not incorrect, and I know you didn't agree with him, but again, we have to acknowledge this. This war did not happen in a vacuum, okay? It goes back to many, many years in which NATO was provoking at different times the Russians over Ukraine. We were needling them because we thought, hey, the Russians were too weak to really do anything. And now the Russians are saying we're not so weak anymore, and we're going to stand up for what we perceive to be our interests and our near abroad. I think that is the way the world is going to work.
But
We're almost out of time, so Michael, your response?
Let me ask you a quick question on that. You say if your tripolar arrangement might curb aggression. How does it curb China's aggression towards Taiwan if you're giving Russia essentially a free pass in Ukraine?
We're not giving them.
Explain that to me.
We haven't given them a free pass. We have resisted. In my summation, the Russians are not trying to take all of Ukraine. They're trying to take the part that they've basically held on to this entire time. Now, I think if we can create a new understanding that is predicated on reality, not this fantastical notion of what once was, we can probably create a new method of understanding with the Chinese as well, where we can reinforce the second island chain and we can do that. But we can't even talk about doing that because we've blown through so many stockpiles of weapons in Ukraine and in the Middle East. So this whole conversation is sort of ridiculous because the Chinese are looking at us right now in the current order and saying, we can maybe take Taiwan now because the Americans have depleted themselves fighting the Russians and fighting in the Middle East for 20 years. What I'm saying to do is we create a new understanding that acknowledges the reality that there are two other very great powers now in the world, and we make adjustments accordingly. That needs to be the way forward.
Okay, we're almost out of time. So, Sir Michael, wrap it up for us. Your take on that? Is this a whole new world? We just got to get used to it.
Well, it's an extraordinary world if this is going to be the case, that we have some kind of understanding that Russia and China, will somehow become nicer players in the world. If they're allowed to do what they want. No, if you're a Democrat in Taiwan, you're certainly not going to be encouraged by that. Look, I completely buy the argument, and I've said this endlessly tonight, that America is entitled to put itself first, entitled to rebuild, entitled to reduce its international commitments if it needs to do that. I get that. Entitled also to ask the allies, wherever they are, Australia or in Europe, to do far more for themselves. I buy all of that, but it doesn't follow from that by simply allowing might to be right, armies to trample over borders, that you're actually going to end up with a safer world. You're not. All these democracies, Georgia is still just a democracy. Taiwan is a democracy. All these democracies will be at risk if you allow Russia to win any part of Ukraine.
Gentlemen, we are out of time. I'm going to have to leave it there, but this has been incredibly interesting. We appreciate your insights, of course. Thank you to all of our panellists for those really interesting arguments on both sides of the equation, which is what we love to bring here in Counterpoints. Thank you very much for joining us. Brandon Weichert, Senior National Security Editor at The National Interest, and Sir Michael Fallon, a former British Defence Secretary during 2014 to 17. Thank you very much. Earlier, we also had on the panel Dmitry Polyansky, Russia's Deputy United Nations Ambassador. Thanks to all of you. And thank you to everyone at home for joining us on Counterpoints. To watch all the latest debates and interviews, subscribe to Al Arabiya on YouTube and follow us on social media and TikTok. Thanks for your company.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
and no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
I'm delighted to say I'm joined by world pool champion Fedor Gorst, who joins us live from Saudi Arabia, where he's defending his world pool championship. You're about to defend your world title in Saudi Arabia. How is your mindset going into this compared to when you first won it in Saudi last year?
I feel like my mindset is in a better place this year than last year or 2 years ago, even like 5 years ago when I won it the first time. You know, I was a unexperienced, unmatured player, I would say. Now I feel like my game, my mindset is in a different place. I feel like I've matured a lot throughout the years, and I feel like I'm more prepared than last year.
You've played in Saudi Arabia before. What was that experience like on and off the table?
You know, I've played there last year, was my first time, and really the arena is sick. You know, it's a big arena. You're playing under bright lights. The atmosphere starting from the last 16 was amazing. The fans were super supportive, and I expect nothing but the same this year. You know, I'm ready.
Do you see Saudi Arabia becoming a global hub for Q Sports over the next decade, especially with Saudi hosting the World Cup in 2034?
Yes, I think there's definitely a possibility of seeing champions in the next decade or so, like you said, coming from Saudi. You know, we're going to be playing world championships and maybe possibly more tournaments now in Saudi for many, many years now. And obviously, that's creating that buzz around the game here and around our sport. And hopefully it's going to encourage more and more locals to start practicing and maybe one day become a world champion.
In 2024, you made history by winning the World Pool Masters, the WPA World 9-Ball Championship, as well as the US Open. What keeps pushing you after such a dominant year?
You know, finding motivation is always probably the toughest thing for athletes. And for me to be staying hungry, it's not really about, you know, the money. It's not really about the titles. It's really about the game. And as long as I'm passionate about the game and I just enjoy myself playing, I can only enjoy myself playing when I play good. And when I feel that I, you know, have a bad day or a bad week, bad month, it only pushes me to practice and practice more. So I guess my mistakes is my motivation.
Do you ever let yourself imagine being considered the greatest pool player of all time? Is that a goal that you're chasing? Is it something that helps to keep you motivated?
No, this is not a goal that I would like to chase. Really, it's I don't know. It doesn't really match my personality, I would say. It's not the goal that I will be going after.
Now that you're representing Team USA in the Moscone Cup, after becoming US citizen, how does it feel going against Team Europe, especially once having played for them?
No, it's just more fun for me, I would say. You know, it's a different experience. You know, instead of being a favorite in the match before the match starts, you're being an underdog, and you know, the teams are completely different. It's a different vibe, playing in different teams. Also, the way you know, their approach and stuff. I wouldn't say I feel like different pressure or anything. I would just say it's a different experience, and I like this one, playing for the Americans, a lot better playing for the Europeans.
Pool is seeing a major growth online. How has that impacted your career and the way fans engage with you?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of hype around the game. It's been on social media the last 2 years, and I'm trying to grow my social media as well. And I can see that there's a lot of interest from the younger generation people online. So I think it affected me in a good way. There's a lot of attention coming from, even from the outside of the industry now, coming to pool. So I think it's going to help our sport to grow overall.
And how many hours are you practicing a day when you're in your full prep mode?
Yeah, just like anything, they say you have to practice 10,000 hours. You got to spend 10,000 hours to do anything, to become a professional at anything in life. And really, I didn't count how many hours I've practiced in my life, but I would guess it's more than that. Now, how much I practice now, it really depends on my schedule. Like you said, off season, we don't really have the off season. The majors are almost happening every 2 months, and then you have the smaller tournaments, so you're basically staying on the road all the time. And when I do that, I try to practice less just to stay in shape physically. You don't want to burn out just because you want to get better and practice 8 hours a day. But I can say that when I was younger, when I was in my 16, 18s, I was practicing a lot, even living back in Russia, I used to practice 8-10 hours a day, skipping school at times. I was just very, very eager to learn and hungry to become a champion, I would say.
And are you following a fitness or recovery routine to stay sharp, both physically and mentally?
Yeah. I work with a few different physiotherapists, I would say. I don't know what's the right word for it. But I have a team. I have a pre-match routine that I do. Usually, we stretch a lot because pool players are dealing with back pain all the time. It's a one-sided sport. I would say just same as golf or archery. Nothing too crazy. We don't work a lot with weights. It's a lot of, I would say, yoga type, light weights, a lot of work with resistant bands, yoga blocks, myofascial release balls and stuff like this.
And what's the best match that you've ever played and what made it special?
Probably the finals of the World Championships last year, was the biggest prize that I won of my career. And also the way I won the tournament was so special for me because I came from behind in so many matches, including the finals. So I think it was just the biggest match that I've played in my career so far.
So obviously there's a lot of pressure involved in these finals. Is there any way that you can prepare for that?
I mean, there's no really preparation. You can't really say that you got to do A and B and then you'll get X and Y. I would say what helps me the most is breathing, conscious breathing, just learning how to breathe, to calm myself down in those situations when the pressure is super high. Also trying to recreate somewhat pressure during practice sessions, just to, rely on fundamentals when it's needed. And, just trying my best and learning from my mistakes, learning from my losses, and analyzing what went wrong, helping me go further and further.
What's the worst match that you've ever had? And what did it teach you?
The worst match probably was the European Open, I would say, in 2023. I was playing against Josh Filler, and I was first on the hill. We were playing a race to 10, and I was up 9-8. And I missed the 9-ball to win. I missed the final ball to win the match. And I ended up losing the match. I remember just walking back, through the back door of the building because I was trying to avoid all the fans just to go straight back to my room. Just head down, hood on my head. It was raining outside, just like in movies. So that loss I remember probably the most.
And if you weren't a professional pool player, What do you think you'd be doing for a living?
Good question. Probably be a graphic designer.
You were on Joe Rogan's podcast. Obviously, I'm a huge fan of that. What was the experience like behind the scenes?
He's a pool maniac. He's a big fan of pool. He's got 2 pool tables in his studio. He's got about, I don't know, hundreds of different cues. We chat always about pool. He's always very supportive. He's watching all of my matches. So he's just a really cool guy overall.
Did you get to play Joe, and did he win any racks himself?
Yeah, we've played for like 3 hours.
And how did he do?
Yeah, he was winning in the beginning. It's a high pressure for me to play against a guy like that. I don't know if you follow what Fargo rating is. If I had to rate him, I would give him like, I don't know, 650 Fargo.
He's talked about that he's wanted to stream at pool matches himself from his studio in Texas. He wanted to get you involved, as well as many others. Obviously, he has an enormous following. Has there been any follow-up on that idea?
Well, I reminded him a couple of times, but I just think that Joe is just a super busy guy. He's career in the UFC, plus he's super busy with his own podcast now. I just don't see where he can find time for anything pool related, but I think when he does, he will definitely do that because it's his passion.
You've been spotted playing chess as well. Do you see any similarities between playing chess in terms of strategy and how you read on the pool table?
Who spotted me? Well, I do that rarely, and I wouldn't say that I'm a good chess player myself, but I grew up in Russia, and it was super popular, just the game itself. You could walk around on the street and you could see chessboards everywhere, and everybody it was just a fashion thing, or it was the thing. Everybody was playing chess. So I was learning the game when I was a kid. And now I just, in pool, there is a correlation with chess because you got to think ahead, 2 balls ahead, 3 balls ahead, 5 balls ahead, sometimes more. And in chess, it's the same thing. You got to predict what your opponent is going to do. And, I just like the tactics.
And who's on your personal all-time Mount Rushmore of pool?
Efren Reyes, Earl Strickland, Shane Van Boning, and probably Francisco Bustamante.
And who were your idols growing up?
It was actually Niels Fine, the player from Netherlands. I was following him in pool, and in tennis it was always Rafa Nadal. Just they're similar personalities, both super hardworking guys, and both never give up. Maybe that's why I like both of them.
As a pool fan, as a kid, of course I remember Ronnie O'Sullivan. He was playing with Steve Davis in the Moscone Cup. Or would you like to face off against snooker players, and have you ever played against Ronnie O'Sullivan?
No, I've never played against Ronnie, and I really don't play any snooker. Actually, the last time I've played probably was 5 years ago or so. So, no.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. The very best of luck in the tournament, Fedor, the World Pool Champion. Thanks so much for your time here on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you so much, Michael.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Obama, he read the daily briefings. Obama was never interested in politics. It was just pure narcissism. That's why Obama and Trump don't get along. It's what Freud called the narcissism of small differences. They're mirror images of each other. They're both just stupendous narcissists, Obama and Trump. But Obama read the daily briefing. Trump, nothing. But there is a question. Do you prefer in that Oval Office somebody who's hyper-competent or hyper-incompetent? I'm not sure which I prefer. I'm sure Tony Blinken was very efficient, very competent, very knowledgeable. And you know what? He was a moral monster. He was a moral monster. So do I prefer a Trump to a Blinken? Or a Blinken to a Trump? I don't know. I don't know if I want somebody hyper-competent or incompetent office. But you say, it's true, Trump is so erratic that you can't really predict what he'll do. It's true.
Even he says he doesn't know what he's going to do.
Yeah.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hayes and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studio. These are our top stories. The World Health Organization condemns Israeli attacks on its Gaza staff amid escalating violence. Speculations into the Air India crash continue as the airline says fuel switch inspections on its Boeing fleet found no faults. The Epstein files, the US Department of Justice say that they will meet with co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell in prison in the coming days. And music legend Ozzy Osbourne has sadly passed away at the age of 76. His family say he died surrounded by love. The World Health Organization has condemned a series of attacks on its staff and facilities in Gaza, calling the situation appalling and demanding protection for humanitarian workers. This comes as the UK warns of further sanctions on Israel after airstrikes in Deir al-Balah killed dozens of Palestinians seeking food. 28 countries have now jointly urged Israel to lift the aid restrictions, but Israel's foreign ministry dismissed the joint statement as disconnected from reality. And the US Ambassador, Mike Huckabee, has called it disgusting. Earlier, I spoke to NRC Middle East spokesperson Ahmed Byum, who told me just how dangerous things are now for the aid workers on the ground in Gaza.
We have seen different phases of these kind of attacks against aid workers and aid organizations. Don't forget, Israel has killed the largest number of aid workers anywhere in conflict in the world, and it continues to systematically dismantle the aid system. The attack on WHO, before that the attack on WFP convoys, and before that the many incidents, including attacks on food convoys. They all speak to the same problem here, is that Israel's free reign over Gaza has, I would say, has blurred any lines that exist in conflict, have basically thrown against the wall the values of humanitarian work, the values of humanity.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, we're joined by Freddie Gray, Deputy Editor of Spectator, who joins us from the Isle of Wight, and also joined by broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster, who's in Surrey in the UK. Thank you both for joining us. First of all, Freddie, let's turn to you. The WHO is weighing in. It says its facilities are now under attack, and this is confirmed. We have heard Hamas echo this before, but it seems to have fallen on deaf ears previously. But a statement like this coming from the WHO, is that likely to make people pay attention, do you think?
Well, one might hope so, but perhaps not, because the WHO have made quite a few statements that have been pretty critical of Israel in the last 20 or so months. And they haven't really moved the dial so much. I do think it's changing a little bit now, because it seems like the WHO, which is a UN-backed agency, a UN agency, I should say, are claiming to be directly attacked themselves. And I think if these attacks become more severe in the coming days, there's a sort of bubbling climate of international condemnation. We're seeing various countries doing it. We saw 25 countries do it yesterday, just saying that a ceasefire needs to happen now and that Israel's behavior is unacceptable. The real country that will make a difference is Donald Trump's America, and we are yet to see whether they will unequivocally intervene or condemn Israel. It sounds as though Donald Trump is unhappy with Netanyahu, but that doesn't necessarily mean the US will intervene. But without a US intervention, a substantial one, I don't see how Israel is stopped from doing what it wants to do.
And it does seem the US has been silent so far on this, but we're seeing the videos today that are heart-wrenching. Isabel, the levels of malnutrition, they've been critical for weeks now, if not months, but people are not really paying attention at an international level. Do people need to do more to enforce Israel to actually open up these aid channels?
I don't know what you mean by people. I mean, everybody I know is desperately sad and frustrated about what they are hearing and seeing coming out of Gaza, but they feel very, very helpless about what they as individuals can do. And it goes back to what Freddie was saying, even the British government here pretty much impotent when it comes to changing the situation there, very much in the court of Donald Trump and the United States and their relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu. But you're talking about those levels of malnutrition, and it certainly seems as though this is stepping up an even more serious level now. I think around 600,000 people in the region considered malnourished. But those reports today from the Gazan Hamas-run health ministry, I have to add, but there is obviously no other administration in that area, that 33 people had died from starvation today, among them 15 children. And when you think about the location of Gaza, right there on the Mediterranean, not far from British and many European holiday makers there in Cyprus or wherever it might be, enjoying a lovely time, and then children in 2025 dying of starvation, not because there is a shortage of food, but because of a man-made situation. It is absolutely devastating and abhorrent, but I really don't know what we as individuals can really do.
Freddie, Isabel said it there as well when she mentioned about the UK and their response. David Lammy said today, it's grotesque. Amnesty International are saying that that's empty words. And without any actual action, you can say as much as you want, but are you actually doing anything to help on the ground? And I think the answer seems to be from the UK government, no.
No, I think that is. I mean, it's almost been a sort of tacit understanding between the Israeli government and various Western governments that will say out loud that we don't approve and that we will tut-tut and wag our fingers because our electorates are very concerned about this issue. But we won't do anything substantial or strategic to imperil your manoeuvres. That seems to be, I think, in the last few days, there seems to be a growing amount of momentum behind people saying enough is enough. Netanyahu needs to be brought under control because he's essentially waging a multi-fronted war. And I think generally politicians in the West are realizing how angry their populations are about it. But again, even if without America coming in and saying we're going to stop giving you billions of dollars of weapons, we're going to stop unless you address the humanitarian situation, I don't think Israel is going to feel compelled to change its actions.
Isabel, I should add at this point, sorry, Johnny, I was just going to say that the IDF are still resolutely denying that they are blocking that aid. They're saying it is on the Gaza side and that it is actually a Hamas failure, and they don't accept any responsibility for the situation. So whilst there is that impasse on that viewpoint as well, and obviously that's not borne out by the evidence from the aid agencies, but, you know, it's a very difficult political situation to navigate.
And I think, and that's exactly it, and as you've said, and you mentioned it, Isabel, it is a Hamas-led images that we've seen coming out in the stories that have come out. When it's the WHO who've said it, and the WHO are saying our staff are at risk right now, now we finally have something that's not just from Hamas. And that brings me on to this. The journalism and the lack of journalism that's been allowed in Gaza at the moment is surely up there with the atrocities as well. We are not getting a picture on the ground. If Israel really has nothing to hide and says, well, we're getting the aid into the country, surely there should be journalists on the ground.
Mm-hmm. Well, absolutely. I mean, transparency is absolutely the best way to prove that you're not doing anything wrong. Internationally reputed news agencies should be there, bearing witness, showing the world what is really happening and not getting it through the prism of whoever is trying to gain in terms of their own agenda. That is the role of journalism. It's an absolute pillar to freedom. And of course, as journalists, all of us would absolutely, I'm sure, agree that the French foreign minister is absolutely right to call for international press access. I think it's a scandal, one of the many scandals of the region that we haven't been able to so far.
I mean, we're hearing that it's not safe at the moment on the ground, but it is a war zone. And many times journalists take their lives into their hands to go into these war zones and report on the story that the world needs to see. And I think something like the WHO and this may give us some onus on that. Before we move on, just very quickly, I wanted to pass to you, not to put all of the blame on the UK, but EU also have remained fairly quiet on this, Freddie. We've seen a few sanctions here and there, but no real hard and fast movements.
No, again, I mean, it's all about statements and finger wagging. And it's a strange kind of hypocrisy, I think, from the European governments and the British government and the Biden administration before Donald Trump came in. And it's a different dynamic, Donald Trump, but it was very much, we will publicly condemn you, but we will do nothing to actually stop you or threaten you. And that is the dynamic of this conflict at the moment, and it's not changing.
Freddie, Isabel, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to our next story. Air India says its precautionary inspections on the locking mechanism of fuel-controlled switches on all of its Boeing 787 and its Boeing 737 aircraft in the fleet found no issue. It comes just days after a preliminary investigation into last month's Air India plane crash stated that the switches had shifted and flipped within seconds, starving both engines of fuel. Now, the London-bound plane subsequently crashed, killing 260 people. Earlier, I spoke to an aviation analyst, Fabrizio Poli, to ask what he believed was the most likely explanation for the aviation crash. Have a listen.
I would say it's probably 70% that it was pilot suicide, but then you need to ask yourself the question, well, why would he commit suicide? Apparently the captain, his mother had just passed away and he wanted to retire early and look after his father. So I'm not quite sure there if he was motivated to kill himself and 200 other people with him. The other option would be a malfunction of some sort on the aircraft that made both engines cut off. And the other one would be sabotage or a hack. Now, can this airplane be hacked? It can be hacked. It means that someone that's going to hack it has to be highly skilled. They have to have access to the aircraft on the ground, do what they need to do on the ground, and then be able to action that remotely. But if it's a hack or sabotage, the question needs to be, well, why would someone hack or sabotage this aircraft? What's their motive?
Isabel, we're hearing many, many theories of this. What do you think is the most likely one from this Air India crash?
I mean, To be honest, my guess is as good as anybody's. I don't know any more than anybody else. And I think, speculation is always rife after a crash like this. But the fact that, somebody survived, just one person as well, has made this, a bit of a media feeding frenzy. We may never know as well. There is also that possibility. I think all avenues have to be explored. I think the fact that, we're reading reports from the media in India that perhaps there had been a number of issues logged with that specific aircraft, that is concerning. I think the fact that the medical records are now being poured over into the captain. I believe his mother had died a couple of years ago and he was planning to leave the airline. This is according to the Telegraph I was reading, was planning on leaving the airline in order to take care of his elderly father. This may be an invasion of his privacy, and, we can debate the ethics of whether or not we should be discussing it all. But the reality is those things need to be examined to better understand what happened. But these cockpit recordings certainly give the impression that the pilot of the plane seemed strangely calm, whilst his co-pilot seemed to be a little more alarmed by what happened. That being said, he did make that Mayday alarm call, as was protocol. So perhaps, it is unfair to try and read anything in, because, of course, the quality also wasn't fantastic on that cockpit recording. So, who knows? It could, as you say, also have been a hack. Let's hope that all the investigations are thoroughly carried out, so that all of the victims' families, let's remember, that's what this is all about. All of those who've lost lives in this can have those answers to those questions.
Indeed, we'll dig in a bit more into the quality of the audio that we heard in a few minutes as well, Isabel. But Freddie, Boeing, they didn't need something like this, something questioning their aircraft as well. It has been disproven categorically that it's not an across-the-board issue with the Dreamliner and that series of aircraft, but still an absolute PR nightmare for Boeing to have to deal with right now.
An absolute PR nightmare, and they're having more Air India problems to deal with in the last few days. Two faults, I think, have come up. But, it does seem as though in this particular case, something went wrong so far, again, like as Isabel said, neither of us are aviation experts, and even the aviation experts don't know, so we shouldn't really comment. But it does seem as though something unusual happened in the piloting of the flight. I don't think we should call it suicide, though. It's really mass murder. Even if he was intending to take his own life, he happened to take quite a few others too. So I would say we should call it murder rather than suicide.
Yeah, we have had situations like this in the past before. It's not the first time that we've heard of a pilot taking the lives of everybody on board down with them. I do, before we have to move on, there's an Air India statement on this as well. And the latest from them on AI 171 and the accident says that Air India stands in solidarity with the families and those affected and continues to fully cooperate with the AAIB and other authorities and their investigation progress. Given the active nature of the investigation, they're unable to comment on specific details and are referring all inquiries to AAIB. Isabel, as you said, the cockpit recording that was there, it is chilling. And what was asked was, why did you cut off the engines? The other denies it as well. We may never really get a clear answer to what went on in that cockpit. And I think for the families, that's truly harrowing to not know what happened.
Yeah, it just reminds me a little bit of the Lockerbie situation. People living in Britain will remember, and it's been recently dramatised and sort of brought back to reality how little we know all these years on, and that may well be the case with this as well. But I would add, we talk about, the developments in technology. It still astounds me that there aren't better ways of recording cockpit conversations, of black box recordings in the modern era, where it doesn't have to be retrieved from a crash site, but it is somehow recorded in real time, perhaps, whether it's in air traffic control or back at base. There shouldn't be the need for this sort of muffled, poor quality recordings that can ultimately tell us, what happened in these tragedies. Perhaps there are workarounds that I'm unaware of, but it seems crazy that we're trying to sort of look and listen out for whether or not somebody might have been depressed and whether they sounded alarmed enough or not. It seems an incredibly crude way to decide whether someone or not has been a mass murderer. It
does, and as you said, the black box has remained largely unchanged for many years. I can make a phone call on WhatsApp at 40,000 feet, yet the quality is lacklustre at best, coming from the black box for the important stuff that's happening, including everything the pilots are saying and video footage of what's happening in the cockpit. Freddie, we know the crash happened at takeoff. We know that's a very critical phase of the flight as well. Are they currently training? Do you think they're currently safeguarding commercial airlines and pilots are trained enough to deal with situations like that? Because the landing gear, it never came up. And when we saw that video there, we know the pilots never lifted up the landing gear. So they may have been aware there was an issue incoming. They may have thought they could have landed that aircraft, but that was simply not true.
Well, yes, although I think in this case, the pilots were very experienced. They had a lot of hours flying on that particular aircraft between them. So I don't think it's a training issue in that case. There are other concerns about pilot training. There have been in America, and there's also been concern about air traffic control in America. The Trump administration were very concerned after that terrible crash in the Potomac that air traffic control standards had slipped quite dramatically. And quite a lot of domestic flights have been delayed in America since that crash earlier this year. And, you know, there are certainly, standards have to be incredibly high when it comes to air travel because the consequences are so obviously disastrous.
Freddie, Isabel, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to our next story. The US Justice Department will meet with Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, in prison in the coming days. The announcement comes as pressure continues to mount on President Trump to release more of the Epstein files that some MAGA members and Democrats believe could contain new evidence. The US president is currently in legal action with the Wall Street Journal after they linked him with the disgraced, now deceased, financier. Maxwell is currently serving a 20-year federal prison sentence for her part in child sex trafficking, amongst other crimes. Freddie, this story really is not going away for the Trump administration. This meeting between Ghislaine Maxwell and the Deputy Attorney General, is it about justice, do you think, or is this some sort of a political optic that we're seeing play out?
I think there's quite a few things going on here. Yes, the Trump administration has got itself in a bit of a bind over the Epstein files because, of course, they spent the election year, a lot of them who are now very senior in the administration, spent the last year and a bit actually calling for the Epstein files to be released, for this client list to be released, to bring in the third parties who might be involved. And then they had this announcement saying, actually, there is no client list. Epstein operated pretty much alone. Of course, he didn't entirely operate alone, at least not according to the trial as we know it, the case as we know it. Ghislaine Maxwell is the only person serving time. And that's the other element of this story, which is that her family thinks she's been the victim of a terrible mistrial of justice and that she is effectively serving the sentence that should have been given to Epstein for all his crimes. Whether that's the case or not depends on how you look at this case. But certainly they think, Ghislaine Maxwell's family, think that her trial was very, very dodgy and was corrupted by the earlier trial of Jeffrey Epstein in 2007, where he actually got off the hook eventually. So there seems to have been some kind of Department of Justice mess up, big mess up, and an attempt to cover it up that has then lingered into pursuant cases. Whether that's what's going on here, and that's why the Department of Justice is still stonewalling on it, despite Donald Trump being in charge, is another matter. But you're certainly right to point towards the fact the Trump administration have got a real headache here because they don't quite know how to throw people off the scent because they put people onto the scent in the first place.
Well, Isabel, it begs the question, the Department of Justice now saying they're going to sit down with Ghislaine Maxwell. And it just seems crazy to me that they haven't done this already. Why would they not have already had those conversations? She's been incarcerated for a number of years now on these charges. She's been found guilty, and she might have something to offer on this.
I mean, actually, if you just take a step back, it's all quite ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, when you hear Freddie saying there, you know, how they could sort of throw people off the scent, the MAGA troops off the scent with wanting to get to the bottom of this. Just show us the files, you know, tell us the truth. It comes back to the previous stories. Journalists, just show us what's out there. Go to court if you need to. Let's do things properly. I don't understand the secrecy, the keeping reporters away as if there's some sort of national threat if this information gets out. The idea that Ghislaine Maxwell is going to suddenly come cosy with the DOJ and give them information that they wouldn't have previously got is also ludicrous. Let's not forget this is a woman who had wrapped her mobile phone in foil and was evading arrest at the time that they finally caught up with her. Of course, she's going to be protesting her innocence, wanting a better deal out of this. Maybe that might be the outcome of this meeting with the DOJ. Will we get any further to knowing the truth? Probably not.
But do you think there's an incentive there? If Ghislaine Maxwell gets told, right, let's knock some time off this sentence, let's get you out, let's get you back into society once again, your life is never going to be the same, but give us the information that you know. Tell us something that's going to get another conviction in this case. There's surely an incentive there for her to do that. This lady wants out.
Possibly, yeah. We know that she doesn't like being in prison, having led this life of super luxury. And, you know, there is more evidence undoubtedly to be uncovered. I actually met somebody on Friday who claimed to be an Epstein victim. She's never reported it to the police. She's never gone to the authorities. But she said she was groomed by Ghislaine Maxwell. It was textbook. It happened here, actually, in the Shires around London. She was working in a health club and Ghislaine was a regular. According to her, and then she was sent through for massages to Epstein, and she managed to extricate herself from the situation, which lots of other women, particularly vulnerable women, were not able to do. So, you know, those are allegations, but they repeat the ones that we've heard multiple times. It certainly seems as though there's a pretty strong case against Ghislaine and Epstein, hence the convictions. I'd love to hear what she'd be able to say to get herself out of there any sooner.
Freddie, we're seeing something that the Trump administration is quite good at doing. It's not the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing, because now we're hearing the Martin Luther King files have been released. So it's trying to maybe move some attention and shift it away from the Epstein files and their lack of release at the moment, and the DOJ is kind of held back on that. Is that very much what this administration is good at doing, just distracting you while something else much bigger is going on underneath the covers?
Very much so, like a magician. All presidents actually do this, to be fair. They will say, look over here, when there's too much attention on something over there. I think with the FBI, it's particularly Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, who's very good at podcasting, doesn't seem to be quite so good at running a major federal agency. And he's realized that actually, you know, these cases are difficult, they're complicated. Sometimes you can't just release all the files because there's national security risks or whatever. With the MLK stuff, that is something they promised they'd do, and they have been doing, similar to the JFK assassination files and so on. I think the big distraction at the moment, one that Trump is very keen to do because he wants to throw this back in the face of the Democrats who are criticizing him over Epstein, is the Obama story. And we're hearing today that Donald Trump is saying, in fact, or strongly suggesting that he's going to pursue Barack Obama legally over his role in Russiagate, the attempt to suggest by the Democrats to suggest that Donald Trump was somehow a sort of Russian asset in the 2016 elections. If Donald Trump does pursue Barack Obama through the courts, it's going to be very degrading to American democracy, you might say, but it will be a major, major story for the next couple of years.
Isabel, the DOJ is saying, well, the reason we're not releasing the files is partially to do with the victims, and we want to make sure the victims are protected more than anything else, more so than the perpetrators. And that is a concern for me. But what if these files get released and there's nothing in there? What if it's another JFK file release and there's really nothing of any merit in there at all? Do you think there's any likelihood of that?
Well, I just go back to, you know, what I was hearing just a few days ago. It seems unlikely, but what do I know? If it is a balance that the DOJ are trying to strike between, you know, any possible anonymity breaches for those victims and a possible, you know, damp squib when it comes to revelations, then you can understand the decision. And, you know, we have to trust in them. However, going back to the point that Freddie was making there, you know, you've got a situation where you might see Obama going through the courts because of Russiagate in 2016, but you've got a president who pardoned himself for allegations that he was involved in electoral fraud himself. I mean, do we actually have any faith in the the judicial system in the United States, given how partisan it is, given that the president himself had multiple convictions with pretty decent evidence, I think most impartial punters would say, and he has managed to walk away without any more questions from it. So, you know, it all leaves a bit of a bad taste in my mouth. I think it's going to be a story that rolls on for a long time now.
You're 100% correct, Isabel. And with Pam Bondi saying now that, look, we are going to meet with Ghislaine Maxwell in the coming days, this story, unfortunately for the Trump administration, as much as he wishes it was, is not going anywhere. Thank you both for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to our next story. A new Elvis experience in London has been criticised by fans who say it's the most misleading show that they've ever seen. It's called Elvis Evolution. It's an immersive concert that promised an AI experience and holographic projections of the music star. The tickets ranged from around £75 up as far as £300 for the pleasure. However, those attending have been left feeling conned and missold after the experience didn't quite meet their expectations. That may be an understatement. Isabel, we're seeing something here where the customer is always right, but is it acceptable when a show basically changed its concept? It said it was one thing. They announced this hologram and said it's going to be amazing, it's going to be immersive, you'll feel like Elvis is in the building. And now, instead, the end product did not match the hype at all. Do they deserve a refund?
Wouldn't you want one? I mean, it's false advertising, quite frankly. And, you know, it's just like somebody's done some sloppy homework and handed it in. It's not good enough. I think if you promise something, you have to deliver. And we've talked a lot this evening about technology and how far along it is in 2025. You can pretty much magic up anything through AI. And this idea of a hologram doesn't sound incredibly difficult, but the accounts of people visiting the Excel Centre here in the UK have been saying that it looked like a GCSE, which is a sort of exam, a school exam piece of homework. It was so basic, and that you could have just watched the video on YouTube. But for some people, those tickets were £300. I mean, we're laughing about it, but it is actually a bit cheeky. I think it was organised by the estate of Elvis Presley. It sounds like they were just trying to make a fast buck for as little expense as possible.
I think there's a way to do this as well. Like Freddie, as Isabel rightly said, AI can upscale footage quality and make that genuine immersive experience. This effectively was clever marketing for a glorified documentary. So the reality versus the expectation were two wildly different things here.
Well, I saw someone on social media saying that it is actually quite authentic because it's what a hologram done in the time of Elvis Presley would have looked like because the technology is so bad. But I think, I mean, yes, AI should be able, you should be able to magic up all sorts of entertainment now. But I just think it's sad that so much of our idea of entertainment, and I haven't seen this ABBA show that everybody says is apparently great, but so much of our entertainment is backward looking and retrospective and sort of imaginary or immersive or fake, really. I just, you know, I wish we had a few more shows that were just actual real performances.
Well,
called nostalgia, Freddie. People love to remember the good old days, and who can blame them when you look at the craziness going on around us? But don't forget.
Well, I feel nostalgic for a time when nostalgia wasn't the only thing in our cultural commentary.
No, but you say that. I mean, we had Taylor Swift visiting our shores here. She did her global tour. I mean, that was like the most successful tour of all time. It was huge. Pretty much everybody feels like went to see Taylor Swift. She's current. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, don't talk to me about Taylor Swift. That's it's traumatizing. My daughter went to that concert and I didn't hear about anything else for a year and a half. So I'll give you Taylor Swift.
She was brainwashed, didn't you?
She's brainwashed. Totally brainwashed.
I went to that concert, and I can say that as a theatrical piece, the stage show and the everything that went on behind it is unlike anything else. From what I've seen from Elvis shows and any documentaries we've seen of them, it was quite literally just a man, a rather elderly, unhealthy man, standing on stage, holding a microphone, doing a rather lackluster performance in Circus in Las Vegas. So we've seen shows that claim to be similar to what is the real life experience. For instance, and I know, Isabel, like fans' expectations can be unrealistic sometimes, but the Willy Wonka experience that happened in the UK is another example of something that people signed up for one thing and got something that was totally different. Are creators genuinely trying to mislead people with this, with what they're selling? Or do you think mistakes happen and they have best interests at heart?
I don't think the Willy Wonka situation was a mistake. I think it was just, you know, massively under budget and just overhyped. And, you know, I think it sounds like the same situations happen with Elvis. I mean, Elvis fans are entitled to what they've been promised, surely, like we all are. I don't know why people can't be honest about what they're offering. Then there wouldn't be any problems.
Freddie, the only thing I can liken it to is ABBA-esque, the ABBA Voyage show that's on in the UK right now, which is sold out again and again, and it keeps getting extended as well. And people are paying big money for this as well, up to $500. It is an AI-powered concert. There is no live performance there at all. Would you pay it to go and see it?
I wouldn't, but that's because I'm an old curmudgeon. But my wife has gone to see it and said it was brilliant. And I know lots of people who've absolutely loved it. And I think with ABBA, you sort of can't really go wrong because the people who like it just love it. And the songs are replicable. And I don't know about the hologram technology, but I can see why people who like it want to go, but not for me.
Isabel, I guess the thing that we can take away from this is we can have holograms of artists who are alive, but what's the point? You can go and see them. But you can have holograms of artists who are no longer with us. We've just seen Ozzy Osbourne sadly passed away just as we began the show this evening. So someone like him, who has just finished up a show, which I am sure if they've had their head screwed on properly, as it was his last show, they'll have done all of the groundwork to make sure that they can create an AI version of Ozzy Osbourne to come back as a hologram in the future.
Gosh.
We can see artists who are sadly no longer with us on the stage. It's a good idea or it's a bad idea?
Well, firstly, can I say heartfelt, condolences to the Osbournes. Sharon Osbourne and Ozzy are sort of like institutions. Love them or loathe them. They're so well known. And, there's a family there grieving for someone. And 76, by the way, which is how old Ozzy Osbourne was, is no age in this day and age. But I know, obviously, he'd had a good time along the way. So perhaps it's a miracle he got to 76. But, it's sad at its heart. And, if AI, if holograms or whatever can help people continue to feel whatever it was that star brought them, then, why not with Ozzy Osbourne? But I feel like it would be a bit more of a haunting than a feel good. Look, it's probably not the right day to be discussing that, but hey, I'm sure it might bring people comfort in due course if that is what you're into, Black Sabbath or whatever.
Yeah, I think so. Someone like Prince or that, if I could go and see a hologram of Prince, 100% I'd get behind something like that, I think. And finally, we'll move on to the part of the show where Freddie and Isabel have come up with some quirky stories of the day. Freddie, first we'll turn to you, the Venice Film Festival. The lineup's been announced, and we're going to get a first look at Jude Law playing Vladimir Putin.
Yes, well, it is actually quite extraordinary, I think, that they've chosen Jude Law, because I think facially he's a lot more handsome than Vladimir Putin ever was. And I've seen this, the image has gone around from a scene, and it just doesn't really look like Putin, despite the wonders of prosthetics and, balding effects and so on. I mean, good for Jude Law for taking this role on. I wouldn't like to portray Putin in a negative light in any film and then go anywhere near Russia, given Putin's track record. I do think that apparently this book, The Wizard of the Kremlin, is one of the... we reviewed it in The Spectator, and it got completely panned by our reviewer, Owen Matthews, who said it's one of the worst books he's ever read. And apparently the real tragedy of it is the history is so rich and interesting, and yet it's a fictionalized version of it. And the fiction has managed to make it far less interesting than the reality of Putin and Berezovsky and people like that. So, I think good luck to Jude Law. He's a very talented actor. But I'm not going to be queuing up to see this one either, I'm afraid.
So what are we going to be getting with this movie? Is it going to be a negative take on Putin, but also a fictionalized negative take? Is that what this story is?
Yes, well, it's fact and fiction melded together. So it's a fictional character who is an official inside the Kremlin. And there's a love story in there too, and it's supposed to be about the sort of the sweep of history and a kind of war and peace version in the 21st century. I mean, if going from what our reviewer said, the novel is very, very poor. So it's interesting it's been chosen for a film. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, I'm not completely against it. I think if Jude Law can act out as well as he did with the Pope, or he played Henry VIII very convincingly recently, it could be worth watching.
Let's see, maybe one for next season. Isabel, you have got a story about the Chicago Scream Club. I'm intrigued, and I also want to go there. Tell us more.
Well, yes, this is something probably all of us could do with. This is a weekly meeting in Chicago, early in the morning, sort of daybreak, just before dawn, on the North Avenue Beach Pier, I believe, where a breathwork practitioner gathers a group of frustrated folk, and they write down all of their woes onto biodegradable paper, chuck it into the lake, and then they scream at the top of their voice. And this is supposed to be hugely therapeutic. And, you know, it kind of chimes. There's lots of these sort of smash it up, anger release things now, aren't there? It's on the rage. And you know what? It actually is, on a serious note, symptomatic, I think, of the fact that as society we are, you know, probably moving too fast all the time, not necessarily connecting with nature, with the things that regulate us, with each other. We're so absorbed in our screens that people have all this pent-up frustration. You know, people can't log off from work. They're checking work emails when they're in bed. There isn't that kind of human switch off anymore. So people just want to go and have a rage. I don't need it because I've got kids and it's the school holidays as well. So I do lots of screaming as it is. But you know what? I totally understand why there's a demand for it. I think, you know, there's probably going to be more and more of these things. But can you imagine actually living or being on a pleasure boat or just living near the shores of the lake in Chicago and just hearing all these people screaming?
You're just trying to enjoy a nice casual cruise and then you're hearing screams. Would you do one of the smash rooms, which again is the same thing, but instead of being vocal about it, you're just taking out your anger and rage?
I mean, I'd do a smash room for sure. And I reckon my husband thinks I could sometimes definitely do with that. But I don't want to encourage my angry side. I think I need to just learn to be more chill. And, you know, maybe that should be some people's approach rather than just smashing things up. I don't know. I think, and as a grown adult man as well, sometimes it helps to have a bit of a cry. Freddie, I'm sure you can resonate with that. Having the kids off school as well at the moment and being there in the Isle of Wight, I'm sure you can feel me on that.
I've felt like weeping several times today.
And several times again tomorrow. Well, I want to thank both of our guests for today. Freddie Gray, the deputy editor of Spectator in Isle of Wight. Isle of Wight, was it, Freddie, you're in today?
Isle of Wight, yeah.
Thank you very much. And broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster. Thank you both very much for joining us. That's all from us on W News Extra. Of course, as always, don't forget to subscribe to our channel on YouTube. As always, you can follow us on X. GNT with Micheál Prendergast is on the way next. Goodbye.
Israelis are probably the most polled people on earth. You know, every morning we have to know what Israelis think, you know. It's so important to the future of humanity to know every morning whether an Israeli had one egg or two eggs, whether it was a boiled egg or an omelet. You know, everything about Israelis are polled because they're so important. So what did the polls show? The polls show for 20 months, among Israeli Jews, 95% believed that Israel was using too little force or enough force in Gaza. About 5% thought Israel was using too much force. Okay? A poll about a month ago showed that one half of Israelis, 47%, one half of Israeli Jews believed that Israel should commit a genocide in Gaza. There is no ambiguity about the question. We don't have to go to a dictionary and parse the definition of genocide. The question that was put to Israeli Jews was, do you believe that when the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? That was the question. Do you believe that if the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? 47% of Israeli Jews answered yes to that question. Another poll about 2 to 3 weeks ago, it asked the question, do you believe there are any innocents, civilians in Gaza, civilian innocents in Gaza? The poll was taken of all Israelis, including Arab Israelis. 63% said no, there are no innocents in Gaza. If you eliminate the Arab component, it's about 70% say there are no innocents in Gaza, which means the army can kill everyone.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today here on Al Arabiya English with me, your host, Michal Prendergast. Today, as famine grips Gaza, 28 nations call for an end to the war, slamming Israel's aid tactics. Plus, it will turn to a deep dive into Chinese EV dominance with insight from the former BBC Top Gear presenter, Steve Berry. As the world watches the deepening starvation crisis in Gaza, 28 nations have issued a rare, blunt call for an immediate end to the war. They've cited inhumane aid conditions and the killing of civilians who are seeking food. They've condemned Israel's tactics as worsening an already catastrophic humanitarian collapse. The signatories are foreign ministers of the UK and 27 other nations, including Australia, Canada, France, Italy and Japan. The statement begins by declaring the war in Gaza must end now. Well, for more on this, I'm joined by Dr. Sarah Hosseini, the director of the British Palestinian Committee. Thanks so much for joining me, Sarah. As someone with deep ties to Palestine, how do you personally cope with the helplessness of witnessing this level of suffering from a distance?
I think it's incredibly difficult. I think we're really at a loss for words, especially as Palestinians in the UK and everywhere else. I think I represent an organisation called the British Palestinian Committee, and we saw a statement yesterday come out from the UK government along with other European governments condemning effectively the suffering of Palestinians in Gaza. But actually, we need to really take a step back and take a look at the reality of this moment and the context that the statement came in. So on Sunday, 92 people were shot dead while trying to get food at aid points in North and South Gaza for them and their families. Yesterday, Israeli tanks began a ground invasion of Deir al-Balah, where thousands of displaced and forcibly starved people are sheltering, marking yet another escalation and the first time, in fact, that area has been invaded by ground. We've seen the executive director of UNICEF tell the world that on average 28 children per day, that's the equivalent to one whole class of school children per day for 650 plus days, have now been murdered. And experts are warning that the extent of forced starvation has become so bad that even if food gets to people now immediately, it'll be too late for many of them. So these are not just people, these are our friends, these are our colleagues. They're either being massacred, tortured or slowly starved. And it's everyone, it's children, it's mothers, it's fathers, doctors, nurses, teachers, street sweepers and shopkeepers, all being completely stripped of their dignity, made to beg for food at aid stations where they're being lured out and then exterminated. Now, what I would say about the statement that the government has made, not only has the UK government done nothing to stop this whatsoever, it's actually continued to provide diplomatic and military support to the very forces carrying out these war crimes, providing crucial parts for the F-35 fighter jets, allowing use of their air bases in Cyprus, training IOF soldiers in the UK on UK soil. So the statement that we saw yesterday is both woefully inadequate, more than that, it's cynical and it's disingenuous, and it really is an insult to the intelligence of the wider British public.
The joint statement from the 28 nations has called Israel's aid model dangerous and inhumane. What do you think will be the impact of this?
I mean, it is dangerous and inhumane, and there should be efforts immediately to stop it. I mean, I'll give you an example from colleagues at Forensic Architecture, which is a really important organisation doing research work, who have done a really detailed studies on everything that's happening since the genocide started 2 years ago, and obviously beyond that and across Palestine. They have explained how these aid stations are often open for very brief periods of time. They will announce 70 minutes ahead of time that the station will be opened, meaning Palestinians have a short time to get there. And then there are 10 minutes where these stations are open. So what they've been telling us is people some of whom have had to walk 6 hours or so to get to an aid station, have been having to camp in really dangerous places and areas. I mean, everywhere's dangerous in Gaza, but particularly areas away from home and being displaced once again. So that the aid stations are actually causing forcible displacement. And then, as we've talked about before, we know when people are getting to these aid stations, they're often being shot almost like fish in a barrel. It's absolutely disgusting. So yes, the aid stations are incredibly dangerous, but the statement is not actually calling for anything concrete. There's some calling on the Israeli government, again, 650 days into some of the worst crimes against humanity we've witnessed this century. There are statements about urging the Israeli government. There are some vague promises about being prepared to take further action. We are way, way beyond that. There are a number of things the government and all 28 states could be doing right now. One, fulfilling their international obligations to prevent, punish, end complicity in genocide, applying immediate sanctions, comprehensive sanctions to the state that is committing war crimes, that is the state of Israel. And actually in the UK here as well, making sure that it's ending the repression of its own citizens, the people who are here in the UK, Palestinians, other communities, citizens of conscience who are speaking out against the unimaginable horrors that are happening to our people in Gaza and being repressed and criminalised for that.
And the statement itself is unusually blunt. What do you think has finally pushed countries like the UK, France and Japan to speak out so strongly now?
I mean, again, I think if the live stream genocide over almost 2 years is not enough to be speaking out, they should have been speaking out this strongly from day one. It was only 3 months into the start of this genocide in January that the International Court of Justice already said that there was enough evidence for a plausible case of genocide. And states have done, by and large, not all states, but by and large states have done very little. And so I think to come out strongly now is fine, but it's very, very late. And there are many other things that the states should be doing rather than giving. I think it's potentially also to do with pressure from the public and a response to that by trying to give some kind of rhetorical assurances to their own citizens and public who are absolutely horrified by this, by the atrocities they've been witnessing, to try and diffuse some of that pressure. But I don't think it's working. Nobody's buying it.
And Israel have said Hamas is to blame for the war in Gaza as they started it. How do you respond to that?
I respond to that by talking about the decades of colonisation and occupation that have gone before the 17 years of siege on Gaza that was far before October 2023. This is about the sixth war, I think, on Gaza in about 20 years. So we're talking about something that goes far, far beyond October 2023 and actually has its roots here in the UK with British colonialism, the laying of the groundwork for the State of Israel through the Balfour Declaration, and then laying the foundations for the Nakba in 1948, which was the largest and the first mass dispossession of Palestinians, which we've now seen repeated again in the last 2 years.
And in regards to the recognition of a Palestinian state, how do you think the joint statement is going to affect this endeavour?
It's hard to say. I mean, this is something that is a very easy symbolic step that hasn't happened so far. It's something that, whatever its merits or not, or merits or drawbacks, will achieve nothing on the ground without the accountability that is needed. And until states are ready to hold Israel to account and to end their own complicity in doing so, nothing will change. I think there are positive examples, actually, that the UK and these countries that have signed this statement could look to. Only a few days ago, we saw a joint statement from the Hague Emergency Conference on Palestine, which was held in Bogota in Colombia, where states committed to advancing concrete measures to uphold their obligations under international law. So these are things like preventing the provision of transfer of arms, not allowing any vessels to dock or servicing them in their ports if they are at risk of carrying any kind of munitions or arms that might aid the genocide that Israel is perpetrating, urgently reviewing all of their public institutions and their ties to make sure they're not funding anything that supports Israel's illegal occupation, and so on. So there are a number of very concrete steps that these states could be taking.
And in regard to the UK government are allowing pro-Palestinian voices to protest, we've seen a lot of crackdowns on this. What's the feeling on the ground in London?
It's Orwellian, honestly. What we've seen here from the British government are attempts to crush any support for Palestinians or Palestine in British public life. Only days ago, we saw a woman holding a Palestinian flag in Kent, and sit with us, and a sign saying "Free Palestine." She was threatened by police with arrest under the Terrorism Act. And we've got to take a moment to think about what it means. That's criminalising our very flag as Palestinians. It's suggesting, it's a deeply racist suggestion that the Palestinian flag is somehow to be equated with terrorism. So there's a massive overreach here happening by the police, which contributes to this wider chilling effect on Palestinian advocacy. The idea is to scare people from speaking out against the genocide. And that's not to mention the kind of decades of dehumanisation and racism that has been spread through political media, political discourse, public discourse, which has allowed for this repression in the UK, but also is recognised as a preparatory step towards genocide. Dehumanisation is a key step needed to reach what we've reached and what we're seeing happening in Gaza, because if we're not seen as human, it's much easier to kill us. So I think what's happening here in the UK is absolutely, as I say, Orwellian. It's horrifying, if not completely shocking. I think the reason I say that is that, of course, British colonial policy abroad, which this is very much an extension of, has always translated into the erosion of civil liberties here in the UK. And so we're seeing not only Palestinians being affected, a whole range of marginalised communities that also have suffered from Britain's colonial legacy, but also British society more broadly. As I say, a majority of the public here have been in favour of a ceasefire, have been in favour of suspending arms sales immediately, and their rights and their right to protest, their right to freedom of speech, all of these things are being impacted incredibly negatively. So it's something that we should all be concerned about as British citizens and human beings.
What repercussions can people face for speaking on behalf of Palestine in the UK? Is it able to cost people jobs? Are people being cancelled, as it were?
Certainly. I mean, that's been happening for a very long time, but very quietly and pervasively, I think. It's happening more because in the past 2 years, I think also more because people are willing to speak out, or even though they may be afraid because they've been put, the fear has been put into them. And these kind of politicised definitions of anti-Semitism and terrorism have been used to try and shut down any form of criticism for the state of Israel. More people have been brave, have been courageous, have spoken up for what they've seen is wrong, which is, as I say, a live-stream genocide for the past almost 2 years now. And yeah, there have been a lot of ways of threatening people, losing jobs, of silencing them. And now we're seeing, increasing attempts to criminalise under the law as well, which is deeply, deeply shocking.
And in a past interview, I've seen you say that Britain bears responsibility for what's happening in Palestine today, and that you were shocked by UK foreign policy. What specifically shocked you the most?
Well, I don't remember saying I'm shocked. I think I go between being shocked and being completely unsurprised, but just horrified. But anyway, I think it's just the fact that Britain does bear this responsibility from the outset, and what any British government now should be doing is making corrections and making the wrongs right. We've gone past the British colonial era, and the British government should be acknowledging what has happened in Palestine, the fact that it, as I say, laid the groundwork for the creation of a state on top of Palestinians, on top of Palestinian lands, which paved the way for massacres and dispossession and displacement, the likes of which we've only actually seen to the same extent. It's been going on slowly but surely over over decades, but we've seen it to an even greater extent now in the past 2 years. And so Britain really, rather than continuing to double down and support a state that is in the dock for genocide, that has committed war crimes, oppression, that has broken all kinds of international humanitarian law, has a whole rap sheet of international violations that it's committed and are documented, Britain should be really the front and centre country leading on fulfilling its duties to the Palestinian people, both morally and legally.
And what we're hearing is reports of hundreds of civilians have been killed. How do you describe the reality of accessing aid in Gaza now?
Beyond words. I mean, I have so many friends and colleagues in Gaza, and they're talking about how they're just watching their families starve and not be able to access food points. As we said, the fact that we're even talking about this as aid is misleading. It's not that people need aid. This is a forced starvation. This is a man-made blockade. And so people can't get foodstuffs, not because they're poor and can't buy food. They can't get to foodstuffs because they're being forcibly and deliberately starved. It is absolutely unconscionable that this can be allowed to happen in this day and age. And not only that this is not only being the countries and states, including those who have made the joint statements, and the British government have not only failed to act and fulfil their duties and obligations, they're actually aiding and abetting with material support the continued atrocities by the Israeli government.
And of course, you have family in Jerusalem and in the West Bank right now. How are they describing the feeling on the ground there?
I mean, the feeling is one of absolute, again, helplessness, horror, just despair at the fact that this can even be allowed to be happening, that we feel powerless to stop it, that many people around the world are doing everything they can but feel powerless to stop it. And yet all of our political leaders, or many of our political leaders, particularly here in the West, are doing actually the complete opposite. They're not holding anybody accountable. They're, in fact, being part and parcel of this and being complicit. And so it's incredibly important. I think family and friends take heart from the fact that the British public over here are on the streets marching in their thousands and hundreds and thousands, and have been doing so again for the past 22 months. That gives us some kind of semblance of hope, but also just cannot believe that we are in a position where we are not able still to put an end to this horror.
The statement rejects Israel's idea of moving Gazans into a so-called humanitarian city. They're calling it a violation of international law. How do you see this as a step towards something more serious, legal consequences or accountability for Israel?
I mean, until we see action, and the actions that I've laid out and described today with you, I don't know how. There's been condemnations are not new. Condemnations are not new since the past month. They're not new since the past 2 years. They're not new for the decades before this. As I say, there's so many decades and decades of condemnations and violations that Israel has committed, and statements from people. And so until we see some actual accountability, some concrete measures, such as the ones we've seen the commitment to from, for example, those countries who are part of this Hague Emergency Conference, it's hard to see how these statements will change anything.
OK, we're just out of time. Dr. Sarah Husseini, Director of the British Palestinian Committee, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Michael.
Now, moving on to the world of EV production, China is leading the race. As their electric vehicles flood global markets, legacy car brands in the West are struggling to keep up. With bans on petrol engines looming and EV tech advancing fast, is the West falling behind for good? To break all it down, I'm joined by former Top Gear presenter Steve Berry, who's live from Manchester. Thanks so much for your time, Steve. So China's EV juggernaut is now, well, I mean, it's dominating the world. Is this a disaster for legacy brands like you've got BMW, you've got Toyota, you've got Mercedes and Volkswagen? What does this mean for them?
I think it means nothing less than the end of volume sales for those legacy manufacturers. And I'll give you two reasons why. One, the price of the product, and two, the quality of the product. The stuff that's coming out of China. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when Japanese motorcycles took over the motorcycle industry. And people used the phrase back then, a disparaging phrase, jack crap. I didn't, because as a young man, I could see the quality of the Japanese machinery that was coming over. Nobody is calling the cars that are coming out of China by any sort of disparaging name if they've actually experienced one. The likes of the BYD being the most popular brand name for a Chinese car here in the UK, along with MG, which does rankle with me a bit because I drive a real MG, not what made it. Mine was made in Oxfordshire, not a province of China, but they bought the name, they've got the rights to the name. The MG is very popular in the UK. And these cars are high quality. They're not just as good as the stuff that's coming out of Europe and Japan. Often they're better, and they're considerably more affordable.
So the West, well, in my opinion and the opinion of a lot of people, it's rushed to ban the internal combustion engine. It's put a lot of unfair pressure on the traditional automakers. What's your opinion on that?
I wish you'd asked me 15 years ago. I went to Ryton near Coventry to test drive what was then a new Peugeot electric car. And it was appalling in almost every department in terms of the performance, the ride, the handling, the weight of the batteries, which were the old lead acid batteries. This is 15 years ago. That's what an electric car had then. And they made the thing. It was a simple Peugeot hatchback, but the local council in Coventry had decided, of course, Coventry, the home of Jaguar, we might talk about them shortly. The local council had decided they wanted to be lean, green and mean, and they asked Peugeot to build these electric cars. This is, again, it's about 15, 17 years ago. They were appalling. The quality of electric cars now is fantastic, and the decision has been made. I hate to be the sort of person who cuts off a good question, but the question should have been asked a long time ago. The decisions have been made. Car makers have been compelled. They haven't been asked. They've been compelled to completely change their product. An electric car is as different from an internal combustion car as it is from a blinking helicopter. You might as well ask them to start making flat-screen TVs instead. A modern electric car shares less than 7% of its components with its internal combustion engine equivalent these days. It's a completely different product. And if you designed a product to deliver an industry into the hands of China, it would be the electric car.
And ICE engines now are hitting around 97% efficiency. Was it too soon to push them out?
I think so. A friend of mine is a very senior engineer at one of the largest and most respected car makers in the world. He's a very technically minded man. He's a brilliant man. And his frustration at the fact that the motor industry has spent 140 years perfecting the internal combustion engine. I come from Bury, Lancashire, in the northwest of England, the original industrial part of the world, the first part of the world that was industrialised. And my hometown, which is the smallest metropolitan borough in Britain, Bury, was twinned with the place in Germany that was the birthplace of Benz, one of the originators of internal combustion engines. And I often thought, as I went into the public library, there was a display, photographs of him, some mementos from his life and stuff like that. And I used to think, I wonder what he'd think of what he and the pioneers of internal combustion would think of what we've done with his engine, what we've achieved with the engine that men of the 19th century, not the 20th century, what we've done with that invention. And getting back to my pal, the engineer, he said, Steve, we've more or less perfected internal combustion. It is physically impossible to extract more potential. He used that word because he's German and he's very scientifically minded. We have extracted the maximum potential from petrol and diesel. And at almost the exact moment that we achieve that, we're told to stop making those engines. There is a dreadful irony, I think you'd agree.
And it's governments themselves, they've mandated the banning of these cars. But the mining of lithium, which goes into these electric cars, is also deeply polluting, especially to the environment, especially to workers all over the world who are exploited in the extraction of these minerals.
There are all kinds of side issues when it comes to electric cars. Where is the electricity coming from? How is the electricity generated? How long will electric cars last in the real world in comparison to internal combustion engine cars? I don't know how well-travelled you are. Obviously, you're not in your native
Extremely,
land right now.
extremely.
I'm very much in my native land. I'm about 6 miles down the road from the hospital that I was born in. I've lived here for most of my life. But I have been lucky enough through my career as a motoring journalist to travel extensively. And I've travelled a lot in Africa. And like a lot of people who go to Africa and have an interest in motoring and in transport and in cars, I've come back with those tales of those Peugeot and Mercedes taxis that have done literally millions of miles or kilometres in 30 or 40 years of daily use in some of the most difficult parts of the world. Now, can you imagine an electric car doing that? I can't. Really, it's a technology for the developed world. Internal combustion. I was in Halifax, Nova Scotia. See, I am well travelled. I was in Halifax, Nova Scotia, and there were thousands of used cars on the shoreline there in Halifax, the main port on the east side of Canada, waiting to go to Africa. The Canadians had finished with them. The cars couldn't match their new emissions laws. So what were they doing? Were they crushing them and getting rid of them and their terrible emissions creating internal combustion engines? No, sir. They were sending them to Africa where they could emit as much horrible gas and smoke and particles as they like for another 30 years. And I just thought, I stood there, like I say, on the dock in Halifax and thought, this epitomises the true nature of this environmental quest that we seem to be on. Let's look like we're saving the planet, but let's move our dirt, sweep our dirt under the carpet. You know what I'm saying?
And another point on that, Steve, it's vastly more economical as well as environmentally friendly to buy one car, to maintain it for your whole life. It can last for 50 or 60 years if maintained correctly, rather than buying a car every 5 or 10 years.
Do you remember? You wouldn't, because it's before my time, and as you can see from my haggard features on the shot that I'm looking at right now, I seem to have turned into my father for some reason I'm not quite sure about. But I'm 61 years old, and it's before my time. Alec Guinness, Obi-Wan Kenobi, starred in a film back in the day called The Man in the White Suit. And it was about someone who invents a textile fabric that never wears and you never need to replace. And of course, that's the last thing that the world actually wants. The last thing that the world wanted was a car like the Mercedes 190. Built a regular car, a Mercedes, yes, but a regular car built for regular people that would go and go and go forever, that would shrug off 500,000 kilometres like it was nothing, that would go on to 1,000,000 kilometres, and also which could be repaired quite easily by a mechanic with some skill in a backstreet garage. Truthfully, even Mercedes, I think, would admit that they made a mistake there. Because ideally what you'd like to do, and I've had this straight from the mouth of a senior motor industry executive who'd had one too many martinis at the bar with me. And he said, do you know what, Steve? The ideal customer for us is someone who buys a car, takes it up to about 50 to 60,000 miles after about 4 or 5 years of use, and then comes back to us for another car. If people stopped doing that, we would go out of business. One of the problems with electric cars, certainly in the developed world, is that they have far fewer components than an internal combustion engine car. There's far less on an electric car to be serviced, to wear out and therefore require replacing. And also because electric cars, the stuff that they're made out of, that I don't think they're going to rust like internal combustion engine cars. In other words, the problem with electric cars is they might be a bit too good and they might last a bit too long, even for manufacturers. The thing about them, of course, that people will say is, oh, well, when the batteries run out, you know, but of course, batteries can be relatively easily replaced. A lot easier than trying to fix a gearbox on an Alfa Romeo, I can tell you that from personal experience.
Yes, and moving on to, I suppose, the need of supercars. Most people, they don't need them. They just need a car for the school run or a commuter vehicle. I think this is where China's affordability on EVs helps them to really pull ahead.
Yeah, I think, as I said, I think what's going to happen, it gives me no pleasure, to be honest, but maybe it's someone else's turn. You know, why should it be us? Why should it be Britain, France, the States and Japan that dominate the motor industry? Why not China? Why shouldn't it be their turn? If they can offer a product that's cheaper and better, why not? But I do think that when it comes to supercars, those names, those evocative, soul-stirring names, Lamborghini, Aston Martin, Corvette, Supra, those names that have fired the blood of young men and women around the world for decades, that appeal, that attraction will still make people work endless hours in jobs that they hate so that they can get their hands on one of those cars. I remember the first time I got a Lotus, and it had just been a lifelong ambition. I'm the guy who made a pilgrimage to the site of the Lotus, the first Lotus factory, and then rode up a very big hill to the pub where Colin Chapman, the founder of Lotus, his parents lived, where he built the very first Lotus, and stood there in the courtyard thinking, wow, the first Lotus was built here. And so to actually own one of those cars for me had been the fulfillment of a lifelong ambition. And I think that's where the Chinese motor industry will have a lot of catching up to do. So you can't buy well, you can buy history. I was going to say, all kinds of British, legendary British names have been bought by India, by China, by America. You can very much buy history, but you can't create history in a few years' time. It takes decades to build a name like Aston Martin, Ferrari, you know, all of those names. And I think they will remain, and they will build internal combustion engine cars. Horacio Pagani in Italy has just gone back to internal combustion engines only, because he simply said, when asked why, he said, because nobody wants a Pagani hybrid or a Pagani electric. They want a V12 dead tree burning monster of an engine that makes a noise that puts a grin on the face of anyone with an ounce of soul.
So you've driven a lot of these cars. Obviously, you're a presenter on Top Gear. How did that opportunity come about?
Well, the thing was, I'm from the era of Top Gear when we were all journalists. It was believed at the BBC that if you presented a programme about a subject, you should be an expert. So if the subject was, say, the Tudor monarchs, they'd ring up Oxford University and Cambridge University and maybe Durham, and they'd find an eccentric professor who wasn't afraid of the camera, and they'd get him or her to present the programme. If they were presenting a programme about science, you know, like physics, they'd go and find an affable, likeable genius like Professor Brian Cox, who I know because he's from the same part of the world as me. Well, not just that I know him, but not everybody knows it. I mean, Greater Manchester's got 4.7 million people. We don't all know each other, you know, but I do know him. And it was the same with cars. The belief was, if people are going to be told about cars, we need to find experts. And so they would troll the world of motoring journalism and try and find a unique voice. That's how they found Jeremy Clarkson. Jeremy Clarkson was a very entertaining and individualistic writer for Fast Car magazine, or was it Fast Lane? Fast Lane or Fast Car he started with. And they thought, every year they used to drag a load of us in. Now, some of them, being journalists, would look at the camera like it was a machine gun that was being pointed at them. And obviously they couldn't really translate what was written on the printed page into, you know, a TV news item. But occasionally they'd come across massive show-offs and egotists like Jeremy Clarkson and me, and they'd take us on. And I remember my boss at the time, who was an old-school BBC boss, and he said, now listen, you're going to be the motorbike man, and you've got to remember that most people are terrified of motorcycles. There are only 1.1 million motorcycle licence holders in the UK in a nation of 70 million. So he said, so the vast majority of people think that motorbikes are noisy, dirty, dangerous things, and it's your job to be the acceptable face of motorcycling, which I have to say, my friends found hilarious because I had, shall we say, a checkered career when it came to observing speed limits and such like. But once I got on the telly, I heard my boss's voice saying, you're the acceptable face of motorcycling. Behave yourself and don't use any spicy language.
And how did they find you in the first place? And what was the interview like?
Well, I'll tell you how they found me. I was living in Manchester and I used to go into the office where I worked as the editor of a motorbike magazine. And we ran about 8 or 9 motorbike magazines out to this big office in South Manchester. But I was, for some reason, the only one of us who came into the office from the north, on the north side, because the south side was leafy Cheshire, which is considerably nicer and more upmarket than North Manchester, where I'm from, which, as you can probably tell from my speaking voice, is a bit grittier, shall we say. So it was my job to get a pint of milk for our tea, because, of course, we ran on adrenaline and tea, as well as petrol and nitrous oxide and whatever. And I used to see a chap called Dennis sometimes at the newsagent. And he told me that he had a BMW. Now, here's how times changed, my friend, because this was the end of the 80s, early 90s. And back then, BMW's reputation in the bike world was that they built motorcycles for old men and the police. That was it. It was completely at odds with their reputation for cars when they were making fantastic cars like the M3 and the M5. Their motorcycles were so dull and boring. Not now, I hasten to say, but this was 30 years ago. And I knew that this chap Dennis had a BMW. And after, Lord knows how many times I've spoken to him, he said, you know who I am, don't you? And I said, yeah, you're Dennis. Nice chap, you've got a BMW. He said, I'm the producer of Top Gear. I said, oh, very good. And just walked out of the newsagents. And he followed me out and he said, I think you'd be good on the television. Why don't you come down and have a try out? So I went down there and I got sent at first to see how it was done. He said, what you need to do is to go along on a shoot and see how it works. And the first shoot that I went along on was presented by a certain Mr. Jeremy Clarkson. And I'll never forget this. He turned up 2 hours late. Oh. I turned up half an hour early because I wanted to impress. He turned up 2 hours late and the crew were fuming, absolutely fuming. And I thought, right, make a point, don't do that because you want the crew on your side. But, yeah, so what they used to do, the thing was, it was very clever of them because back then, we all wrote our own scripts because we were journalists, so they didn't need to employ script writers. We wrote for a living. We all wrote for a living. Me, Jeremy, Quentin Wilson. We were writers. We wrote our scripts. And the other thing was, they didn't have to check the facts. They put that on us. They said, just make sure it's all right. I used to wake up in the middle of the night thinking, I remember calling the producer once because the programme went out on a Thursday. I'd done the voiceover on the Wednesday, and I woke up in the middle of the night and I thought, Gerald Ford wasn't the president, he was the president-elect. I'd said that when this particular car came out, Gerald Ford was the president, and then it suddenly came to me in the night, he was only the president-elect. And I rang the producer, and he said, Steve, 2 things, no one's going to notice, and 2, it is 1:45 in the morning, and then he said a rude swear word. But, you know, it's okay. But I think they were glad that we were so bothered about getting the facts right. And then when Jeremy and James and Richard, although it was Jason Dorr, when they brought the programme back in the format that most people know, the Three Amigos format, the programme had changed in a way into more of an entertainment show than a consumer show. But those 3 guys were all still journalists. They were not actors. They were not presenters. When they left after Jeremy started throwing hands because his steak was cold or something like that, they got Chris Evans, they got Matt LeBlanc, and for me, my mother is one of the sweetest person that walks this earth. She never has a bad thing to say about anybody. But I went round, she's in her 80s, I went round to see her when they changed it to Chris Evans and Matt LeBlanc, and my mother was dusting, and she stopped and she said, well, I've watched that new version of Top Gear, Stephen, and I have to say, it's dreadful. And I thought, wow, for my mother to say that, it must be really bad. And I think that was the end of the game, because the people watching it were being entertained by Clarkson, Hammond and May, but they knew that all three of them had a solid background in motoring journalism.
And speaking of Clarkson...
Yeah. When they said, I think it's like, or I don't think it's as good as they actually had the knowledge and the experience. When Joey from Friends, no disrespect to Matt LeBlanc, actually, some disrespect to Matt LeBlanc. When Matt LeBlanc expressed his opinion on the Di Tommaso Pantera, as opposed to the equivalent Ferrari or Maserati, had he ever driven the other two cars? I'll bet he hadn't, because he was too busy being an actor. They ruined it. And that's why people watch Grand Tour. Because, again, Jeremy Clarkson's been writing a motoring column for the Sun newspaper and the Sunday Times here in the UK for over 30 years. Do you realise how many cars that is over that time? It's hundreds and hundreds, it's thousands of cars. So, not that he and I ever really got on. We butted heads, me and Jezza. But I've got to give the guy respect, because when he opens his mouth to express one of his strongly held opinions, he knows what he's talking about, and people know that. And that's why they respect the guy, even if they don't like him. Like me. I don't like him, but I respect him.
Well, exactly like you said, Steve. Very easy to watch on screen. What's Clarkson like off screen?
Late. He and I never got on.
Why?
Well, we sort of did. We sort of did at the start. And then I started to be on the show more. And then, as well as the motorbikes, because I started on it for a few years, I just did motorbikes. But then I started to do cars, and I started to get some of the jobs that Jeremy assumed would be his. Like, there was a new Lamborghini, the car that we now know as the Gallardo. It had a different name in development. I got wind of it. As a journalist, I got wind of it. Approached somebody in the organisation, because at the time I was writing with Auto Italia magazine in the UK. They had contacts in Italy, so I had contacts in Italy. And when Clarkson found out that I was in the frame to go and drive that car, he went potty. He was absolutely... It was like, because when I was the bike guy, it was fine. But as soon as I sort of started to be... Jeremy's great. I mean, anybody who watched Grand Tour or Top Gear, Three Amigos Top Gear, him and Richard and James, would know there's a hierarchy there, isn't there? They're not equal, the three of them. There's James, and there's Richard, and then there's Jezza. And Jezza's the leader of the gang, isn't he? If they were the Black Widows in those old Clint Eastwood films, Jezza would be the guy in the German helmet with the horns on. He's the leader of the Black Widows, isn't he? So, in real life, Jeremy is a less bombastic version of that person that you see on the screen. You couldn't act that persona for all the years that he has. He is kind of like that. And like I said, even though he and I never really got on together, the last time I met him in person, there was a bar. It was at a car show, and there was an open bar. And he said, Berry, people know we don't like each other. I'll buy you a pint, and we'll stand over there pretending we like each other. So we're at the bar. I said, go on then. So he bought me a pint, and we're there chatting away. And I could see people, because it was a car show with lots of industry people. And they were walking past. He and I got to the point where I was interviewed by Britain's then best-selling newspaper, and the title was, I Wish He'd Fall in a Hole in the Ground, with a picture of me, which I did say, But they cut off the end of the sentence where I'd said to the News of the World, I'd said, I wish he'd fall in a hole in the ground so I could have his job. And then said, not that I don't like him or wish him any ill will. They just used the bit at the beginning, which I had to admit to my boss when he called me in a furious rage, saying, why did you say these things to the News of the World? Although subsequently I did become the motoring editor of the News of the World, which again I'll say, whatever you think of it, was Britain's. I mean, it seems strange to be in a Britain without the News of the World, because for many decades it was the best-selling newspaper in the UK.
Well, to even hear the notion that the News of the World, it might have put a misleading headline, I don't believe that at all. I'm just going to move on to the fact. Who is a better driver, you or Jeremy Clarkson?
Well, that's a good one. When you say a better driver, do you mean a faster driver?
Yes, of course.
I don't know. I have raced, not very well, because I have a problem when I race. I either finish well or the car is completely destroyed in a horrendous crash, because it seems that I only ever crash on the fast corners at race circuits. Forget first or second gear hairpins. I'm all about fourth or fifth gear flat out turns. And if you go onto YouTube, I think you can still see me going flat in fifth in a 2-litre Ford through the Craner Curves at Donington Park in the English Midlands. And I think I rolled 6 times.
Wow.
The accident, let me put it this way. It was quite a big meeting that it happened at. And the accident was so extreme that I damaged the track so badly that the entire meeting had to be suspended, not just the race that I was in, the whole thing. And we were the support race. We weren't even the main attraction. So I'm not sure, but I know for a fact that neither Jeremy or I are anything like the standard of a racing driver. I've been very lucky to know some of the greatest drivers of my generation. Well, not my generation, even older generations. People like Ari Vatanen and Marco Allen, the Scandinavian rally drivers. People like Mark Higgins, the rally driver turned stuntman who you see in all the James Bond movies. My pal Anthony Reid, who's one of the stars of Super Touring in the 90s and consistently one of the fastest drivers at Goodwood. I've been in car with these guys, and their level of ability and control is absolutely mind-blowing.
I think what I'm getting, Steve, is a very diplomatic but also a long-winded way of saying that you're a faster driver.
Let me just say something. If it was motorbikes, I don't think he'd get out of the car park. And if we were on a track, I would fall off rather than let Clarkson come past me on a motorbike. That would never happen.
So to speak on safety, as you said, you flipped a car 8 times. Famously, Top Gear's been suspended for many years now after Freddie Flintoff's crash. It hasn't returned. Is it purely the case of health and safety that stopped the show?
Don't think so. I think that's the easy answer. And I think it's more complicated than that. It pains me to say this, but it's hard to ignore the inevitable. A lot of people would like to ignore the inevitable, but I'm supposed to be a journalist, and so I kind of have to speak as I find it. And what I find is that enthusiasm for cars and for motorcycles it's waning, it's disappearing. Do you know what it's similar? Do you know what it's very similar to? I'll tell you. It's very similar to rock music. Now, there's a great debate at the moment about the end of rock music. Black Sabbath just played their final ever farewell gig. Although, having said that, I did go to the farewell tour 5 years ago. So who knows? There may be another farewell tour. But Ozzy had to sit in a chair that he was strapped into. So I very much think that that's the end for them. Paul McCartney seems to be on a farewell tour. Glastonbury, they're not having Glastonbury next year, but when it comes back, which band would be big enough to play Glastonbury? What, U2, Coldplay, maybe? Those guys are getting, what, into their 50s and 60s now? And it seems to be, to me, the same with cars and with motorbikes. That passion is fading.
As well, I think a big organisation like the BBC as well, it's facing enormous competition from the likes of YouTube. You have independent people with a lot of passion, with a lot of energy, a lot of time, and they don't necessarily need a salary. There's some absolutely enormous channels on YouTube which are pumping out absolutely A-grade car content.
Yeah, not much of it is from the UK, though. Most of the stuff that I watch is made in North America. I have to say, people like, Hoovie's Garage, Vinwiki, Jay Leno's Garage, stuff like that. And then there's the more sort of esoteric guys, Whistling Diesel and all that. All that sort of, I do like the crazy hillbilly stuff. It's a million miles away from my experience of motoring. These trucks that have their own zip code that have got like 2,000 brake horsepower and spew, enormous amounts of thick black smoke. I find that stuff quite entertaining, but I do wonder. I've tried myself with YouTube, and I think I've realised that the sort of content that I got used to producing on what we call linear television, I didn't just work for Top Gear. I made motoring shows for 4 or 5 different linear television companies here in the UK, Channel 4, Channel 5, Sky, the BBC ITV, and it was all kind of TV programme-ish, but the YouTube content, there's a guy on there, Vice Grip Garage, Derek. I don't know if you're familiar with the guy, but it's just some guy who's got a very appealing character. He travels right across North America. He buys these old cars sight unseen. He tries to fix them up, and then he tries to drive home, often like 1,000 miles or 1,500 miles. And I will happily sit there and watch this guy on his adventure, even though he's not just fixing the cars, he's filming it, he's recording the sound, and then when he gets home, he's editing it all down and sticking it on YouTube. There used to be in Manchester, where I live, outside the cathedral, there used to be a guy, a busker, and he was a one-man band. And he played the drums, and he had a kazoo on a frame, and he had cymbals on his knees, and he used to bang them together. And then he was playing an accordion as well at the same time. And I thought, Derek's like that guy who used to do that. And when I started in television for the BBC back in the 90s, on a shoot for Top Gear, there'd be 7 or 8 people. And now it's like one guy with a mobile phone, and he's doing the whole thing. He's editing it on his phone. He's shooting it on his phone, he's recording the sound on his phone, and he's editing it on his phone. So what future there would be for a car show? Car shows are expensive. I remember sitting in a room with a BBC executive once, and he said, he listened to my proposal for another kind of car show. This was for like a custom car show. Cars that are one-offs, unusual cars that have been like... I was inspired by a man who built a car in his cellar, and it had taken him 20 years. And when he finished, he almost had to take his house down. He had to have a wall taken out the side of the building to get the car out. And I thought, we need to tell these stories. And my boss said, very good, Steve, but for far less money, I can make a cooking show or a gardening show. And I can make the gardening show 20 yards away from here in that garden out there. And I can make the cooking show 20 yards away from me in the other direction in a studio. The problem with car shows is, if you looked at Grand Tour or at Top Gear, you have to go around the world to impress people. You can't just go in the car park or in the garden or in the kitchen. You have to go to the salt flats in Namibia or the North Pole or somewhere like that. Or else people are like, oh, well, this isn't as good as the Grand Tour. They set a standard. Do you know what? I've said I don't like him, but I respect him. I think Clarkson, Hammond and May quit at exactly the right time. It was just on the cusp of them starting to... Some of the ideas were coming around for the second or third time. There was still an engaging watch, but I thought, when they quit, I thought, oh, that's good timing.
And speaking of quitting at the right time, I'm just going to move it on to Jaguar. Obviously, they've had a lot of critics recently. Their sales have dropped 98%. That's absolutely staggering. They've rebranded. The opponents will say they've kind of gone woke. They've made these sort of these supercars, if you will, and sales have dropped 98%. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, there's been a lot of people who have taken this as an opportunity to bash the woke movement. I don't think there is a woke movement. Nobody's made me aware of it. When I saw that, I thought, this is the last throw of the dice. Jaguar has been in trouble for 50 years. It's staggered from one benefactor to another to try and prop up an ailing business. I mean, think about the glory days of Jaguar. My grandfather, John Moore, was a Jaguar man. He had fantastic taste in cars, my granddad, and in motorbikes. In motorbikes, he like Enzo Ferrari, he liked a Rudge motorcycle. My granddad had Enzo Ferrari. Big fans of the Rudge made in Coventry. In cars, he had an Elvis, he had a Triumph VTS, and he had a dark green Jaguar Mark II with the 3.8 engine. What a car. Can you imagine, as a boy, I used to go and sit in that car. He'd let me start it. He'd say, Stephen, go and warm the oil in the Jaguar before he took it out. Like a 7-year-old boy, I used to run outside with the keys and start this incredible car. But that's 60-odd years ago that was made. The debacle that was British Leyland with Jaguar, those terribly built cars, beautiful cars, but terribly built. The XJ40. I've had an XJ40. Most people on the internet talking about the XJ40 never had one. It wasn't a great car. It had all sorts of problems. And of course, the biggest problem for Jaguar came in the shape of BMW, Audi and Mercedes. They took that market off Jaguar. When Ford bought it for £2.5 billion at the end of the 80s, they invested hundreds of millions of dollars into Jaguar. They built some fairly decent cars. I've had a few of them. I had an S-Type R for my paint, and I had an XJR, the supercharged X300, which I thought was a great-looking car. It went well. It made a fantastic noise. And inside, the wood and leather reminded me of my grandfather's car. But you can only trade on that nostalgia for so long. And this, for Jaguar, is a last throw of the dice. The cars that they've been making weren't bad cars. The XK, the F-Type, great-looking cars, fantastic performance. You know, maybe not quite the same cachet. Well, not quite the same cachet as an Aston Martin or a Ferrari. But perhaps in the real world, more practical and usable. And guess what? Nobody wanted them. So what are they supposed to do? Are they just supposed to carry on building cars that hark back to the 1960s and the 1950s that nobody wants? No. A radical, bold, imaginative reinvention. And if some people can't see that those commercials were deliberately designed to alienate them, then they must be easy to fool. I wouldn't mind playing poker with those people who started ranting and raving and frothing at the mouth and saying how woke it was. They've done that deliberately to get rid of you lot. They're going to reinvent themselves. They're going to build a car that costs 10 times as the X-Type they were flogging a few years ago, and they're going to try and sell them to Chinese billionaires. And I wish them all the luck in the world, because to me, Jaguar is one of the greatest brands in the history of the motor industry. I hope they survive, but it won't be like it was, because the world's changed.
And finally, we're just going to finish on briefly. I hear you're in the process yourself of starting up a car brand, a sports car for under the value of $23,000. What inspired you to start this endeavour?
I thought you'd never ask. Thank you for asking. Two things inspired me. One is the Lotus Elite. We've talked about my love of Lotus. I think that Colin Chapman is the preeminent genius of the British car industry, and there were certainly quite a few of them, you know, whether it's Isigonis or Sir William Lyons or Peter Stevens, who's actually a friend of mine, the man who designed the McLaren F1. I think the Lotus Elite of 1959, the first car that had a monocoque. It wasn't a body-on chassis. The first production car to be built on a monocoque. And I was inspired by that. And I thought, why have sports cars become so incredibly complex and so insanely powerful? What if we went back to the principles of the Lotus Elite, a car that was super lightweight and which had skinny tyres and had about 75 brake horsepower? Now, most people would think, 75 brake horsepower, you can't have a sports car. Yes, you can, because as Colin Chapman knew, and his mantra was, add lightness. We intend to build a super light car with about 75 brake horsepower. It won't need power steering. It won't need ABS. It won't need traction control. Remove weight, add lightness. And the other thing that inspired me were the pedal cars that were built. A friend of mine wrote a book, Lee Marshall wrote a book about the pedal cars that were built at a factory in South Wales that were replicas of the Austin. And people might remember our now King Charles and his brother Prince Andrew in those little pedal cars, because they used to sell them in Harrods, the department store. Those little pedal cars were made by disabled miners, guys that had worked in the mines in South Wales but had been injured. And somebody had the bright idea of finding employment for these guys, something for them to do so they could work and earn a wage again, these proud men who'd worked in the mines. And they built these fantastic little pedal cars. And I thought, what if we in Manchester could give employment to perhaps disabled ex-servicemen? I've been talking to an organisation that's involved with those kind of guys. If we could build a super lightweight car that was still very much fun to drive, but harked back to that concept from all those years ago. Stop making things with 1,000 horsepower. We've got enough hypercars. And why do they have to be so expensive? Let's build something that's lightweight, simple and fun and retails for a fraction of the cost of this other stuff. You don't need to go crazy fast to have fun. If a car is simple and it's very direct and you feel connected to the road, 50 miles an hour can feel like 150 miles an hour.
And that's a great place to end it there. We wish you the very best of luck in your endeavours with that. I'm sure when it's built, you'll have to come back on the show. But for now, Steve Berry, a former Top Gear presenter, thanks so much for your time. That's all we have time for today on Global News Today. Thanks for watching, and be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Vatican. Vatican City, or the Holy See. It gained independence from Italy on the 11th of February in 1929. The sovereign independent state has a population of less than 1,000, yet it is one of the most popular cities for tourists. The Holy See, which is surrounded by Rome, has been the home of the Pope since 1378 and is considered the seat of the Catholic religion. And then, of course, there are the very popular Vatican museums, which is mainly why most people fly in for a visit. There's the Sistine Chapel, which is considered the private chapel of the Pope. This is also where cardinals meet to vote for a new Pope. Its ceiling frescoes feature paintings by the great Michelangelo, and the biblical scenes on the wall are by several artists, including Perugino and Botticelli. The gateway to Vatican City is St. Peter's Square and Basilica. It is built on the site that covers St. Peter's tomb. It is considered one of the largest churches in the world. Michelangelo's famous Pieta is also featured in this church. Italian masses are held here every Sunday. Visitors are allowed, but must follow the strict dress code, no bare knees or shoulders. Another attraction unique to the Vatican is the Swiss Guard. They have been guarding the Vatican City since 1506, and today would still dress in the traditional costume. These guards are Roman Catholic Swiss nationals, between 19 to 30 years old, and are high school graduates. On the Tiber River, there's the Castel Sant'Angelo. It was built as a tomb for Emperor Hadrian in the 2nd century. It was built over the Roman walls and has an underground passageway to the Vatican. During summer, concerts and other special events may be held there. It's a great place also just for strolling and enjoying the view by the river. For great eats, the popular ones are also within the Vatican museums. There are cafeteria-style restaurants, a bar, and pizzeria. You'll also find a courtyard with an Italian-style bar with alcoholic beverages. Meanwhile, there are more must-try treats outside the walls of the Vatican. You'll find high-end restaurants that serve sushi, fresh fish, and more. Places that serve quick bites, like cheese and cold cuts, can also be found here. There are also Sicilian restaurants, or Rome-based ones, each with impressive menus to choose from. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
to have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Detroit. Detroit is the most populous city in the U.S. state of Michigan. Its metropolitan area is known as Metro Detroit. It is home to 4.3 million, making it the 14th most populous metropolitan area in the U.S. The city of Detroit was founded in July 24, 1701 by French explorer and adventurer Antoine de la Motte Cadillac. It is due to the expansion of the automobile industry that the Detroit area emerged as an important city in the States in the early 20th century. Detroit has a 300-plus-year history and a slate of innovations. As a result, the city has a lot to offer. For one, Detroit is often associated to the inimitable Henry Ford, whose breakthroughs helped give rise to the city's automobile industry. Ford's wealth, interests, and talents are showcased in the Henry Ford. It is a large complex of museums, living history sites, factory tours, and archives. These places will provide you a detailed look into Detroit's past, as well as the family and lifestyle of Henry Ford. Museums in Detroit are top-rated attractions as well. There's the Detroit Institute of Arts and Cranbrook Art Museum. Both of these places regale visitors with amazing works, contemporary or otherwise. Then, there's the GM Next showroom, which are all about cars. You'll find all car types here: vintage, new, and planned. The place pays tribute to the hometown industry, plus it has an IMAX theater where you'll find a mix of technology, documentary, all housed within the complex. For some fun gaming and entertainment, Detroit has a series of casinos that welcome the brave souls who want to try their luck out. For dining destinations, Detroit has the best restaurants spread around the metro. Find comfort food and cheap eats in its college town. The Birmingham and West Bloomfield neighborhoods also give you a new string of restaurants to choose from. Nearby are places that specialize in Middle Eastern cuisine. Detroit has restaurants for fine dining too. Indeed, the city has a little something for everyone. Brooklyn. Brooklyn is the most populous of NYC's 5 boroughs. It is geographically adjacent to the borough of Queens at the southwestern end of Long Island. Brooklyn has a land area of 71 square miles or 180 kilometers. Its water area is about 26 square miles or 67 square kilometers. The official motto of Brooklyn is displayed on its seal and flag. Its motto says, Indrik maakt macht, which means unity makes strength in early modern Dutch. The borough remains home to many diverse communities. These range from Russian enclaves in Brighton Beach and Polish residents in Greenpoint. The arty punks of Bushwick and the bugaboo-pushing moms of Windsor Terrace are also part of their multicultural communities. Brooklyn is also where you'll find the world-renowned Brooklyn Academy of Music, the Brooklyn Philharmonic, and the second-largest public art collection in the United States, and the Brooklyn Museum. Opened way back in 1897, Brooklyn is NYC's second-largest public art museum. Its permanent collection has more than 1.5 million objects that include ancient Egyptian masterpieces as well as contemporary art. Brooklyn also opened the world's first museum dedicated to children in December 1899, called the Brooklyn Children's Museum. It has a permanent collection of over 30,000 cultural objects and natural history specimens. Also part of the top popular attractions in the city is the Brooklyn Academy of Music, or BAM. It has a 2,109-seat opera house, an 874-seat theater, and the art house BAM Rose Cinemas. On the other side of downtown Brooklyn, in the Dumbo Arts District, is where you'll find Barge Music and St. Anne's Warehouse. There's also the Brooklyn Technical High School, which has the second largest auditorium in NYC with its remarkable seating capacity of over 3,000. Kuala Lumpur. Malaysia's capital city, Kuala Lumpur is the 6th most visited city in the world. Known for its cultural diversity, combinations of colonial and modern architecture, lively marketplaces, and several shopping destinations. Kuala Lumpur is home to the iconic Petronas Twin Towers, the tallest twin buildings in the world and one of the city's most famous landmarks. The Twin Towers stand at about 452 meters tall. It was designed by Argentine architect Cesar Pelli, who followed a postmodern style so that the towers would be the city's 21st century icon. Surrounding the Petronas Twin Towers is the KLCC Park, which was built to provide green scenes around the Petronas. KLCC Park is open to everyone and visitors can jog, take the children out to play, or just simply relax and enjoy the greenery contrasting Kuala Lumpur's cityscape. If you're fond of shopping, Kuala Lumpur is the place for you. The Central Market is a shopping area for local products and souvenirs. It sells colorful batiks, the traditional dressing of ethnic Malay Malaysians. The Central Market also sells saris and cheongsams because of Malaysia's diverse ethnicities. You can also find products inspired from Buddhism and Hinduism. Other Malay craftworks can also be found in the Central Market, such as daggers and wood carvings. Bukit Bintang is also a place to go because it is one of Kuala Lumpur's major shopping districts. The area is one of the most popular retail belts that comprises of many shopping centers, cafes, bars, night markets, and places to eat. Bukit Bintang is famous to both tourists and locals, especially to young people. Night times are enjoyable in Kuala Lumpur because the city is still bright and alive. There are night markets you can visit, such as Petaling Street, which is only a few minutes away from the central market. Petaling Street is Kuala Lumpur's version of Chinatown. Here, you can find different Chinese food, delicacies, and herbs. It is also where you can buy cheaper versions of Asia's latest fashion. Other places nearby Petaling Street are the Jamek Mosque, an old mosque of Moorish architecture, Sri Mahamariaman Temple, and Pasar Seni LRT Station. Memphis. The city that is the birthplace of rock and roll, visit Memphis. Memphis is the city located in the southwestern corner of the state of Tennessee, overlooking the Mississippi River. It is in fact the state's most populous city with its 1.3 million inhabitants. Historically, Memphis has served as the commercial center and social center, connecting regions in western Tennessee, the Mississippi, and eastern Arkansas. The city is also known as one of the top producers of cotton for the United States. They don't call the city the birthplace of blues and rock and roll for nothing. It is said that blues pioneer W.C. put down the first rhythm and blues in paper here. Elvis Presley also recorded his first song in Memphis and considered the city his home. Memphis also has one of the biggest guitar factories in the U.S., Gibson's Beale Factory. So what to do in Memphis? Well, for the rock and roll music fan, this is where you'll find anything and everything about the king, Elvis Presley. It's a must to go on a pilgrimage to Graceland, Elvis's mansion and home. You can also visit the legendary Sun Studio, the place where Elvis did his first recording. Tours are done regularly, so be sure to watch out for that if you're in town. For a taste of pre-Civil War society, visit the Hunt Phelan Mansion. You can also check out Overton Park, the city's oasis, which is host to many picnics and outdoor plays. It's also the place where you can find the Memphis Zoo, the Memphis College of Art, and the Brooks Museum of Art. The nightlife scene is very alive in Memphis as you walk down Beale Street's bevy of bars featuring the best in live music. One of the most popular ones is B.B. King's, where the late great B.B. King himself performed regularly. Don't forget to catch the sunset over the Mississippi before you hit the bars and clubs. Now for food. Did you know that aside from music, Memphis is also popular for its amazing and delectable barbecue and Southern comfort food traditions? Look for food stops scattered around the city featuring barbecue, pulled pork, steaks, Southern fried chicken, and even seafood. Don't forget to visit the next time you're in town. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
The nuclear program, Iran's nuclear program, is not unlike many people. Some people want to portray it as a national pride. It's been a disaster. It's not a blessing. It's a curse for Iran. They have spent hundreds of billions of dollars in vain for nothing. We understand the legitimate concerns of the international community for Iran's nuclear program. But apart from that, and for us, even before that, we are against it because it's against our people. It has taken the Iranian people hostage and deprived Iran of peace and prosperity.
Iran's opposition leaders, like the Kurdish Iranian Kamala Party head, Abdullah Muqtadi, watch closely from the sidelines as the current regime faces growing pressure from Israel and the USA over its nuclear ambitions. For now, a tenuous peace holds over the skies of Iran as a post-mortem is conducted in the USA over the real impact of its bunker-buster bomb strike on the Iranian nuclear facilities on Sunday, the 22nd of June. Well, President Donald Trump has said he would bomb Iran again if necessary, while Tehran says it's not willing to resume nuclear negotiations, although there are reports of the USA trying to find some path to talks. Meanwhile, intelligence briefings in the US Congress tackle the contradicting information about the effectiveness of the US strike. To find out how the opposition groups in exile fit into the bigger picture, I sat down with the Kurdish Iranian leader Abdullah Muqtadi a couple of weeks ago for an in-depth chat. And then Israel hit Tehran just 2 days later. So I caught up with Abdullah Muqtadi in the aftermath of what's being called the 12-day war in order to update our conversation by adding his perspective on the conflict. So, Mr. Secretary General, we spoke literally just a couple of days before the conflict escalated to the point where Israel was striking Iran. And then, of course, the US joined in with its bunker buster bombs, and things have just gone through a roller coaster. Let me get your assessment of what was really done during that conflict. Did the US strike, for example, have any real impact on Iran's nuclear capabilities?
I'm not an expert on damage assessment, but it seems to me, from the news that I can hear and follow, that the damage has been extensive, both on nuclear and military sites in Iran.
To the degree that Iran, its capabilities have been diminished, many people say they could just shift to another location. The talent is still there, the knowledge is still there, and that if Iran really wants to, it could pick up within months even. That's one of the assessments.
No, I don't think so. I'm not sure about, I don't have any intelligence or information about the nuclear material, but as long as the war itself and its damage is concerned, the Islamic regime was defeated on the front, on the foreign front, on the war against Israel, and the Iran sky was dominated by Israeli planes. They bombed anywhere they wanted, and they inflicted heavy casualties, heavy losses on the Iranian upper level of command, Revolutionary Guards command structure. So, and the people saw with their eyes the vulnerability and weakness of the regime.
How did you regard what turned out to be a strange kind of back and forth on the US assessment of what happened? Intelligence that came out from the US itself said there wasn't really much of an impact, while President Trump and his immediate circle said that this had been a major impact against Iran. The contradiction, how do you view that?
I really don't know. I assume that with the technology and the military power of the United States, it must have been a very effective blow, but I'm not an expert on that, and it's not appropriate for me to comment on that.
What I've been reading in recent news, Mr. Secretary General, is that the Iranian regime has been arresting many people, many being arrested and imprisoned, even executed, according to some reports, because they're believed to be spies for Israel, that there was a high level of Israeli agent infiltration within the Iranian regime. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, the regime tries to intimidate people by arresting and executing some people, accusing them of being Israeli spies, to reassert its power. But people, they cannot undo what has been done. The people have witnessed with their own eyes the weaknesses and vulnerabilities of the Iranian regime and its powerlessness towards the Israeli planes and the American strikes.
I know you've been lobbying heavily in the US for support, and Donald Trump came out soon after the strike saying he was not looking for regime change because he didn't want to see what he called chaos in the region. How does his stance, if that is to stand, because he may change his mind, but if he does decide regime change is not on the agenda for the US in its role in what happens in the region, how does it affect your stance in terms of getting your party and the rights that you're looking for?
Dealing with the political system in Iran and the Islamic regime is something for the Iranian people to decide. We, as the Kurdish people, as well as other freedom-loving people in Iran, we want a new system, a new democratic, prosperous, peaceful Iran, a new secular Iran, a new federal Iran, whatever you may describe it. And this is something for us to decide and for us to do something about it.
Do you see any role for the US then in terms of the direction it might take the country?
It depends on the future developments of the country. If there is a reasonably cohesive and democratic alternative to the regime, if people rise up again for their peaceful demands, if we witness more protest movements, of course the United States, the Europeans and the international community don't like Iran to fall into chaos. So they may help the Iranian democratic opposition, but it's too early for that.
Now, of course, the Crown Prince, the Pahlavi, has been quite vocal in his willingness to step forward and take a role, as there was a sign that things may actually progress in Iran as far as the regime being affected. What role do you think the Crown Prince has in all of this? Does he have something that's aligned with your desires when it comes to how Iran might change in the future?
Well, as a personality and then as the son of the Shah of Iran, he can promote what he thinks is good for himself or for the country. But it's the Iranian people who eventually decide about the future of the country in a democratic referendum about the best political system for Iran. But considering him to be a leader of the transition period, I don't think so.
Well, I was going to say that I know that you, as the Kurdish Iranian opposition, have in the past also been at odds with the Shah when he was power in trying to get your rights secured. That's correct, yeah?
It is correct, yes.
Mr. Secretary General, what do you see as the next steps happening? What do you think will happen in the coming days and weeks? The US says it may strike again, Israel may strike again. The ceasefire that's taking place, or at least the relative ease of hostilities, is uncertain. What do you expect to happen?
I think the 12-day war is over between Iran and Israel, but the hostilities and the conflict between these two countries, and in fact between Iran and the United States, will continue because the supreme leader, albeit in a very weak position, but still loudly threatens the world, and loudly they are defying the international community and the calls for a peaceful solution to the nuclear program in Iran.
An update there from Abdullah Mokhtadi. Now, to get a deeper insight into what Iran's opposition groups are seeking, here's the full conversation I had with the Kamala Party Secretary General prior to the recent clashes. Start by telling me, why are you in Washington, D.C.? What's the goal of your trip here?
Thank you very much for having me. I've come to Washington to meet with people in government, in the Congress, and media to discuss the problems of my country, Iran, and my people, Kurdish people of Iran, with them, and raise awareness about the plights of Kurds, raise awareness about the situation in Iran with the American audience.
Any particular reason for coming at this time, or is this something you do regularly?
I've come to the United States, to Washington, since 15 years ago. And this time, I think my presence in Washington is very timely, because you know the situation, you know the negotiations, the nuclear negotiations, the tensions in the Middle East. So I think it's timely.
How do you generally get received here? I mean, we'll talk a little more about this, but the Kurdish issue, for example, in itself is not one that's really on the radar of the American people much.
I've been received very well. Maybe it's not on the agenda now, but Kurds have demonstrated that they are good friends and allies of the United States. And people in the government and politicians or ex-politicians, think tanks, the media, they respect Kurds.
The Trump administration, though, has its own kind of unique focus as far as a lot of people are concerned. What's your view on how the current administration, quite new back into government, so to speak, for Mr. Trump, how is he kind of responding, if you've had any feedback?
Well, we also, like President Trump and his administration, we believe in that Iran should be a non-nuclear state, a peaceful state, peaceful, democratic, secular state, without malign activities in the region. So there are so many things that we feel we have in common with this administration.
How did you feel about what President Obama did then, when he was president, when he tried to engage with Iran, try to get some progress in the relationship? Wouldn't that have been a useful way to approach it?
President Obama didn't listen to Iranian people at the time. There was Green Movement. It was a huge protest movement, a very democratic one. And people shouted in the streets, Obama, Obama, Ba'unaya Obama, which means, Obama, are you with us or with them? With people or with the government? Unfortunately, Obama didn't listen to the plights of the Iranian people and their aspiration for democracy.
So in terms of the intervention you would seek from America, what would be the best route that America could take to help your cause?
We do not seek America's military intervention, no American boots on the ground. That's not what we want. But we think that the Trump administration, President Trump and his administration, should adopt an open-door policy with Kurds and other Iranian democratic oppositions. People should listen to the Iranian people and their aspirations.
From some of the accounts of the opposition to the regime, I guess yourself included, there's not much opportunity for the people to have a voice, though. So how would they engage in a way that would be meaningful? How can, for example, the US administration get a better idea of what the Iranian people want through the opposition?
Well, the Iranian Kurds are organized. They have political parties. There are political parties of the opposition who are in exile in Europe, in the United States, and also the activists who are inside the country, political prisoners, union activists, teachers, students, women. If the United States wants to engage them, they could. They could find them easily.
So, Dr. Muhtadi, in an article you wrote in March of this year, just a couple of months ago, the headline of it literally stated, "A golden opportunity for a peaceful and democratic Iran." Now, why do you think of it as a golden opportunity at this moment?
Because the Iranian regime is at its weakest point since the revolution in 1979. In 2020, September 2022, a movement, a protest movement erupted. It started in Kurdistan and spread across the country and gained the attention of the international public opinion, the Woman Life Freedom Movement.
That was because of the death of Mahsa Amini, Gina Mahsa Amini, as you call her.
Yes, exactly. And the legitimacy of the government has been eroding very fast. And in fact, Iran is showing many of the symptoms of a failed state. There is no electricity, no water, no inflation is rampant. National currency is falling down rapidly. The government is incapable of providing the very basic services to the people. So it is showing signs of becoming a failed state. And people are dissatisfied, they are unhappy with the system, especially women and the young generation. Ethnic minorities are under very bad suppression. So it's time, and especially Iran's proxies are beaten, and the regional influence of Iran is much weaker than before in the eyes of the region and the eyes of Iranian people. So it's a golden time for the United States and the West, and indeed the international community, to engage the Iranian, Kurdish and otherwise democratic opposition, to think about the future Iran.
I'll break down some of these points you've raised through this interview, but let me get to, again, in this article, what you've said is the country is, quote, a powder keg, vulnerable to a single spark. What would you see as that single spark being?
Nobody can predict, but like Gina Amini or Mahsa Amini, unlawful killing of a young woman because of his bad hijab.
Oh, headscarf, yeah.
Could be another incident like that, or whatever. You never know. Bouazizi, what happened? It became a spark. You never can foresee what the spark would be, but Iran is a powder keg. People are very angry with the system, and they are protesting almost daily. Truck drivers, teachers, workers, mine workers, students, everybody.
Would it be fair to say, because of the traveling you do and you see how Iran is portrayed outside the country, would it be fair to say that this side of Iran isn't really seen or understood by people outside the country, because that would not necessarily be the impression most people get about what's going on in Iran?
It's the fault of the international media. They don't pay attention to the nuclear issue, but they should pay more attention to the domestic policies of the Iranian government and the aspirations of Iranian people, their fights, their struggles, their hopes for the future. It's not fair. The international media has not been fair to the Iranian people, especially the Kurdish people in Iran.
Do you get the impression sanctions are actually working against Iran?
Look, the nuclear program, Iran's nuclear program, is not unlike some people want to portray it as a national pride. It's been a disaster. It's not a blessing. It's a curse for Iran. They have spent hundreds of billions of dollars in vain for nothing. And it has deprived Iran of golden opportunities for development and prosperity. It has impoverished Iran. It has kept Iran in a crisis, in a constant crisis for decades now. So we want to get rid of it, for not only for what the West, we understand the legitimate concerns of the international community for Iran's nuclear program. But apart from that, and for us, even before that, we are against it because it's against our people. It has taken the Iranian people hostage and deprived Iran of peace and prosperity.
Well, you're attributing the blame to the nuclear program, but what about the impact of sanctions? I mean, how realistically are sanctions working?
They are effective, but of course, the impoverished people, and they're not, of course, may have made people suffer economically.
So then, if they're not effective against the country's regime,
it is effective against the country's regime as well. I mean, it has impacted everybody, even the people, even the normal people. But I blame sanctions and blame the Iranian regime for that.
No, I understand the blame, but I'm saying it sounds like if all this time the sanctions have been imposed on the country, it's not really had much impact on the regime itself.
It does, because the sanctions have made the regime financially broke for some time, for some years.
So how has the regime managed to last so long in the face of these sanctions?
Well, because of repression. It is a repressive, totalitarian government that doesn't look after its people. They don't care about people's lives and livelihoods. They don't care about providing services to people. They don't care about education. They don't care about hospitals. They don't care about anything. So the only thing that they care and they put money is the nuclear program and the military programs interfering in the region.
If there have been protests, as you've described, truck drivers and so on, and people protesting daily against the conditions there, why have they not been strong enough to perhaps create some change in the regime? How has the regime dealt with them?
With brute force. And I think it has eroded the legitimacy of the government very sharply. We have had movements. In 2009 we had Green Movement. It was a protest against rigging the elections. And then we had, in different years, we had protests against price rises, fuel price rises. And eventually lastly we had the Jina movement, or Women Life Freedom movement. They are very important movements, and I'm hopeful than before that something will happen in Iran. In fact, everybody in Iran is waiting for something, is waiting for a social upheaval. They don't know how it will start, but everybody is convinced that something has to happen in Iran.
Now, with the US administration under Donald Trump as president, there's much more of an introspective approach to America's affairs. The MAGA movement, it seems to be very focused on what US public is concerned with, as opposed to what's going on outside. So, people might ask, why should the US care about what's happening with Iran?
Iran is a very important country, and Iran is an ally of Russia, an ally of China, and hostile to the United States, the biggest sponsor of terrorism in the region and in the world. So it's in the best interest of the United States that we have a peaceful, democratic country in Iran, a responsible member of the international community, at peace with its neighbors, and at the service of its own people. This is in the best interest of the United States.
Dr. Muqtadi, I know, well, you know, when you travel, you probably connect with the Iranian diaspora. How engaged is the diaspora of Iran in what's going on in the country itself?
No, the majority of the Iranian people outside the country do care about their country, do care about the Iranian people and its future. They're ashamed of this regime. They want a modern, advanced, democratic country. Everybody is for a free Iran.
What makes the Kurdish population, which you represent, the Iranian Kurdish population, what makes that different, perhaps say so special, in terms of its role in Iran?
In 1979, April 1979, there was a kind of referendum in Iran, Islamic Republic, yes or no. Kurds were the only people in Iran. Of course, there were individuals or special groups, but the only ethnic group, the only region of the country where people boycotted that election. We as Kurds never supported Khomeini. We never supported the Islamic Revolution. We protested against the Shah, both for democracy and for our own rights, but we never supported and endorsed Khomeini and his regime. That is why Khomeini took revenge against Kurds and ordered an unprovoked big onslaught against Kurds in August 1979. And since then, they had treated Kurds like a dangerous security matter rather than citizens of Iran. And Kurds have been behind, they have behind many movements in Iran. They have been very resilient people. They're peaceful, but they are against the regime, and they don't lose any opportunity to express their dissatisfaction with the system. And they can be pillars of democracy in the future of Iran. You cannot solve the Iranian problem without engaging Kurds and without participation of the Kurds in any future Iran. So Kurds are not only demographically but also politically are a necessary ingredient of and a component of the future of Iran.
Now, of course, the Kurdish population is across a number of countries because you have them in Turkey, Syria, Iraq, and of course in Iran. What is the issue in getting more unity among the Kurdish population in general? Is that something that could happen?
It could happen in the future, but it's not on the agenda now. The population of Iranian Kurds amounts to at least 10 million people, which means that they number more than Kurds in Syria and Iraq put together. But we want our rights within a democratic Iran, and a peaceful, democratic, and federative Iran, a federal Iran where the rights of Kurds are protected by the law, by the constitution. We want power sharing. We want that ethnic and religious diversity is acknowledged in Iran.
So you're not really seeking independence for Kurdish people in terms of an independent Kurdistan. You're looking more at the idea of rights for Kurds within Iran as Iranian Kurds. What would be the relationship you would have then with the Kurdish population outside? What makes you different?
Historically speaking, I acknowledge the rights of Kurds for aspirations for statehood, but it's not in our program. Let's leave it for the future generations. What we now find realistic is fighting for democracy and human rights in Iran and for the rights of Kurds within a democratic Iran.
So yes, you've called for what you describe as a democratic, secular, pluralist, federal Iran.
Yes.
What would that look like to you? How would it work in terms of the different people within Iran, the different groups, minorities, and so on?
People can have their own parliaments, their own say in running their affairs, education in mother tongue, a decentralized Iran, and the rights of Kurds and others should be protected and safeguarded in the Iranian constitution.
Would it work to have a decentralized Iran? Would you be able to create almost like, sounds like a federation of states?
Yeah, it is. Not a federation of states. I don't know. I cannot predict the future, but what I'm insisting, what we are emphasizing is that the Kurds should have their rights. It's not just Kurds, the Baluchis, the Arabs of Ahwaz and others should have their rights. They should have a say in the running of their affairs. And they should have, alongside Persian, they should have education in their own mother tongue. It's natural. It's natural in a democratic country. And the world has so many examples of that.
I guess people would ask...
India is one of them, Canada is one of them, and there are even Spain, Catalonia.
I guess people would ask, how would you stop the identity of Iran as a unified country dissolving if it goes into these different groups?
No, it will not dissolve by respecting the diversity, ethnic diversity of the country. Quite the contrary. It will strengthen the unity of the people because people will be satisfied. If you have a system of power sharing, this does not mean the people will dissolve, the integrity of the country will dissolve. On the contrary, it will strengthen the unity of the country by respecting the differences that there are. And these differences they are made by history, by thousands of years of history. Kurds have a culture of their own, a language of their own, a history of their own, and this should be respected. In fact, for the recent, it's more than 2-3 decades now that there is a big national awakening of Kurds of Kurdish identity. So Kurds are very sensitive to that.
Presumably, the country would still need a strong leader to provide the inspiration, I guess, for everyone to kind of live in harmony. What sort of leader would you see in Iran that would work?
I am for a parliamentary democracy where the prime minister is elected by the majority of the parliament and everything is discussed in the parliament. Of course, we should have a president, but I'm not for a presidential system. I'm for a democratic system, a parliamentary democracy.
Where do you see the theologists fitting into all of this?
Well, we are for freedom of religions, no discrimination against any religion. For example, we have the Arsani people in Iranian Kurdistan, an ancient Kurdish religion. They're even more under pressure. They're like Baha'is. They're more under pressure than Sunnis in Iran. Every single religion must be respected by the law.
On that note, how much of it's a Shia majority state, but how much of an issue is the Shia, Sunni, and perhaps other sects? Diversity, how much of an issue is it?
It is an issue. The guess is, my educated guess is that about 25% of the country belong to the Sunni section of Islam. And there are also other people. As I told you, we have Yarisani people, we have Christians, Armenians, Jews, Baha'is. Everybody should. Iran is a diverse country. Iran is a remnant of an ancient and medieval empire. So there is no one nation, one ethnic group, one state. It has to be pluralist. It has to be pluralistic. It has to respect the different identities, different religious and ethnic identities, cultural identities that people have.
Well, many of its neighbors are Sunni majority countries, and they feel to some degree the threat is the Shia Iran. Could that be addressed to allow neighboring countries in the Gulf and other parts of the Arab world to accept a majority Shia country that is pluralistic, as you described? Would there be a system that could work?
It could work. In fact, it's the only system that could work, because the current system isn't working. I mean, the Iranian regime has been involved in destabilizing Arab countries, creating factions, Shia factions, who are hostile to their own system, to their own society, and has fueled the hostility between Shia and Sunni in the region. With the removal of this regime, the calm will come back to not only to the Shia and Sunni conflict, but also to the whole of Middle East.
You know, talking of leadership, Iran's had an interesting mix. I know, of course, there's the overarching theological side to it, the leadership from the Ayatollahs. But you had, for example, not that long ago, a very unique president in terms of President Ahmadinejad. Now, of course, you have Masoud Pezeshkian. What do you make of him? A lot have hopes that he'd be a more moderate leader, maybe someone that the West could deal with.
It's not important whether he's moderate or not, a genuine moderate or not, because all the power is concentrated in the hands of the supreme leader, and it's him who decides.
Then what options are there for the people? If it's going to be held, ruled by religion, there's not going to be much scope for debate, I would guess.
No, there is no debate. There is no real, genuine democratic debate inside the ruling circles of this government. Iran is run by a variety of mafia-like people. They have monopolized the political and the economic financial power in Iran, and there is rivalry among them also. They are only united against their own people and the United States.
Well, I know you've said you don't ask for American boots on the ground there, but if the opposition groups, as you describe them, are generally oppressed or threatened, could you see unity among the opposition groups in order to put forward a united front against the current regime?
We are working on that. It's a necessity. We have to do it.
And at what stage are you?
There are many efforts going on this. I'm not going into the details now, but I'm aware of and I'm participating in some of them.
Would you ever advocate for an armed struggle against the regime from within Iran?
When the women life freedom movement started, the Iranian Pastaran Revolutionary Guards launched rockets and missiles against Kurdish bases, Iranian Kurds in Iraq, because they wanted us to resort to violence against it. But we resisted. We showed restraint, and so this is not our choice. If this is not our choice, our favorite choice is toppling the regime through people's rise, through people's uprisings, through social movements, through protest movements, and through reforms. But it's up to the government. It's a regime choice, not the people's choice.
But you wouldn't rule out the idea of an armed struggle if it came to it?
I wouldn't rule out the idea of an uprising against the system. That's the best way.
Now, of course, you remain in exile and have your bases, for your party at least, in Iraq. How has that relationship evolved with the Iraqi Kurdish side and the Iraqi government, actually?
We respect the sovereignty of the Iraqi governments and have done nothing to violate it. And we have good relations, friendly relations with the KRG and political parties in Iraqi Kurdistan.
Are you totally free to express yourselves, though, with your goals for Iran itself?
Yes, we are doing that.
Without creating any kind of conflict between Iran and Iraq in general?
No, we are free to speak our minds. and to talk about our programs, our political programs. What we are not engaging is armed struggle against the Iranian regime, which we don't.
What sort of reaction has there been to you, the Kamala party in Iraq, in exile, taking on board Peshmerga fighters who are military, basically, in terms of that position?
They're for self-defense. We have not been engaged in any armed struggle, armed activity for more than about 30 years now, for 25, 30 years now. But we have to have them to protect ourselves, because if you don't have Peshmergas, they come to you. The Iranian regime has been engaged in many instances of terrorist actions inside and outside its borders. So we have to protect ourselves in Iraqi Kurdistan.
And you don't get any criticism from the Iraqi government for your presence there that brings in the Iranian regime, as you say?
Yes, there have been tensions and things like that, but it's manageable.
Were you surprised what happened in Syria, the speed with which the change occurred?
Everybody was surprised, but I welcome the developments. I welcome the toppling of Assad. It was a brutal regime against everybody, and it was a proxy of Iran against its own people. And so, yes, I welcome the opportunity for the Syrian people to decide about their future. I hope they have a just society, a fair and democratic society in the future.
And what implication is it for the Syrian Kurds?
The Kurds have every right to have a fair share of the future of the country. They have been fighting ISIS and Daesh very successfully. They have sacrificed a lot, and you cannot deny the rights of Kurds in Syria.
I understand what you say about them having the rights. Do you feel they will actually get them? Do you think they're in a stronger position now?
I hope so, and I hope the United States and the West supports them.
What impact do you expect losing Bashar al-Assad will have on Iran's current regime?
Very much, because it was a very severe blow to the Iranian authority, to the Iranian power in the Middle East. First Hamas, then Hezbollah, then losing Bashar al-Assad and toppling its regime was very important for the people, for the region. It will have lasting implications for the whole region, not only for the Kurds. And it was a severe blow to the Iranian regime as a proxy and ally. So it has weakened the Iranian regime and its hegemony in the region.
Where does Israel fit in all of this? Because often the situation, the dynamic in the Middle East is portrayed as essentially Israel versus Iran, and many believe that Israel sets America's agenda against Iran too. But where does Israel fit in all of this for you?
The Iranian regime is against everybody in the region. Of course, it sometimes recently pays lip service to the Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates, but they are not genuine. These signs of friendship are not genuine. They want to destabilize the Arab states to pursue their own agenda of creating a Shiite empire in the region. They're against Israel and want to annihilate it. They want the United States to be out of the region. So they are against Turkey, but they have hidden agendas in Turkey. So what we want is an Iran, a free, peaceful Iran that is in cooperation with its neighbors, everybody. And that's something that only can happen after this regime.
But I wondered, with Israel being the enemy of Iran, the way it's seen, for you as Kamala party, as the Iranian opposition, is there an element of the enemy of my enemy is my friend?
Well, It's enough to say that Israel in itself is not and should not be a threat to Iran. It's the Iranian regime that has always threatened the Israelis, and this should stop. In the future, Iran, you can criticize Israel or any country, but you cannot try to annihilate any country.
There is that perspective that if you, as the opposition to the current regime in Iran, are looking to topple it, that anyone who's against the current regime would want to support you in terms of Israel, the US, and so on. Do you see that support?
I haven't seen yet.
And in terms of the attacks that Israel and Iran had recently between each other, sometimes subdued in order not to let things escalate too far, what went through your mind when you saw that occurring?
I thought it was unnecessary to fight your neighbors. Israel is thousands of kilometers far from Iran, and it shouldn't have happened in the first place.
I guess the critics would argue that Israel took action in Iran, taking out leaders, and taking out leading figures that they opposed in places like Iran, so action took place there.
But Iran declares openly their intent to put an end to the state of Israel. They are pursuing a very ambitious and dangerous nuclear program. What would you do?
If your party was to achieve its goals, let's say, for example, you're in some sort of position, whether it be in some kind of leadership position in Iran, how would you build a relationship with Israel? What would you be looking for?
Like other countries, like other neighbors.
Is there any chance, in your eyes, that the case against Iran and perhaps support for Israel might be weakened by what's been going on in Gaza? For a lot of people that believe that Israel's actions have been excessive. Is that hurting your cause?
Could be, but they're separate issues. Iran has supported not the legitimate rights of Palestinians for statehood. It, in fact, has ruined their chances of that, because they don't want a two-state solution. They don't want peace. They want to put violence into the region.
The Turkish Kurds have taken also quite a sudden decision through their leader, the PKK leader, Abdullah Öcalan, to disarm and step back. What were your thoughts there?
I agree with the ceasefire or their putting down their arms. I think it's in the best interests of Turkey generally and Kurds especially to put behind the violent history that they had and give peace and democracy a chance. I think it would be in the best interest of everybody in the region. Even for us, it's a good development. I support it.
Dr. Mohtadi, as we're running short of time, I should point out your family was a very prominent and successful family that has a long history in activism. And it was almost natural that you would get involved in that too. Do you believe that there is a chance in your lifetime you will see the regime change in Iran, considering it's held out for so long?
I hope so, and I think so.
Dr. Mohtadi, I hope we have a chance to speak again. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kurdish Iranian opposition leader Abdullah Mohtadi on his hopes for Iran's future. That's it for this edition of the show. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and leave comments, and I'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Salem. Not quite the most popular city, but Salem is worth the trip. Dare to explore the city that holds the key to the trade industry. Chestnut Street is lined with grand houses of the wealthy neighborhood. Take a tour around Stephen Phillips Memorial Trust House. Historically, the city is known for the infamous witchcraft trials of 1692, a grisly past. Salem also holds one of America's finest museums, the Peabody Essex Museum. Here, you'll see collections of maritime art, American decorative arts, and the historical and contemporary arts from China, Japan, Korea, India, Africa, North America, and the Pacific Islands. Then there's a huge North Shore area, including the beautiful and historic Cape Ann. It's been designated as the Essex National Heritage Area, with 34 villages and communities in it. The place claims to have the most historic structure per acre than anywhere else in the country. The Salem Maritime National Historic Site, for one, has 12 historic buildings. It preserves Salem's late 18th to 19th century maritime history, which helped establish the United States' economic independence. And it doesn't end there. The House of Seven Gables holds a popular collection of colonial homes. Here, you'll find one of the oldest surviving 17th century wooden mansions in New England, built in 1668. Nathaniel Hawthorne used the House of Seven Gables as the setting for his famous novel of the same name. Moving forward, there's also the popular New England fishing harbor. Called Motif Number 1, it is the red fishing shack with lobster boys, an image we often see of the fishing site. Around it are art galleries and studios, reflecting the magnificent little fishing town. Finally, there's Ipswich, a popular town with antique enthusiasts. Along high streets are shops and galleries worth the visit. You can also end your trip with a walking trail along the long shore of Crane Beach. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.